Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is May 18th, 2026. And we got an exciting day ahead. We were expecting some Iran headlines now that the China meeting's gone. Was looking for some more sensitivity, but overnight, you had Korea bounce, things chilled out there. And then as far as Iran, within the last hour or two, there's rumors going out that the U.S. was going to lift some sanctions, allow some deals to go on. And apparently Iran was seeking a truce, even looking to back down from the compensation demands. And that brought oil down a little bit, still right below 100. And then you got people feeling a little positive. NASDAQ futures are up. SPY was down, and now they're barely green. And then we are starting a week of another set of earnings. Not only NVIDIA, I know a lot of y'all know about that one, but you also got a bunch of staples like Walmart, Target, HD. They're going to be coming out, and people are going to be reacting to that as well. Other than that, a couple of earnings, couple of acquisitions and mergers with energy, and now we got a great Monday ahead, and we see pretty much by Wednesday, we either continue, object in motion stays in motion, or we start to flip a little bit. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it out there. I hope you're locked and loaded and feeling blessed, but you know what we got to do here at the Cult. Before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this nation, even the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service and your dedication and sacrifice to people you have never even met before. God bless every single one of you, and I hope all this stuff we could do, I hope it helps in some way, and I hope you walk away with the long term. But then, I don't know if any of y'all support the war or not. I don't know how the rest of y'all feel, but when it's all said and done, man, I don't think you could ever take away the honor for those who have sacrificed so much for their country, their freedom, and the people they have never met. So big shout out to all of the vets and their families. God bless and thank you, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh my goodness, baby. Happy Monday. Chad, are you ready for a good week? Did you get rested? Are you ready? Go back to bed. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. So, Chatadonia, what time? Oh, we got 2 minutes. We got a great time. I'm going to be looking at a couple of different things. There's also a JP Morgan event today, both literally now till Wednesday. So if you get any random poppers, there's a lot more on that calendar. So I'm going to be looking at those. Keep an eye on Ford. They might continue. Got another set of energy headlines this morning. Workday, Datadog, Now, ANET, Monday, GFS, BSX. These are all going to be at the conference. BSX also had that buyback news. See if any of the medical device names, if they rotate a little bit, then keep an eye out for IGV. Again, maybe by Wednesday, we're going to see if we get any more of those rotation opportunities. Keep an eye on the laggers still. Again, I think the Now and the SAP already went up, so we're going to do something with those, and then I think that's it. We see where the next couple of days lead us, my friends. You know that, again, we were starting off a little weak, but people got hyped up there on that news. And then Cisco, they even have earnings, or they even have an event here, I think at like 10:50. So we will see. But we got 1 minute. I have sent those out. And let's see where the morning takes us, my friends. Are you ready? Are you ready to go? Game time. Oh, it is the 18th. There is a Dell event with Jensen speaking. That's what I'm talking about. 30 seconds, Chad. Oh, good morning. Go back to bed, okay? He wants to fight you, man. Oh, now I'm ready to go. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. Again, NASDAQ opened up decent. Dow still in the red. Russell's up even by a quarter. Looking good, dog. Looking good. And then, yeah, NVIDIA too. So you're going to have till Wednesday. I think a lot of decisions have been made. Oh, SAP chilled out. Workday. Where's IG? IGV down. Come on, bro. So that was doing decent earlier. They hate AI. Snap. All right, you're going to be pretty balanced. Let me throw up the S&P. Again, it's not like oil's the cheapest there, but so far your first like quarter of a point, half a point from pre-market till not has literally been all on these oil Iran headlines. And then Oracle. Intel's up 5, damn son. All right, I want to see some of those nets. Those gapped up a little bit. They hate AI. The NVIDIA is holding up good, Habibi. Come on, yalla, Habibi. All right, I made this Surface Now free. Those had a decent amount of time. I think those are for July. But yeah, they're up like 120. Yeah, the news on Ford was they got a 20 gigawatt deal with, who was it, like EDC or something? EDF, I believe. Service Now. Well, it'll follow with all the software. There's a decent amount of software earnings this week. So again, and we'll see what ends up happening with the chips. But yeah, you got Workday. Oh, and then again, Cisco. Again, you have Cisco and then Dell. I forgot Dell was going to be at, they have their own event. But yeah, Datadog, Cisco, those are going to be at the JP Morgan one. Now is good. Again, Now and SAP we got on the same day. So those are holding. Even the SAPs are going good, even though Europe's kind of clapped. The K-Web Premium got killed. Let's take a look. I took one of those averages on Friday. The average is about the same. It's about 10%. 10% down, and then the original July's. Let's see. They hate AI art. That's weird. The Julys are down 30, but the spreads are wide for today. The news in the morning, I mean, right now you're mostly going off of the Iran stuff. The Iran headline saying that they're looking for a truce deal and that we might even lower the sanctions. That's pretty much it. And then Korea, there wasn't a chip strike at one of the Samsung facilities, so that popped things up. And then the bad stuff was everybody kind of worried about the lingering bond yields, which are near the high. Net starting to even come up. Again, software started off down. I got 2 of those now. And then AMD, there's something with AMD meeting with Li Hafeng too, the Chinese premier. That was also in the morning. Then there's another headline on Intel. But chips are doing generally good. I mean, so that's even the back and forth, chips and software. You are definitely stronger on chips here today. And then a couple of reactions too to the 13Fs. I mean, UNH was probably one of the bigger ones as Buffett sold out of it. Yeah, I mean, Dominion and Nextera, that's a merger, so I don't know if the options have opened yet. Apple, Mag 7, Habibi, Tesla's starting to go too. Actually, Tesla might even go green. I don't know where the rest of the Mag 7 is. NASDAQ 0.3. Dow's the only one in the red. And then Russell, actually, SPY just went red right there. So good morning. Now, net. Service Now, we talked about it. It's kind of one of those lagging software plays, but we did talk about it about like 10% ago. But, I mean, if you'd have to probably buy it again. They're not cheap, but it's definitely on that. There's like 10 names in software that are still like exciting, have a lot going on with everything AI related that aren't going too crazy. But yeah, it's not the cheapest one. You still have the Workdays, Intuits. There's one more software name that's cheap. And SPY's still going down. And then UMC2. I sold one of those sets. We still got one more. And then Fly and Google. Again, space stocks are going up today too. That was the other part. Pretty much people are getting ready for the filing of SpaceX. I mean, again, it's almost June. But yeah, that got some reactions there. SCOTUS rejects pharmaceutical challenge to Biden Medicare aid drug price curbs. Google. Oh, there's one more small cap in the morning that was moving. But Google is probably the best out of the Mag 7 to start. Bobo. Yeah, Net and Google. I keep seeing those. And then Tesla looking good. Let's see. Software. Yeah, Adobe's one of those. I think Adobe's kind of, I think there's way bigger names that you could get, but worst case, I mean, it is, Adobe is in that bargain bin bucket. Amazon's even started to pick up. Again, Amazon, Google started off, I mean, Meta, Microsoft, Apple kind of in the gutter there. And then NVIDIA was strong, but I mean, that just gave up $4 here at the open. Take 2 shares down after retailer email suggests Best Buy may be wrong about the pre-order starting today. We never got that confirmation, huh? I guess that one, Wall Street picked up on it faster than everybody. Again, Fly, another set of space stocks is going up too. I know, Nike about to hit the 40, bro. That one's also getting in the bargain bin. SpaceX for the long term, I do not know. I'm usually not going to add any, what's it called? Any IPOs to the long term, but yeah, I'm sure it's gonna get a lot of hype. But yeah, for now, I don't have any plans of putting SpaceX in the long term. Google again, Habibi, Google straight up. I don't know. I think Google has like an iOS developer day as well. That's coming around the corner, and then Roblo going up right now too. Yeah, Roblo and then Lunar, any of the space stocks, those are still continuing. And then a couple of cybersecurity, even though they are in the red, IGV still down 0.5%. Datadog, Datakelb. Let me see. The 13Fs already came out, a lot of them. So again, between Friday and today, a lot of people are already reacting to some of those. That's why like Macy's and Airlines was Berkshire Hathaway. Then they got rid of, they got out of UNH. Where is it? Oh, there's a Datakelb. Datakelb's tomorrow at 1:30. Cisco's going to be at both days. Is that XLP? Yeah, so then Walmart, again, Walmart's going to have earnings, TJ Maxx, and a bunch of those other ones. So those guys are going up too. Let's see. Google 52-week high. Yeah, all of the little, what's it called? Retailers are doing pretty good. TJX is up. Monday, again, I think Monday is going to have an event. Today or tomorrow. I will check. Didn't they get pumped the other day, too? And then, again, all the other names related to, what's it called? They're going. Related to the, no, Monday's tomorrow. All the ones related to, like, staples, grocers, all of that. The consumer. This is the first post-Buffett 13F. So without Buffett, they day traded UNH and a couple of others. Oscar Health. See if any of the healthcare ones go up. Again, they got a little clobbered by that Buffett news. Then ServiceNow about to go to 100. Let's see. All right, well, SPY's still near the low. I mean, you got a couple names on the high ticker. The NASDAQ's the only one in the green. So SPY, Dow, and Russell already flipped red after that little gap up here to start. I mean, oil stopped moving too. Monday. Yeah, NVIDIA, I think NVIDIA just calming down again right before earnings. Usually like the day of, so we have a little bit of time, but remember, last week was pretty insane. Yeah, Tesla flipped. They were about to go green. Amazon and Google, those are your Mag 7 leaders. I mean, if an Apple or Meta could play along, other than that, kind of balancing out, but way more names on the low ticker. And then DG, so all the little big box stores are still going up. They hate AI art. Did Baidu gap? That was like the reverse of Alibaba. Because, yeah, they were up like 4% on the earnings and then flipped. Actually, let me check one more. On Cerebat, I don't think it's gonna rival NVIDIA, but you know, that one we're gonna keep our eye out for it. Probably in the next month, you know, give it some time to settle in from the IPO. We might get some of these post IPO plays. All right. Make these free eventually. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. But yeah, Walmart for the run-up play. But you got to be careful. So, good luck. Again, all of these have started off. TJX would have been a good one. But it's 1.6. But these have all started off good on today. Is there UPSX dividend? I don't know. I think Target reports, but I remember UPS and FedEx are, before you know it, UPS and FedEx are going to be reporting again. That's the part that I think will surprise a lot of people. Tesla, Nail, home builders, again, that's going to tie in even HD. HD's already up by 1. Dash, Oracle's down 4. Habibi, start off so good, but yeah, software. I mean, software's not doing the worst, but I mean, now you have both software and chips down. So as far as like rotations, it's not really there. I mean, staples are rotating pretty hard, and then again, you do have pretty much all these consumer staple earnings coming up. Senior Iran sources tell Reuters U.S. shown flexibility including limits over Iran's nuclear network. Washington has only agreed to unfreeze 25% of Iran's funds on a phased timetable. That's coming out now. Yeah, I still have the KC plays. They're getting washed. All the China plays, pretty much. We did a average down on KWeb on Friday once the other ones went negative. But yeah, every single one of those. I think SAP is the only lagger play that's up now, besides any of the material stuff. And speaking of which, there's that Copper or Airbnb on the high, and there's one more. And then Kroger, again, another value play. Now Edwards Life Sciences, too. So, again, there was BSX. They did the share buybacks this morning. But, yeah, these medical device names have been lagging. We talked about those on Friday, too. Yeah, if you have old earnings plays from Sweetgreens, those went up, too. And now Kimberly. Well, Kimberly quality. Oracle down because the Leopold cell. Oh, his thing delayed. I think he brought up like one or two names, but yeah, I didn't look too hard into that one. I mean, people were really hyped on it on Friday, and then nothing happened. It's good. A little cold water, a little ice. Again, you just had a Iran head. Didn't seem bad, but oil and market didn't budge too much. Yeah, Region had a bad drug data. I forgot I don't know if it was for Alzheimer's or something, but yeah, they were down 11 off of that. Tehran will discuss nuclear issues in later stages. O'Reilly, and then STX, TXN. ELF on the high, too. Again, consumer-related stocks are all starting off pretty well. It's still very small, and it's still pretty early, but that seems to be dominating most of it. Cerebus on the low. I mean, that one's still green. Regen with skin cancer. Thank you for that. Intel on the low now. So Intel was up by 5% at one point. I mean, there's a couple names, but low ticker is mainly chips right now. Intel, Micron, SanDisk, all of them are actually getting clobbed. So see if software gets more of it. So even though they're both down right now, software is doing a lot better. It started off with chips up 1.5, software down 1. Now software is only down by 0.5, and then chips are down by 0.8. SAP. I don't know where those are at, but yeah, that was one of the better laggers. Interesting. Oscar Health, another one. And then Intuit. I mean, right now, a lot of staples consumer names. I mean, it meets with the theme of this week. But yeah, they are starting to go up here a little bit. Bro, what's scammers? All right. So I hope this helps you. I made the SAP free. SAP just under 100. So again, that play, unfortunately, it just never came down since we talked about it. I mean, it's already up like 20 bucks. But yeah, I'll double dip if they come back red, but I would be careful on that. But yeah, that one's already up like 100. Very nice. I think even with the spreads, it should fill you. But yeah, we've taken risk off the table. But now I still hold those. So thank you, SAP. Let's see the other ones. IGV wake. That's why I mean, that's it, bro. I just gotta sell some a little bit. Let them do its thing. But yeah, IGV is back to green. Again, you're kind of going back and forth with the chips, so you're getting somewhat of a rotation. It's not too bad, buddy. Let me check one thing. Wolf on the low. LIRR post on X prorated refunds. Alexander, welcome. I'm looking at one more. So again, I've taken profits. I've only added one play today. Again, we're getting in on the run up for SAP. Yeah, I made SAP and now free. Again, I'd be down to get, like I said, if they come back down, I'm gonna give you the exact strike, but those just keep running for now, so might as well make it free. And then what's it called? I got one more, but let's see if we could pull this off. Yeah, workdays went up a lot, but the premium, then SPY just popped out of nowhere. Hi! Saudi Aramco and Pascal launched Saudi Arabia's first quantum computer, Middle East's first commercial quantum computing as a platform. Or? Yeah, workday's been on. Again, chips have done pretty good. A lot of them, I know IGV still kind of lagging there, but some of them individually have done very, very well. Iranian vessel passes through U.S. blockade. FARS. A lot of software anywhere from like 0.5% to like even 4%. Some of them are really going. I make the contracts free. I still like the China plays. I still think it's going to be a little bumpy, but pretty much next like 2 to 3 weeks, even post meeting, you get some. But again, it was disappointing with how everything played out. So I already have one set free, and then I made an average on Friday. And then again, the next part of the laggers, like the KC and the SAP, that's just dependent on either if the market comes down or if the market keeps going up, and then they all kind of bubble. Hold on, let me check something. Quantum Arabia. Yeah, that was the latest one, and then again, they're saying a ship just passed through. Hold on, I want to check something. Is it 2022? Made the now, both of them, both ServiceNow and SAP. If you got those the last couple days, those both should have 100% easy. So that's it. You ride it, man, and then if it come back, we double dip. Otherwise, your free one will do it for you. Hold on, I have one more idea, and then I think that I'll be done. Let's see if we which one's cheaper. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm shopping. A lot of shopping, brother. A lot of shopping. Palantir went green. That'll help software. I mean, even NVIDIA is bouncing right now. So again, now software is up by 3/4. I don't know if you still have that play from Friday. If you have the short terms. Oh, shit. Those are still up. I thought they would have got washed a little bit. So we still got free ones from Friday. They're up 50%. It's not bad. The worst plan to cut balance sheets is reasonable. If he could pull it off, I mean, right now he's going to have this inflation bond problem and where things are up. But, I mean, theoretically, if he doesn't want to raise rates, I mean, hopefully this balance sheet reduction would help him calm things down. But, yeah, that's kind of difficult. Oh, yeah, there is other IGVs with time. I forgot about that, too. Friday was a good pickup. I mean, as long as this holds. I mean, SPY's now going. Looks like everything is. I mean, you still have chips down. So this might be day 2. Remember, Friday you got a little taste of it. But this might be day 2 of IGV. Now you got Meta going up. Google. High ticker's almost fully maxed out. Archite, they're either going to show up at the event today or tomorrow. I'd have to double check. But, yeah, a lot of software now. Again, high ticker, CRM. You're even getting a couple of travel names like airlines and then even Las Vegas Sands. Those are starting to go up too. President Mahmoud Pezeshkian, we don't export oil. The road has been closed. We don't have the ability to export and secure dollars to import gasoline. Now pumping. I know. I know. YouTube.com/the stock market. So I'm saying, man, starting UCSD this fall. Wow. No way. Boomer. Dude, that's really exciting. Congratulations, bro. Fucking UCSD, UC San Diego. You're going to be on the beach, baby. I love it. I love it. And good morning. I'll get you a horn here. I'm sorry, guy. I'm shopping, bro. I'm shopping like a madman right now. I'm only shopping for one thing. So, horn. That's it. We got our other plays. We ride them out here. We see where it leads us. The market said good morning. Cerberus has options now? No way. Well, damn. You're going to give me more things to shop for? Well, they do. They're very expensive. Very expensive Cerberus, you know? What kind of Cerberus is this one, brother? Tesla, there's Palant. Again, see if the IGVs keep going. And then there's SAP. So SAP, you got more than 100% now. So again, that one was harder to follow. Like I said, I mean, that one just ran up. But I've already made that one free now. And then same thing with the service now. Caterpillar on the low. That one's interesting. Industrials getting popped off a little bit. And then those sweet greens, if you still have them. TSM. Just got your first house? Oh man, dude. Happy Monday. You got UCSD. We got a new house. We got Thor. Oh, my goodness. I love it. Well, I got one more for you soon. I hope I could get you guys a dope play, but I just don't like the top ticks. You know what I'm saying? There's a top tick in the house, unfortunately. Maybe we go with both. McDonald's, Qualcomm's on the low. But yeah, McDonald's got removed from a conviction list, but then again, I think their earnings, that's going to drive them up here a little bit. Same thing with the Wally Worlds. Any big player on Nike? I don't think so. I don't think there was any noticeable. A lot of 13Fs this month or quarter is tech. That's what I saw more of than not. I feel like a lot of the and then if anything, people exiting like value healthcare plays practically to fund their tech bets. Macy's, Buffett personally bought speculation. The buy could have done personally by Chairman Warren Buffett. Habibi. NIQ, is IGV and all those still going up? Mm-hmm. AIO halt. Didn't we see that on Friday? And then PGR, cores. There's a lot on the low ticker. I mean, we just hit the high and came down, and then you're now taking another set of software names. So again, software is actually doing great. That's all I see on the high, and then you're just going back and forth on the low. Meta. Trump leaning towards military action unless he gets concession from Iran in a few days. Al Jazeera. VG. Going on your taper CD. Alright, I got one. I think we just gotta wait for it though. We gotta wait for it. More energy. VLO, PSX, they're on the high. Let me cue this one up. So I got one. And then all the staple plays are still going. So again, if you grabbed any McDonald's, Home Depot, Walmart, those are all just kind of just chilling along. Even the damn Kimberleys of the world. And then SanDisk. Chips are still down. Again, they were not that bad. They started off a little weaker pre-market. Then they got a bid, but now a lot of those have flipped already. Now Fig on the high, DoorDash. I think Adabe is doing good. SPY's just right at open. So oil's down. Again, latest headlines are moving. U.S. says Trump is losing patience in Iran talks. So again, they're getting a couple of those headlines moving oil. Again, service now too. Now in SAP, dog. So yeah, a couple of these little pockets of software, they're just not responding as well. It's good though. You guys seeing it. You are getting your your rotation here a little bit. No news on Oracle. I think they're saying that Leopold guy, he sold So he lowered his position. That's what kind of might be contributing to this outsized decline. Otherwise, no specific news leading into it. Days, not weeks, to present viable proposal to break deadlocks. Trump is losing patience as Tehran negotiations show little progress. FIVIN, FFIV. You got a bunch of these other ones going. Palo Alto. Do they react to a headline? And then cybersecurity is going up again. I keep seeing FIG and then more value. The Krogers, the Taps, the Kimberleys, all of those are moving. Baidu's still green, but that's very weak. K-Star. Dude, Palant, and then Workday. All right, well, now Conoco, more oil on the high, a couple of software, and then oil just literally got a candle on all these losing patience headlines. Yeah, the China stocks usually do better after the meeting. This, like, first 2 weeks, that's your best window, and then everything after the first month, again, it's usually better, but it can still go down. But yeah, these next couple weeks, the door is open. So we'll see if we get any sort of lucky there. I have heard of RDW. I think you have too. Again, a lot of Chads brought it up last week, even before it popped. I think Boeing will move eventually. FIVIN's starting to go. Again, that was one of Boeing's worst performances. They ran up really good on the run-up, but then after some of the disappointing China deal stuff, that all just turned. IGV made it free. You can do that. I think. I don't know the ones with time, but even the short-term ones, I made them free on Friday, but those are still going. They go very good, Habibi. Very, very good. The NVDA's chilled out. Again, the SAPs are well above 100 now. Habibi. I'd like Disney, but it'd have to go down a decent amount. So IGV now, a lot of software. I mean, again, to start off here, it's been primarily, you know, chips are up, but then chips went down, and now software, like literally everything except Oracle. And then you do even got a little bit of Mag 7 movers. Free. I like Ford, but I don't know. I mean, it just sucks how much it's moved lately. I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, I'm glad with some of the plays that we made on it, but I mean, I'm not. It's just I'm sure you're going to ask me for the long term, but it is up 30% now in the last, like, what, 3 days? Mexico Shinebot to meet EU representatives for trade deal on 22nd of May. Hot dog. Again, Google, Adobe, So Google is your big tech one that's running. I mean, it's mostly software names. XYZ, I think they're at an event tomorrow. Yeah, all the space stocks are going up today on this idea of SpaceX's IPO stuff right around the corner. Deckers, I think they got an update earlier, and then Monday, that's another software one. They're going to even be at one of the events. But yeah, they're all just going. Habibi. Target, again, more of the value consumer stocks that report. Walmart chilled out, but literally Target, TJX, they're still up there. And then again, you got HD and a few others. Where is the McDonald's? McDonald's do great, Habibi. They say, I'm in a long term. See, IGV, when was the last time we even got above 93? Well, I think about it, I don't think we have. So next level is going to be like, it's 90, it's either stops here or like 94.60 and then 96 if it gets real buku. But yeah, it's been a while since IGV's gone up here. Holy. Yeah, ServiceNow again. So we made ServiceNow and SAP free, but if you had any of those from last week, those are money. And now Dollar General, Microsoft, and then Starbucks, 3M. Why are industrials all starting to move up? And Docs. Okay, they filled that instantly. I took another short-term IGV off the table. I still got a couple left. But yeah, now they're double, triple free. I think ServiceNow is going to be at one of these events too in the next like day or so. And then again, you have that Dell meeting as well. Let's see. Alrighty. So yeah, I made one of the IGVs there. I think there was a couple of 13F moves, but I also just think it's post-expiration. I think that May 15th expiration opened a lot of things up. Chips already ran up. And then we just finally had a 48-hour window where chips went down and software was able to go. So it all aligned with the timing. But for now, and then you still got some bigger earnings. You're going to have a couple more of these software earnings like Workday and a few others this week that'll kind of either confirm or deny a lot of this move. And now NASDAQ's back to green. SPY 0.1, NASDAQ 0.4, Dow Jones up by 0.17, and then Russell up by 0.07. Even though it looks like we're not doing much, and oil's taking another candle. Wow, Habibi. No XLF plays. They are the lagger, but I have not grabbed any of those yet. Netflix, I don't know. It feels like one of those days. Netflix goes up while everything chills out. Carvana on the high too. Let me check one more. Iran Tazim cites close negotiating. Tehran says U.S. demands will still excessive despite draft changes. And then Google and software. Did I sell any Intel this year? Long term. And Microsoft even came back up a little bit. And then again, more software is leading on the high here. It's been a while, guys. It's been a while since you've seen software, but that's pretty much all there. Let me get you a checkup. But I want to say that's the half of the market that's green. You actually have 389 names green today. 113 in the red. 21 green on the Dow. 9 in the red. And then NASDAQ 70 in the green. So again, a lot of them are software. So you're doing well. Again, more names are leading to the upside today. Ironically enough. Roblo. All right. I like Workday. I had an early run-up play. They went down, and now they came back up. But, yeah, they haven't really had an earnings run-up. But they're one of the bigger ones, I think, that could either make a big move up or down. Kind of think like a Fastly, or what's it called? Net. Who else was there? Team. And then Datadog. Those were some of the bigger, like, software ones that both reported. You know, some of them went down 20%. Some of them went up. But yeah, I think a lot's riding on Workday. TRT. I mean, oil did react a little bit. You're back to pretty much the pre-market levels, which again is good that it's at, or it was below 100. Yeah, Iran says U.S. demand still excessive. Adabe again. Habibi. Mid price, not on the options. I mean, it's whatever. I usually kind of set a max of what I'm willing to pay for it, and then I try to get filled. But then, like the mid price is just telling you in between. But then you go off the value of the bid. So whenever it's time to sell, I mean, you know, when you look to make it free, you could try to put it above the bid. But usually, if it's a liquid, you're only going to get the bid. EA Sports. It's in the game. Last long-term play was Oracle and Kimberly in March. I know. I feel like we're getting old now. It's been a long time. You couldn't hold. You sold a lot. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, just be careful. I had to ban somebody this morning. You guys know I banned someone this morning? He said I sold my long-term for a Corvette. So I just banned him. So remember, floating rules are back. So I say that because, I mean, if you're going to tell me you broke the rules and didn't follow for the bag, I don't know what to tell you. But that one's not as bad. That one's not as bad as selling for a Corvette. But, yeah, either way, it's cool, I guess. No, we started Monday's pretty good. I'm not disappointed. You got some good plays. You got the long term up. You got Intel playing there. Well, was playing around or playing along for a little bit. Lunar. Oh. There's only one more play I want for the day, but I think we're gonna wait, you guys. Where is it? All right, I actually need to go to the potty. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We talked some laggers yesterday. Oh, and we talked about what's going to make the market go down. I hope you guys got it. That one's very important. That's very important. Oh, and Bradley! Oh, Mr. Peach. Oh, no, a happy Monday. Are you kidding me? The software goes up. Bradley Frizzle arrives. SAP's going. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach on a Monday. See, they're talking negotiations. They need the Peach. That's it. That's all. I think everything would be resolved if we just had Bradley Frizzle in office. So I'm talking about, baby. I hope you had a good weekend. Happy Monday. Oh, my goodness. So I need to go to the bathroom, but now that's going to be a glorious bathroom break. I can't believe it. You got the Peach, dog. What more could you ask for in life? They don't feel me, dog. They don't feel me. Make it free. Make it Peach. You know what I'm saying?
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts.
Amen. We did a couple. We did a Walmart pre-run-up play. They're going to be, again, Walmart and the staples. Those are already up, though, so if you missed it. And then we made the SAP, the IGV, and the net free from Friday. Or last week. So, yeah, other than that, though, market still right at open. I mean, a couple of lingering war headlines. I mean, most have been positive, but we're waiting on that development. And then we haven't heard much about chips, China, or anything in the middle ground. But I do think a lot of eyes are going to be on the Iran situation. And then, too, I don't know if you guys saw the video over the weekend, but I do think, then after this expiration, we're going to have a little bit more movement. We're going to see how some of these laggers play out depending on what the market does. But the real thing looking forward is going to be, I mean, from like now until like early June, if that CPI goes up higher, that might be the trigger, assuming the bond yields are still up. But some of the things that were bad, again, the bond yields chilled out, the war, people calmed down. But I'm sure even maybe by Wednesday and we get some of these earnings, we might get things that move in that neighborhood that give us some guidance. But that's what I'm waiting for now. But we did do a couple of plays, and now we ride because not everything's too crazy this morning. It started off good. There is activity, but so far the indexes are kind of chilling. But individually, it does seem like software is moved, and then the other thing we're juggling is these war headlines. Free contracts. to pay what you spent? Yes. 100. That's exactly what we've done with all these plays. You know, they go up. If they go up double, if they go up 100% and you got more than one, you just sell back one of them, and then you get your money back. So again, I did that already on net, or not now. What's it called? SAP, and then one more, the IGV. So we got some decent plays. But yeah, if you can make it free, I mean, life is easy. Free contracts. And then oil's climbing up a little bit. SPY's still holding. Again, everything's back to the red except for SPY and Dow. NASDAQ flip red. NASDAQ was leading too in the morning. That's the crazy part. I guess you don't have NVIDIA playing along in chips, and then AMD. All of these chip names are green in the morning. So yeah, but you are actually rotating. 1% up on software, 1% down, and some change on the chips. Do. Then lose the blessing that I receive. For the long term, how do you decide? For 10 years, do I have price targets? Kind of. I mean, that's like the thing we've talked about. You just want something adequate. Like, you don't ever want to buy the extremes. You know, that's the beauty of 10 years out. Like, you don't need the best price, but you don't want to buy the worst price. So it's usually avoiding extremes. We don't want to buy something necessarily into its low on that day, and then vice versa. You don't want to buy something into its high. But ideally, it's you know, going and even checking relative to other values. That's a lot of what we do. So it's like, you know, what's the price of it? Is it a fair price, you know, relative to that stock? But then what's the price of everything else in there? You know, that's something I've been talking about with the long term. It's like, by the time I'm ready to buy, I want to see where healthcare is at. I want to see where software is at. Is software now cheaper, more expensive? And then from there, you know, just making sure we are avoiding an extreme in pricing. You don't want to buy the very bottom. You don't want to buy the very top. You just got to be adequate. And then to have a plan in the future to, you know, keep adding, because usually one purchase, you're not going to stop there unless it's a really good purchase. But ideally, you know, you should have some left in the tank to build around it. But all about relative value is how I would put it, and then avoid the extremes. Oh my Chrome. Spotify again. Spotify, Netflix, those are all software adjacent plays doing good. Again, more McDonald's. That one was on fire, actually. Walmart was up. Again, those plays are still up. I'm sure the McDonald's probably did better. And then Baidunias, K-Webs, Chillin, Argentina, YPF, and then Chipotle. Again, those sweet greens, bro. Sweet greens kind of came up out of nowhere. Yeah, staples are doing great. They are all doing good. Good morning. Happy Monday. And then where's Boeing? It did get a little bit of a Bradley boost. So I'm talking about. With dividends, I reinvest all of them. I don't care what company it is. So if you are definitely building a long term, you're on a 10-year scale, I would reinvest all your dividends. Especially if you're in a tax-free account. But any account, the whole game plan is reinvesting them all. That's what we've been doing, because we got dividends on the long term. It's actually crazy, you know. It's not a lot, but it's paying for like 2 deposits a year. So, you know, we deposit like $300 a month on the smaller account. But yeah, we're doing like, I think 7 something a year in dividends. So you pretty much get 2, and it's been because we've been adding dividends, but then we've also been reinvesting all the dividends from the beginning, so it helps you compound a little bit. Tractor Supply. They don't even sell tractors. SPGI. So again, this is also part of the software shit, man. If literally the S&Ps and then the fucking what's Moody's ticker? MCO. Yeah, all of them are going up right now. Interesting. And then PRM, 3% pop, kind of a liquid, just got volume right now. PRM. Let's see. I don't see anything on it. Started your long term today. Let's go, baby. So remember, the first couple months, it doesn't matter. You know, things are going to move around. It's not going to make a big difference, but it's really about sticking with it on a multi-month time frame, and then that's, you know, after a couple of months it'll start getting some traction. But that's why too I wouldn't hesitate too much starting out, because whatever you buy, you're going to buy other stuff, and you know, you'll be able to work your way into the price. But starting from the moment you know the market and becoming an owner is a very, very good strategy. Adani Enterprises reaches settlement with Treasury. Oh, didn't we have some of those? Oh, those were up the other day and then went down. Pretty much back to break even. I'm down on Nike. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's in the bargain bin. The difference is that there's a lot of stuff that's cheaper now. That's all. So, like, that's what I mean by, like, relative value, is that you could get Nike lower than where we bought it. But now that Nike is at this low, there's like 50 or 100 names that are also at lows that were probably at highs when we were buying Nike. So that's the only dilemma there. And that's what I'm saying. By the time I'm ready to deploy the capital, if Nike's the only one remaining, I'll probably buy that alongside the Kimberleys and the Taps. But, you know, we're going to see if there's anybody new or higher quality that's still like way lower. That could be a very good alternative to Nike. Because, again, values are changing. So for the same Nikes, you could get now way more software exposure and other things. But it all depends on when you're deploying. On the high-low ticker? No, I think it just filters out penny stocks. That's it. But I don't know. These settings are a little different than my OG one. We talked about McKesson the other. Is it McKesson or McCormick? I think both of them are pretty good. I mean, again, I'd weigh it against your other options that you could buy, but I think, you know, names like that, a lot of the staples, the HDs, it just goes to show, you know, there's still like 50, maybe even 100 names right now that are extremely, you know, higher quality names that are trading down 20, 30, 40% on the year. So we got some options. It's just now, I mean, what's been going on, you know, people are abandoning the value names because they're just chasing chips. So, well, that's why when push comes to shove, I mean, towards October, I plan on just looking at what's still down, and then what's actually, if we're going to rotate back into some of the value names. But I think you have a lot of opportunity. PBI, that Pitney Bowes, isn't that mail, not jet engines? And then oil's climbing up, SPY's coming a little lower, a couple of comms on the high right now too. Again, Verizon, I think the event already started. Low ticker's picking up right now pretty hard. Again, chips keep selling off. Iran has announced not intend to develop nuclear weapons. That was 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Verizon already did it. So that's Eastern. Comcast, more again. Comcast, AT&T, Verizon. I don't know if this is just like staples coming up. So yeah, you're getting a green candle on anything staples, but now even software is starting to turn around a little bit. And then oil going up, and then tech. Anything tech related is literally in the gutter right now. So literally chips, software is still at the high. It's in the green, but it's coming down. And then the rest, chips, XLK, they are going red. Well, yeah, low ticker is mainly technology. And then you have every value name starting to tick up on the high. But SPY new low intraday. I mean, you're way lower. I guess you're like $2 or $3 more lower on oil than where it was pre-market. But yeah, you're down by a quarter now. Dow is still up. NASDAQ's down by 0.7. So that's like almost a 1.5% move top to bottom, considering how we started. Free contracts. ASC. ASC with the little pop, 3.5%. Again, another liquid one. And then more staples and communications. Oh, I do like NVDA, especially since they're European too. But yeah, those are all, anything I'm down on, those are definitely potential targets. Again, we just still have low cash, and now that they're coming down, I'm kind of waiting for that draft class to form itself. Free contracts. Oh, what's the other one? Roblo's been doing good all day. So yeah, they're still holding up. Again, Google, but some of the stuff that started off good is giving it up. Even Tesla. I think you're rotating a little bit. That's it. I mean, if anything, there is something going on with oil right now. I mean, the latest headlines were somewhat chill, but remember we talked about, you know, everything from the morning kind of being a rumor. But yeah, oil's moving up right there. But other than that, it does seem very rotationary. I mean, even then, NVIDIA's down $10. But yeah, I do think you got names moving to software. Then everybody else is kind of just chilling. And then again, a lot of staples are holding up. And remember, we are post-expiration, so if we are going to start getting moves, it sucks you're going to have NVIDIA getting in the way, but yeah, I do think these next couple of days can start paving a road for us. I know, wasn't Bitcoin doing good the other day? And then they said, no. Not bad, though. I mean, again, even compare it with software. They're both kind of the same level, but he is lagging the ISM so hard. I said, come on, buddy. Come on. BP. That's energy. I mean, again, XLE is through the high. They're all killing it. Stay pads. Yeah, they update June 5th. XBI below 130. That's crazy. Remember last year, though, that thing held from that move. Just keep that in mind for the long duration plays if those ever start to move a little crazier. Thanks for the stream. It makes your coffee taste so much better. The best part of waking up is long term in your cup. Woo! I feel, bro. I feel. God bless you. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Driven. Let's see the long term. You have 5K in a savings. If you were me, would you hold it in a HYSA and stop saving or invest it? So what do you mean? Like hold it and just collect yield, or are you saying to invest it? I would always invest every single dime of capital. You know, save 10% of your income, put it into a separate account, and have it into something that grows. I'm always going to be a fan of. You could hold a little bit of cash, but, you know, the general idea of what we talk about here, you know, becoming an owner, property, real estate, stocks. I mean, the idea is putting your capital to work. KHC, didn't they have good news the other day? But they're starting to go down, which is kind of weird considering. And then State Street. Is that State Street? No, Sensata Technology. A little pop on that one. I don't have a headline. see. Ford discussing deals for military trucks in Europe and North America. Isn't that the first one? That was when that was before the energy updates. Remember, I think that was the headline when we got the those leaps. Did I not get back to yours? I responded to like 3 or 4. I'll have to go through, but yeah, I don't. There's a bunch of people, and I did respond to a lot of emails this weekend. I even got to play around with my cassette player. But yeah, if I didn't get back to you, I'll give me another day then. But I responded to like at least 4 or 5 skid steer ones and everything else. I was like, all right, man, we gotta set this up. I think we're just gonna have a Chad work day and get everybody who's down to do stuff to come out. Meta introducing new features for AI glasses at improving intuitive and hands-free. Do you believe in a cash emergency fund? I don't, and invest in everything. You're biased because you have secure cash flow. I mean, I don't believe in like you should always have X amount of cash. Like I guess the way I could put it is that even if I was holding a cash fund, I would still have it invested in bonds or something, if that makes any sense. So it's like I guess I don't believe in just having cash not doing anything, because like even if you did. So Trump, if Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped, hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving their representative white flag, and their entire leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender and admit their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the China Street Journal, WSJ, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN and other members, the United States, it wasn't even close, the Democrats and media have totally lost. They have, dude, what did I just read, bro? I don't even know what the fuck that didn't make any, that started off as like, if Iran does this, and then it just, I don't even know, bro. He just fucking crashed out. I have no idea what that means, bro. I tell you, if the Chad, everybody who doubted NVIDIA, if they wave the white flag, saying how stupid, dumb people they were, and the lying Reuters, if all of the Reuters liars, they lie, we should call them more like Reuter, you piece of shit. All of them. And if the Wall Street Journal, if Bloomberg, they banned Uncle, fuck them. More like Too Lateberg. That's what I call them. I call them that. I know. If they do that they will be crazy. DJT. I have no idea what that meant, dude. That was a lot. It started off like a conditions of surrender, and then it just went off into a Wall Street Journal rant. So yeah, but yeah, Trump just put that out. I don't know. It sounds positive. I don't know. I think we won the war again. That's my takeaway. I don't know. I feel like we won another war. That was hilarious. NVDA. Where is some of these? The war's already over. BlackBerry on the high. I mean, people have been getting hyped on the Nokias. VRCN. Again, BB starting to go. The Democrats. I can't believe I didn't think of that earlier. IBM. All right, a couple of things are picking up after that little low ticker clap out. I don't know. Where is, we heard from Aragachi or Pajekian earlier, but we're going to see. I mean, I hope you guys are getting the vibe so far. This is what we were saying both Friday and then over the weekend, you know, just be on the lookout for Iran headlines, because now that the China event's over, you know, they're not all going to be on their best behavior. So we're going to find out now, but so far, a lot of the war headlines to start off have been decent, even though oil has came back. I mean, we started off a little bit lower, which was doing good. But then again, remember that like 103 to 107 level, and then pretty much 100 down to like 97 or even 89 is the lowest. But we're going to see. Yes, they've been on their best. But hey, think about it, bro. We went a fucking week without Galabuti going crazy. And, you know, Galabuti says, fine, I want to make a trade. Okay, we won't do it either. We'll calm down. You know, got a China, chips. Great deal. Big deal. But yeah, either way though, they did start off the rhetoric a lot calmer. Everybody was, I think you could have expected way more tension. But then again, I mean, take a look at oil right now and just all the headlines we've gotten. None of it's confirmed. So, you know, this is all just narrative and people getting ready. And there is a situation room meeting tomorrow. And then, yeah, the rest of the week too, where it's kind of setting up for the rest of these earnings. I don't know, Galabuti, day 19. Of challenging him to the debate. He's running away from me, though. He's scared. He's scared. I think he has other things to deal with. Sirius, again, YPF, Argentina. That one's still going up there. EQT. Is that energy related? Again, you got a couple of names picking up, more grocery stores and value and staples. They've been non-stop, Habibi. Goldman, Middle East escalation is top market risk. Myrna, it's weird. I think T-Raw was going up earlier. I guess they're still down. I think they had a weird gap. But yeah, do you guys hear they're trying to fucking now Ebola? So we started with Hanta, and then you had those weird headlines on Friday, but nothing materialized from it. The news stories on Hanta have gone down dramatically. But apparently Ebola. You also had that's why, again, like the APTs in the lakes, that's why these started going up again. Literally Ebola. Yeah, you can't. They're like, okay, no Hanta. We're just gonna bad publicity for Josh Ratskeball League. Okay, let's move on to Ebola. But yeah, that one I think is fascinating. Ebola on the rise, yeah. I remember, I brought it up with APT and Lake, because I remember back in the day, like Lake and, I don't know if APT was around, but I vividly remember trading Lake during Ebola. Ebola was scary back in the day, but we've had a couple of Ebola spikes in 2014 and 2016. I think even in 2018. Yeah, but you got that one. Nice try, Tedros. McDonald's now again, and then UNP, Devon Energy. It's like energies and then staples all killing it right now. Again, new high on there, and then IGV's coming down. Wally World, Walmart new high, so that one went. Physical oil, how is it possible? I've answered this for you many times. I mean, you know, just some people don't like the answer, unfortunately. But like, what's been happening now with that? And then again, it went down too last week, so your information might be a little out of date. In some areas in the Middle East, physical oil is cheaper now than the actual paper price. So it's reversed. But what's happening is that you're pushing the price, like the cost, it's getting pushed down the barrel, is what Goldman or JP Morgan would describe it as, where essentially the cost of good, that's why inflation is going up, but it's not hitting people as aggressively on the actual price of the barrel as much as now what is being created, refined products, and then, you know, you're pretty much pushing the price impact down the supply chain. That's why oil has been operating very, very slow and odd to many, but that's why, too, I'm even telling you guys, just wait till the CPI shows about 4%, which will be around next month. You pretty much have now till the beginning of June for this stuff to occur. But, yeah, once the CPI starts going up, and then depending on if these higher prices into finished products, if that actually destroys demand or not, that's going to kind of create level 2. But for the most part, the baffling part about oil, which, again, it's getting people saying this is an oil shock, X amount of supply, how come it's not doing this? It's because we are kicking the can in terms of price impact on oil all the way down the barrel. So it's essentially affecting finalized products in very differing degrees, and that's kind of what's creating some of this. Yeah, that's usually, I mean, someone said that even though, too. Usually when you get people talking physical paper price of oil, it's a good sign that there's something fucked up happening in oil that most people will not be aware of. But yeah, there was some updates, though, in terms of that data. Carg Island has no tankers. Loading and sign blockage is biting. They moved the most amount today. So that was part of it. And then SPY right below VWAP, and then even a little bit lower than where we opened up. APA, more oil names are going, though. And then Sprouts. What's up now, net? Those might work. Yeah, bro. I still have one play I'm still looking at from the morning, but I don't think I'm gonna get it. Unless I get lucky, you know? First day scanning. Well, welcome. I mean, most of the reactions this morning have been from the AM or from like over the weekend. There's only one I grabbed in the morning was the Walmart, and those went up, but for the most part, we've kind of been chilling. Valero, Energy, MPC, those are all going up. Let's see. Again, high ticker is actually kind of going decent. And then Dropbox, Netflix, it's a mix of like software and staples. Fiserv, yeah, they've had a lot of good news, and then they even have an investor day. It's crazy. Some of those laggers from last year kind of popped. I mean, both Fiserv and Sweetgreens. Stretch, is that Mr. Michael? What's his name? How am I forgetting his name? The cuckoo guy. What am I missing? And bonds, I mean, it just ideally none. I mean, until you have a plan for it. I always tell you guys, don't buy bonds unless if you're gonna like buy bonds, buy it with like a express purpose. I think right now you're better off, like especially on this 10-year time frame, you're better off buying companies that are paying you the same or more of the Fed's funds rate. And then if there's ever something that would lead to a big shift in bonds, then we could talk about that. But for now. How do I turn this on? Elon Musk canceled a visit to Israel, attend the Smart Mobility Summit. Will instead appear via live video. No official reason was given. Hot dog. Okay. Grabbed one of those, but the idea, I want a copper play, but I don't like how copper is holding up. So what I'm doing instead is going for some of the copper companies. So I started with one set right now, not a recommendation. You will lose money. But yeah, we're gonna see how we can build around this. SM. And then the Wally World. Didn't it blaze? Or there was something. Oh, I forgot what it was. Wasn't there like a news agency? Not Blaze. What am I thinking? Vice? Remember somebody just... Or BuzzFeed. They're the ones... Somebody took a stake in them the other day. But yeah, I don't know what Blaze is doing. White House Trump set to announce dramatic expansion of discontinued prescription drug offerings on Trump RX this afternoon. GDRX is reacting to it. Remember, GDRX is cursed, but there is going to be a Trump thing this afternoon. Oil now. So SPY going down, and then oil just rocketed up a little bit. Seems like SPY's a little bit more jumpy than not. No, the copper plays aren't for the long term. No. So that's why, I mean, if that's your first thought, maybe I will not explain the play then. If that's the case. I don't want to confuse anybody. Again, oil just took a stick there. I don't have a headline. More XLE oil energy plays are running. Hot dog. Again, above 103. That's where the markets tweak out a little bit. SPY's doing decent. I mean, shit, you were at 101. You were a dollar lower last time SPY was there. Iran's new offer is insufficient. Risks war resumption. Senior U.S. official Axios. So, Mr. Barak. Well, there's your little Iran headlines to get the day going. So, again, the Axios report, that's getting you, what, a point down on the SPY, a point and a half, and then oil is up by about $1 there. So, you're moving. STRC, oh, that's all you. I don't know about, I would never add anything like that in the long term. But, you know, if you want to dabble, feel free. But that 11.5, the higher the yield, the more risk to equity. So, unfortunately, it's just not one that I'm on. JDST. And then it's gold coming down. I see dust on the high. And then QSR, that's the first restaurant I've seen go down today. There's a couple more down. Yeah, that was on Axios. Is it Barak Ravid? Again, whatever Blaze is, that one keeps going up. But yeah, oil's coming down. Let's see if that hits staples. That even hit the staples there to a degree. Washington said Trump still prefers a negotiated settlement, but is weighing military options as Tehran continues to resist key demands on nuclear. They warn that if no progress is made, talks could shift towards escalation, with internal discussions on next steps expected at the highest level. Hot dog. Where's your boy? Even Walmart came down. So a lot of the staples, I mean, NVIDIA's starting to hold there a little better. So see, honestly, even with the headlines, you got oil and everything else moving around. But then if chips stabilize, I mean, that'll at least slow down some of this re-rotation again. But again, I mean, latest like 30 minutes an hour, a lot of the literally just oil straight up pretty much since what, 7 o'clock? What time is it? 8 o'clock? We got 25 minutes till Euro close. Colorado public health officials investigating confirmed case of hantavirus in a Douglas County adult that has resulted in death. Hunta. Well, you're getting, all of them are moving now. That's wild as fuck. Where does that one come from? So yeah, literally Colorado health and a death in Hanta. So again, they're all taking a candle there. The Myrnas, the T-Raws, all of that. Hanta. Don't you want that? Hanta. So yeah, Myrna's moving off of that. I didn't go big on it. Not a recommendation. Well, that's just in case it takes one more extra candle. Because again, the news stories on these have been so small. But yeah, they're still like negative. But don't go too far off any of those. That one's just weird because you need to know if it came, if that guy was either attached to the boat or not. But that is, I don't know how you've heard about your first death before the first infection. That's the only weird part. Don't you want that, Hanta? Yeah, it's not, and the Andy strain. That's what I'm saying, though. I feel like we're hearing a death before even hearing that somebody got infected. OVV, more energy, bro. Case is not linked to the Honda's cruise ship outbreak. Yeah, that's what's crazy. We'll see. You might start getting some reactions, but that is very, very odd. Can more energy? Habibi. Who is bathing in rat shit? That I don't know. That's the question. The Hanta headline is due to local rodent, not human spread. But like, why is motherfuckers just getting it? Then again, you know, it's been around. Some people said they've got it in the past, but yeah, that one, it's weird how much we've heard about it. But for now, you might get a little reaction. But like we're saying, that first U.S. case would have been the big deal. But remember, the news stories on this from last week, it has dropped dramatically compared to the first time you were hearing about it. I think Walmart's going to get a little active up until earnings, and it kind of already did this morning. But I don't know if they're going to do good or bad, but I do know it's important. I mean, pretty much a lot of the staples in these companies like Walmart, TJ Maxx, Home Depot, I mean, a lot of Wall Street's going to be looking at it to get an idea of the consumer and where things kind of stack up. And then again, SPY, low ticker is picking up more. Oil still near the high. I mean, you re-rotated a little bit. I mean, you went... you know, software came down, chips got a little bit of a bid, but now they're all kind of coming down here. Again, even Apple, who else? Google was your leader. That one's still up, and Amazon. Even Tesla flipped. So yeah, SPY, you're probably going to go lower here. SPY or oil's at right below 103. SPY's coming to the low of the day. Dow just flipped red. Everything's in the red now. NASDAQ is the worst at 0.7. And then, yeah, we're coming into the low with oil at the high. You had a little bit of moving pieces, but nothing is enough to hold us here. And we got a Hanta headline. So that's always fun. The state for the Hanta headline was Colorado. That was the one that just came in. And then U.S. to ban non-U.S. travelers from South Sudan, DRC, and Uganda for 30 days because of Ebola. Again, SPY near the low while oil is still holding up there. The Fed will have to raise rates in July to appease bond vigilantes, Yardeni says. CNBC. Lots of action. Yeah, a lot of rotations. I mean, it started with software catching some of it, then energy, and then staples, but we're kind of chilling. I mean, NASDAQ pretty ugly, but I mean, shit, NASDAQ just bounced a quarter right there off that bottom. Whatever just happened. CODX DHR will enhance screening and monitoring from areas affected by Ebola. Yeah, oil's either prepping for the deny headline or just pretty much confirm or deny. You know, throughout the middle of the day or throughout the rest of the day, we're going to get a headline that either Iranians are going to escalate from here or it's just going to get watered down. But yeah, anything 103 leading to 107 is bad. And then if it stops at like 103-ish and comes back down again, we'll probably chill out. But so far, I mean, nothing besides the Iranian headlines in the morning. Again, a couple of these little rotations and smaller individual news. We haven't really gotten anything. We are chilling. And now Apple, that's starting to give up. They were doing decent in the morning. Watch if Google and Amazon go red. Here's some ICAP. We need a new high. That's the fucked up part. We were doing good in the morning. It felt like it, but then, yeah, we're still kind of in no man's land. Remember the stall. We'll see how these next couple days are. Again, I'm sure after NVIDIA. Maybe not the day after, or like you might have to give it another 24 hours, but once we get that out the way, I'm sure we're going to start getting some reactions. Oh, dude, Fibonacci, dude, little BP, dude, on the high, dude. Yeah, those staples are doing great. Cup. Speaking of which, where's bonds? Tyra, that was the... I know there's one biotech that had something on the calendar from last week. Yeah, even TLT's down, so even the bond yield's coming down. That got worse. So, yeah, we still have that pressure. But like I'm saying, I think financial conditions will respond once the CPI's there. And then just remember, the higher the bonds go, the more likely your bubble ends. So that's what Bank of America was talking about. I mean, I brought it up in that video. Let me see if I could find it. But pretty much, you know, you go until the bonds break. That's any bubble that you've had in the past always ends with the bonds blowing out. Let's see. I think I had it in the video. Any of those games, I wouldn't. I think it's here.
Insane, and people are arguing there's a little bit more room to go. Timing wise, it's already been 2 years since the bottom of 20. Long term, it's going to turn into a mess. Be a bubble, and how it's going to play out. This is part of that 300 years of history. Every time there has ever been a bubble, if there really is a bubble, it's going to be concentrated. Everything going crazy right now, you know about it. You've known about Oclo since the beginning. You've known about nuclear. You've known the quantum. Again, we've talked about it in videos, and again, AI and everything that's attached to that. So that's where the bubble is going to be. There may be a couple of new things, but historically, the bubble and how it plays out.
We had that from
things
last
that are
year,
bubbly go
September.
insane, and people are arguing there's a little bit more room to go. Timing wise, it's already been 2 years since the bottom of 2023. If you think about it, with AI and all this other crazy, and it was 08, you had the United States, last 14 Chinese yields that popped. Again, we even had Japan yields pop at one point. And what's the other example? Here, I'll go look for you. So yeah, it was 12 out of the last 14 bubbles in the last 300 years. Yields ended up rising as a result of asset prices going crazy. And it was 08, you had the United States, or it was China, and then you had Japan recently, and then the US was in the 80s, 70s, and 80s. So it's an interesting dynamic. That's something where you could either short bonds or keep that as an indicator to when the party ends. But other than that,
when the party ends,
you already know, the constant 70s and 80s.
So yeah, 12 of the last 14 asset bubbles in 300 years, the yields rose as asset mutated into consumer price inflation. So pretty much the pop of the bubble correlates with the highest return on yields. So like that's, or not, they're the highest loss on yields, aka yields going up. So essentially, that's why I'm saying, like, right now you're not there, but if we break through 5.5 and then it just starts going to 6 and 7, that's going to pretty much start those are the air brakes, essentially. The higher the bond yields go after these highs, that's when this bubble is going to start slowing down. And then again, by early June, when we get the CPI, that's going to be the next thing that kind of, if that starts printing above 4%, I mean, I'm sure we'll see where yields and everything should go hand in hand with that. But yeah, that video was from September of last year. So last time we were talking bubble, same thing happened. I mean, you got to think about it. Same exact started thing you were dealing with. Where was it? September. See, September, you had bonds way up, and then we chilled out. But even right before that, as long as the yields were up, we started bubbling. The yields didn't break. The market was able to go, and then you actually got a bid on yields, and then the yields came in reverse. And then once again, we're falling into this situation again. I don't have any TLT plays on watch. No, it's just a matter if it actually breaks. We had that one that would have expired on Friday. That would have been like right at break even. I took that one for a loss, but it's really about now. Does it go past 5, 5, and 6? And if we start getting that, I mean, it's gonna correlate with some of the financial conditions being either tightened or looser. But at this point, I'm assuming anything from here on bonds is just gonna start the countdown to when we're gonna calm down. Because again, I mean, CPI most likely is gonna be above 4 by June. But I do think the markets are gonna wait a little bit to get that before they start responding. Will we buy bonds for the long term? No, man. No. Calm down. Like you said, bonds, if you have a strategy with it, but we'll probably gamble on the bonds once we know they're going to come back around. But I would I don't know. I said it last week. I would put the ideas of throwing TLT in your long term. I would kill that idea. I would take it around the corner and suffocate the idea. I would not be a believer in it. Like I'm saying, if we ever get an opportunity to for policy shift and we know it's going to happen and, we can front run it, I think that'll be a great play. But, you don't want to add TLT to your long term unless you really want a fixed income strategy. And at that point, you should just go buy a physical bond. Well, no, the bonds are just going to be a gauge. That's the thing. Like, look at right now, yields are high. The market's still near a high. So it's going to be able to go. That's why I'm saying you need to break the previous highs, and then once that happens, once we start getting above 5% on the 10-year, 5.5, that's going to start this countdown to when financial conditions will react. But the trigger might very well be the CPI, Because again, market could ignore bond yields. I mean, look at, bond yields have been dying the last couple of months we've been ripping up. Yeah, if you're going to buy the physical bond, but that's what I'm saying too, though. Right now, there's a lot of names that are yielding more than the bonds, and I think you get both better dividend, better yield with better upside if things turn around. But, if they ever get back up to the 6s and 7s, I mean, that's also a great return if you want to build around fixed income. Yeah, SPY's moved lower than oil on that last one. So again, where were we? 730. So yeah, we were at 101 on the last low. But now oil kind of chilled. SPY's starting to trickle down a little bit. Yeah, it's at 5 now for the 10-year. It's 5.5, I think, for the 30-year. But once it goes through 5, it's going to probably jump a quarter, 0.5% at a time, if not higher. Treasury will extend lapse sanctions on Russian seaborne oil for another 30 days. But yeah, TLT is going lower into today. I don't know if the chip top is in. We'll start to see. That's what I'm saying. By the time we start topping out on anything, it's probably going to coincide with the bonds going crazy. Which, again, you're seeing how people are getting a little bit uneasy here now, and then it correlates with the yields. But we'll find out. And then even after NVIDIA earnings, depending on if NVIDIA is good or bad, I'm sure that's going to either attract more money into the space, or people might say that's enough, and then they go into software. But we'll find out. That's why I think this week is big, because of NVIDIA and some of these other rotation factors we're seeing. But yeah, and then really towards like the end of the month, we're going to find out. But the thing that sucks with what I'm telling you is that, I do think after expiration we'll get a shift, but these next couple weeks are going to be a little bit more important, because the real macro data or any of these triggers are all going to happen here early June. So again, we're already halfway done with May, but we have this week, then NVIDIA, this week with NVIDIA, then next week we're going to wrap up. End of the month has pretty good trends for the NASDAQ. But then, yeah, and then we get into the sets of data. Not as much earnings. A couple of earnings will be starting around then, which sounds crazy to believe. And then we're going to finish up the earnings this week. But, it just really depends on how these next 2 weeks of object in motion, or does it kind of turn against it. But I am looking for a shift now that the expiration is gone. So we'll see following NVIDIA earnings most likely. All the more, I think mortgages, that's the part people haven't, it should make sense. All the bond yields going up, but mortgages are starting to climb. It's not like 2023, but we are reaching there. 2023 had high yields and worse expectations, so that drove a lot of those mortgages high. Right now, you just have high yields, but remember, 5-10-year expectations on inflation are still low. If that happens, then those go up, then we'll have a problem. Trump set to announce dramatic expansion of discounted prescription drug offerings. They're reiterating that one. Again, the cursed GDRX. I don't know. They might. Didn't Hassett Warsh, didn't he talk about yield curve control? But yeah, depending on, some of what Bessin's doing, you could argue that's part of it. But yeah, we're going to see. The crazy part is, leading into all of this, bonds are at this level. We haven't seen them try to pull a rabbit out of a hat yet. That's the craziest part. I think it's oil. I think it's oil, and then the price of chips and everything else going up. That's the whole idea, is like I was just showing you from that video in September. When bubbles happen and they get extreme enough, eventually the bubbling of asset prices, it starts to feed into consumer prices. Because that's what, think about it. The first time at one point most bubbles you bubble up without 1999 per se, 2001, that bubble didn't affect consumer prices. It was just stocks and asset prices going up. But then once it does that for a long enough time, that starts to feed into consumer inflation. So now mix in all the asset prices, mix in the price of memory, the price of chips, what that's doing to manufacturing. All of these are bringing prices up on assets, but then eventually it's going to feed into the consumer. And then you mix in the $100 oil and then the other manufacturing, Build Back Better, the Big Beautiful Bet, all of those things, and how that starts to feed into it. So that's the general idea of why the bonds kind of reflect it. Like, one part of the bonds right now is part of oil and what's going on. Another part is both demand and how people are reacting to the other parts of the manufacturing and AI boom, and then high asset prices. That's also feeding into it. So eventually the idea is that asset inflation will finally lead to consumer inflation, and then that all starts to materialize in your bond market. Douglas County scared you? No way. That you're out there? Well, yeah, we got one. A couple of them moved for a little bit. Yeah, Myrna had a pop and lock. All right, it's push-up time, Chad. We gotta go, bro. I need to go to the bathroom. I need an emergency bathroom break. I gotta take a dump, dude. I don't know why. I had a lot of food this weekend.
Out by
You're gonna have
a
propaganda
pure play
for a little bit.
like EV company, because currently the companies we see that sell electric trucks are mostly the legacy manufacturers. So I would say that is quite surprising that they can gain this much traction as a pure play electric truck maker.
So, Manny, what's the company saying about their production, going forward? I assume it's going to be kind of a slow build into their output rate. What are they telling us?
Yeah, so I think specific numbers are not really released for this year. We just know that it will be a slow ramp up. Eventually, they target making 500K of these semi-trucks per year. But we think this year it's going to be far from that, because so far on the US market, no single manufacturer has managed to sell over 500 electric trucks per year by manufacturer. So I think the ramp up is still going to be quite challenging. And there are also a lot of uncertainties around the tariffs, because last year, the Trump administration introduced new truck and parts tariffs, and it's quite a short time span for these manufacturers to switch to local supply. Tesla takes an approach of co-using components across its vehicle types. For example, the Semi can co-use some parts with the Cybertruck, but of course they might be subject to different tariff conditions. So that could be a potential challenge for the ramp up.
All right, Manny, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Manny Yang, commercial truck analyst for BNEF. I'm looking at pictures of this thing. It looks kind of like a normal truck, unlike the pickup truck, which looks just silly.
Well, it looks like it's out of Minecraft or a Lego vehicle.
Yeah, every time I see somebody driving down the street with one of those things, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Anyway, but some people are doing it, so what do you know? We got some red on the screen here, a little bit of a sell-off here today. Yields pushing a little bit higher here. Let's get back to these markets. We can do that with Dryden Pence, Chief Investment Officer, Pence Wealth Management, Newport Beach, California. We're heading out there in the fall, aren't we? Somewhere out there?
Yes, or Huntington Beach.
Huntington Beach,
the beaches get me confused.
It's all a scam.
It's all a beach.
It's not Wall Street. It's not. I don't care. Dryden, what do you make of this?
Dryden.
Exactly. What do you make of this market, Dryden? We had a sell-off when the war started, but boy, the stock markets have just come ripping back. What do you make of that dynamic?
Well, I mean, geopolitical events really have kind of a short life. Around about we look at it over the last couple of decades, about 45 days, you get a sell-off, it hits a bottom, it comes right back. So geopolitical events kind of have a round trip of anywhere from 19 to 45 days, and that's kind of what this has happened. And so we tend not to get overly concerned about them. We actually look at them as opportunities. If everybody else is going to, panic sell a little bit, we try to step into the panic and go from there.
And it looks like that's what the rest of the market feels like too, given the reaction and the rebound we've seen. However, the new normal does seem to be higher oil prices. Whether it stays at 106 or not, it's going to be higher than it was before the war. How does that show up in which sectors you want to avoid and which sectors you want to really zero in on?
Well, there's two parts to that. The first one is, what is it going to be 90 days from now? We believe that we're below 190 days from now, that we're probably back down into the 80s, and that it becomes, because in the end, economics beats politics every time. The world needs oil. Iran needs money. Sooner or later, things flow through the Straits of Hormuz. Oil prices come down. And so I think that first part of it is the overarching concern. We're back down to 80. 80 is a good number. Everybody's making money. The economy's working fine. 60 stimulative. 80 is fine. 100 is inflationary. 120 is recessionary. That's kind of the way we look at it. So we think we're going to roll down below this fairly soon. When you think about the sectors to avoid in that, you see some constriction normally in consumer discretionary in that, and not necessarily in consumer staples, but there's a balancing. This higher oil price is kind of balanced out by also some of the benefits of the great big beautiful bill coming in. So people having a little more money, you have where it's going to be, tax bills turned into small tax refunds, and so consequently, we think this evens out and sets us up pretty good for the rest of the year. It's not. I don't think it's a big event 90 days from now.
And that says a man who spent basically your whole adult life in the United States Army as an officer, so you know what you're talking about there. One of the names, we had a rotation, as people think about the AI story and how to play it, we had a period of time where they were just selling software stocks left and right. One of those was Microsoft. And I know you guys have an interest in Microsoft. How do you view the Microsoft story? It's down 13% this year, so people aren't sure whether it's one of these software stocks I need to be concerned about.
I think that when you look at Microsoft, you have to recognize its absolute dominance in business. 95% of the companies out there, the Fortune 500, use it, right? And so it's really hard for people to change habits. So as Microsoft is going to not only have their software in it, they're getting their AI piece, the Microsoft 365 going. And I think what's going to happen is people are going to gradually continue to find that Microsoft grabs bigger wallet share as we go through this. They're slow. They're not ahead of the game. But then this puts us in a situation where if you're trading, it's one thing. If you're investing, everybody's using Microsoft. Everybody's going to continue to use Microsoft. They're not going to get displaced. So they're going to end up coming out on the other side of this in a favorable situation.
Okay, so Microsoft is one of your picks. NVIDIA is also one of your picks.
I hope you did a
push
push-up. I did a poop-up. I don't know if that counts. But yeah, man, 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. You hit a new low on that, but now let's see, following the European close, what happens to oil and everything else. But Chatadonia, move around. I did a push out, I guess. That's a very graphic way to explain it. But yes, I'm excited. That's what I needed, bro. So I needed to start off. They were about to talk about NVIDIA. I'm sure, but they, that's kind of the thing, I tell you. They'll talk about things just a little later. He was saying, 50 days is the average geopolitics. But yeah, you guys knew that. You knew that in the moment. And that's what I'm saying, NVIDIA too, that was one of the big things that I think a lot of people, we had a good play on it and a lot of people are excited, but the play is pretty much over. Again, you still have a day or two. We still have one more set open, but remember, the whole idea was playing the run-up, going from pre-earnings to into the event and the volatility going up. You think the rates don't matter because we're technically getting big tech stimmy? No, the rates always matter. You know what I'm saying? There is periods where we can ignore it, and that's what's happening now. I just think we hit that high level in rates, the economy pulled back, and a lot of things changed, where the market got used to pretty much a 5% 10-year. Or a 4.5, right? So I don't think that the rates don't matter. I just think it's a matter of the levels to which people react, and then again, literally the financial conditions hitting as a result of it. That's why I'm saying I do think by the time we get the CPI in June, if the rates are well above 5, I think people will start to react to that eventually. Or what's going to happen is the rates are going to stop. The rates will not break out. The rates will hit this 5 again and then start coming down lower. then yeah, that the market will be like, this is why we didn't react. Iron speculation, BBG is teasing M&A discussions, Ed Ludlow. Well, remember, homeboy NVIDIA, they have the warrants. You don't even see a dividend trap now. I think kind of, I mean, anything in real estate with these rates now is going to start slowing down. But like UWMC, I like Archite a lot better now, but I just don't like UWMC's balance sheet. So I don't know, are they yielding above 10? But other than that, though, all these REITs, again, real estate stocks were supposed to be one of the, you know, as people were expecting rate cuts and things to chill out at the beginning of this year, those were considered the long duration trades with like value. But at this point with rates and what we're seeing with rates now, the inflation, all this stuff we're talking about, they're going to get a little pressure here. I mean, depending on what Warsh does and the rest of the economy. So real estate stocks, all of them, whether it's mortgage lenders all the way down to like just any sort of real estate, I do think they're going to get a little bit more headwinds than tailwinds as a result of some of these changes with bonds and everything else. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The yields at 13 is crazy. You would buy a house if you get 4% rates. I would buy a house if they gave me 30% off. You know, that's what I'm looking for. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, didn't really move off of that. Iran media, Aragachi met in Tehran with the Pakistani minister and held talks with him. So again, you hit that low, bounce, oil, I mean, it briefly hit 103, but again, if it goes above there, I think you'll get a little bit more sticky. But if it tops out here, then market will just go back to doing its thing. Is Roblo a good hold? It came down a lot. So again, people were asking me that at like 100. My first purchase on Roblo was in the low 40s, like 41. So it got as low as like 20 during some of the lower pickups. I could consider it, but like the thing is, like I don't really fuck with Roblox anymore. It's really sad. I don't know if this is like a part of aging or just everybody being cuckoo. But like I mean, again, like I told you guys several years ago, like Roblox is big with the kids. I knew it. I knew that my nieces, my nephews, it was a game that's been around. Like there's a lot of good things they got going on. But like they just kind of creep me out. I don't like the management. So I do think 40 is a good price. I mean, again, 20 would be even better, but this has been, historically that $40 level has been a better price than not. But I just don't know if I'm like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about them in the long run. Yeah, there's always bad things, but like, I mean, theirs is, bad things in the sense of the millstone. So I don't know. I really don't like how the company has managed things, and like they kind of creep me out. Like, let me put it this way: like, if I had kids, I probably wouldn't let them play Roblox now. So my nieces and nephews still play, but like we've turned off their chat and everything, and like it's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't really fuck with them in the same way, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I believed in the value at like 20 and 40 bucks, and that paid out, but. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as excited about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like, I do think it's going to be here in 10 years, but they also have like a different set of things they got to deal with. Poets at 13? Wasn't it just at fucking $19? Am I tripping? Dog, what? All right, well, I'm glad we sold some of those on Friday. Jeez. My exit strategy on KWeb is sell them every time they pop. So remember, the first set of KWebs I monetized at like 120 or 150%. And then the other ones I ghetto spreaded, and then I did an average down on Friday. So those ones are still down, but my idea is whenever they pop, because there's a reason why I have a lot of time on all of them. But once they go back up again, I'm going to make them free and then ride them out. So the whole idea with KWeb, KC, any of the China laggers, just like E-Europe, is if the market goes down. So if we stall out after NVIDIA and things start to slow down, I mean, we want to look to see if the laggers, pretty much if the market comes down, the laggers will go up. Otherwise, the other opportunity is if the market just melts up ridiculously, then it should drag up some of these other names too. But yeah, that's my general idea here. And then the post-China meeting. So like SAP, KC, KWeb, these are all kind of the same idea. And then SAP already hit. I already made SAP free at 100. So again, if you're asking me with KWeb, like even SAP, that one goes up 100. I make it free. It's up 200% now, I think. Then you make it free. Same thing with KWeb. So I already did KWeb twice on the make free, but we did do another set here. So if that does pop up, that's the general idea. Yeah, 3M starting to go up. That's crazy. Poet. I think, didn't I sell the last set on Friday? I hope I did. I think I did. No, I still have it. I have the free one. I made it free on Friday. But I still have some that are down right now. They went from up 200 to down 25%. Fun. You needed ICAP. Your kid had a championship soccer match. Last shootout shot to win. And you wanted to bump ICAP needs Jesus? I'm sure. That is a great victory song. I'm going to tell him good work, though, man. That's hype. A lot of pressure. He hit the game winner. I hit the game winner when I play at the gym, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Heartbreaking 2K loss. I know. I forgot about that. We did. It's okay. It's okay. Just motivates us for more. And then oil didn't break out yet. There's CSX. There's Copper. What about the Walmart? The highs and lows, though, the high-low ticker has been around for a minute. More energy names. CVE, XLE, XOM. You've been ranking up. You opened a Schwab account? Good. You need a separate one if we're going to see you on the court on Friday. But yeah, man. Long-term separate. Separate from trading. You hope those KC and KWebs play out. I do too, man. We'll see. And again, make them free. Again, one of them isn't going to work too. Just keep that in mind. We've hit so many in a row that some of you guys, if you come on at the last stage, I mean, be careful. Remember, we are riding a streak here, so just keep that in mind. I like Intuit for the long term. I don't think that's the worst. I do think they're going to be around, even though it's software and people think it'll get replaced. I do think they have a monopoly on tax services for the general public. But yeah, I think they're a good company. Still, it's one of the lowest on the year. So again, there's still risk. It could still go lower, and you might have to deal with that. But I don't think it's a bad name. I do think it's a name that most people have known about their whole lives. Will be around in 10 years. They make a lot of money, and then yeah, it's just going to be a matter of what your total average price is when it's all said and done. But I like them. Microsoft leaps. If it goes lower, I mean, this is the same price from when we played it. Remember, we had a great Microsoft pickup earlier in the year, but I do think their earnings wasn't bad. I mean, they could either go up another $80 to the high or it's going to come back down, but I'm not necessarily like those leaps still have premium from earlier. So I'm not really in the market for that, but you know, if it ever got a lot cheaper, I would seriously consider Microsoft for the long term, like we talked about when it was actually there, but that only lasted for like 24 hours. BP, Intuit, QuickBooks, yeah, they're good. Again, there's still a lot. Some of them are going to report this week, like Intuit, or excuse me, Workday, and then one more has earnings. But yeah, there's still CRM. There's a couple that haven't reported yet, but I do think they will be there. If you have 0 shares of Microsoft, does that make it more attractive? Already decently? No, I mean, it's just looking at where it is. I mean, we were talking about it for the long term when it was at the 350 or whatever. So it's still like you're still getting it down on the year, but that 350 price was just where it became very attractive. But you can grab it if you'd like, but it's just a matter of you know, you now have that range from earlier. So it's probably going to fluctuate between 470 and 350, 330, wherever it was. But then my whole thing is like looking at what else is available that's down. So, you know, other names have gone lower, others have stayed lower. So it's not about whether or not you had shares or not in the company as much as it's saying, you know, what can our dollar get us today, right? You know, if I took all my 2 deposits to the market right now, it's offering me, you know, 40, 50 names at lows, and that's like our draft class pretty much. But then some of those names that are at the lows today, I mean, 3 months ago, they were a lot higher. So like 3 months ago, Microsoft was a lot lower, and that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. But, you know, if push ever came to shove and you know, Microsoft stays this same price and everything else goes up, then that would make it more appealable. But having some or not having some isn't necessarily the big deciding factor in this case. CSX, Oxy, all these XLE energy plays up by 1.6, but oil has stopped moving, and then SPY still hugging near the low. You're 15 minutes post-euro close. And then railroads still keep going up. And now RTX. Actually, defense stocks are all kind of popping. And then Aragachi, they met with Pakistan on Monday evening. Eldos, Rocket Lab, U.S. Air Force looks to convert offshore oil rigs into rocket recovery platforms. General Mills, I would put it on the list. I mean, I could consider it. We've been talking about it from last week. The yield is now high enough where it's kind of either tempting you or trapping you. But like I'm saying, it's not my number one pick, but it is becoming more and more favorable just because of that yield. So I don't think you could buy anything of that. That level of cash flow and quality at that yield is starting to get really good. But yeah, I'm still going to kind of wait. Because maybe if Kimberly goes cheaper, I'd be getting that. But like I said, I mean, I have low cash. I have to be very, very picky. You know, my first priority right now isn't to just buy everything. You know, because we already did that. My priority is to get good value that will stick. Because that way, whenever Intel comes down and things shift, I want to make sure that we have good value that actually goes up. So that's what scares me about General Mills is that it could be valuable now, good yield, but then last thing we want is Intel down and then the money that we put towards value does not get a bid. So that's why like a Procter & Gamble, HD, McDonald's, those stand out a little bit more. I think Abbott's more quality. Abbott could still go down, but I think you have more value in General Mills and then more quality on Abbott. IREN has the event with Dell. The Dells are clobbered from last week and all that momentum and that little hype. But yeah, when does the Dell event start? Let's see. I would add more TAP. I'm just waiting for things to balance out. Like I'm saying, whenever I'm ready to buy. Otherwise, you know, TAP's got cheaper. Kimberly's got cheaper. So the whole idea is see where all of these names are when it's time to move. When I'm ready to move something, I'm going to look at all of these. So that pretty much by the time either a high quality name gets a lot cheaper. Otherwise, if, you know, come October or a little bit before that, I'm just going to look at all of them. And whichever one is kind of down the most, that's still, you know, assuming nothing changes, that's probably going to be the one I'm going to go for. Event calendar. Oh, it's on blue. Yeah, it doesn't show up on my calendar, actually. I remember they announced that. Interesting. And then their earnings May 28th. Disney, Joe Scott appointed president of Worldwide Resorts. Christopher Murphy promoted to president Disneyland Paris. What about T-Row? I haven't looked into it. The latest one was Fidelity. But financials are down now. So, yeah, they're off of their highs by a lot, but then they're still, like, up. I'd have to compare. Actually, it's like a 10-year low. I'd have to look more into it, but it's not. Fidelity was the last one I looked at. Because Fidelity's similar chart, a little bit less crazy off the highs. But I think Bank of America is the only one that hasn't gone above 08. And Citi. But Citi used to be dog shit. And Citi is from 40 to 120. The idea behind TAP, the new generation's drinking less. Yeah, the idea is that that's already priced into the stock. And then, you know, TAP still has good cash flow, and then it's currently trading below book value with the dividend not really threatened. But yeah, that's the because that's why when we bought TAP, like Dio and some of the other names, they were up still. They weren't down in the same way. So yeah, it's not really running away from the negativity of alcohol, but kind of finding the one that has priced it in the most aggressively to start. So yeah, I do think alcohol is going to be bad, but I do think you got a certain amount of value there. I do still have CMG. Why would I not? Remember, if it goes in the long term, bro, it does not come out. It does not come out. So yeah, a lot of those plays we picked up, you know, CMG, Sweet Greens, Chipotle, Fiserv. Remember, everything was up when we bought them last year. So those are the plays that were like lagging. A lot of them have came back already, and that's why it's like fast forward till today. You know, a lot more names are down. So other names that were up, you know, we've got to kind of change leadership, and that's the idea of how we're hunting. So by the time we build up a little bit more cash, there's a couple names out there, but none of them are anything like too truly new, which is why I haven't moved. You want me to move my little cash? I need a good deal. Other than that, we'll have patience. It's good though. Are you guys feeling patient? How does it feel? It's almost 3 months of no long-term picks. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people have asked me lately. And they're like, what's the next one? can you buy a long term? I'm like, you could always buy a long term, but remember, you want to think about it before you do it, because again, I'm not going to change my mind for 10 years. So that's kind of the idea of, you know, putting more of a higher bar to make a decision, because once we're in it, you guys know what's going to happen. $25, yeah, I would deploy. Don't have more than 20. That's why, I mean, I'm taking my time at 2% cash. Just chilling. VNet, SRAD, and then a couple of others are running. SRAD, a little pop. Oh, Pepsi. Yeah, if they come down. See, that's what I'm saying. If there's a couple names we wanted that took off, but if they come down, those could also be it. I'm just hoping I could get the highest quality possible. You know, a lot of the ones that we like right now that are down, they're still like, you know, they've been value plays, but I would like, you know, just a very high quality name at a new low would be an awesome thing. But either way, even if we don't get that, I think we'll be able to deploy that money before midterms. But you guys see it, you know, a lot's going on. We'll find out by June. We'll see what happens when when we get CPI above 4, you know. But at the same time, you know, we still have the midterms, and we still have a lot of potential volatility for the rest of the year. That's why I want to have cash. That's why I want it. And then the fact that we're already up by a certain amount. So it's like, you know, I want to make sure we're ready to go, and that but my priority is value stocks. I do need dividends. I need value. I need dividends. I need something that will hopefully benefit the day that Intel and the chips go down. Patience over desperation, indeed. Yeah, we're not desperate for anything in the long term. That's why I let your long term speak to you, but you know, just I think you should set your standard towards quality. And, you know, that's it. Don't chase anything else. Call it a day. Your girlfriend showed you her portfolio. 99% of her money was in a checking. We started her an official law term. Wow. Good luck and congratulations. Stick with it. That's the only thing. You just got to stick with it. Month after month. That's what sucks, because, like, you hit the highs and everyone's like, woo, law term. Wow, it's so good. But, like, you know, you get to celebrate the days when it goes up, but getting to that point where it makes a difference, you know, that's many months of commitment. Frog on the high. You're stacked up well on Kimberly. Should I pass on PG? I mean, PG is better quality, but like, look at like industries. Do you have a lot of like consumer cyclical? Do you have a lot of like consumer growth or consumer like products and stuff like that? If you have too many consumer names, then yeah, you may want to forego it. But if you have a lot of Kimberly, but then you don't, you know, all you have for that kind of sector is Kimberly, I wouldn't be opposed to Kimberly, Procter Gamble back and back. But yeah, I don't think if all you have is consumer, that's where you could get exposed, and it goes beyond just Kimberly and PG. Not gonna sell long term till I'm ready to buy another rental. Amen, bro. I've been trying to tell him, bro. People don't like that rule, but I think you should, man. I think you should. On flow for the long term, flour foods. Somebody asked me about this last time. I just don't know about them, and I think it's dropped another 50%. So yeah, but it doesn't, I mean, off top, it doesn't look like quality, but it does look like it dropped a decent amount. But yeah, I don't know enough about them. Dave's Killer Bread. Wonder Bread? Okay, I know about Wonder Bread. 1919. Yeah, someone brought this one up not too long ago. Their fundamentals don't look too terrible. But they have been, they're expected to lose more money. Yeah, their growth rate is really, really low. ACI. Well, again, making sure you just don't have too many of these grocery stores and, you know, consumer type stuff. Maybe, I mean, again, these grocery stores, last time I saw a grocery store that was down and out was Sprouts. And then that ended up going absolutely nuts. So it's not my top pick, but I mean, shit. You never know. But yeah, preferably I like the bigger conglomerates that sell the consumer, like again, Procter & Gamble, Kimberly, and then from there we'll see. But yeah, unless it's like the highest quality name that I don't know, I'm probably gonna stick to the list that we have. But that's what I'm saying. If a new extremely high quality name hits a low, I would consider it. But I'm not trying to bottom feed on all these underperformers, if that makes sense. You know, I have my list of underperformers. You know, my Kimberly, my NVO, my Nike. That's where we're gonna probably shop within. But then, yeah, ideally we are looking for higher what's it called? Higher quality, just all across the board. Somebody brought up, what was it, APH the other day, but that one's even still up a ton. Why do you buy individual stocks instead of indexes? Because we're pretty good at it. I mean, if you don't know how to pick them, that could hold you back. But at the end of the day, it speeds up the timing. So, you know, I could diversify on my own. And then if one of them does well, it's able to really maximize the results. So it speeds up the whole 30, 40-year retirement plan. But yeah, and then we have outperformed buying just the SPY many, many years in a row. For lineage? No, I have not. That's why some of these I have not been following. I thought Iran was going to do a lot better when NVIDIA did that warrants thing. Again, there's a couple of rumors today, and they might be showing up at this Dell event. So we'll see. I don't have Sony in the long term, no. Whatever's in the long term, it's on the latest video, but on the trading fraternity. But yeah, I haven't. My latest pickup was Oracle and Kimberly. Iran bought a podcast. Wow. I mean, better than a gold mine, I guess. Citi strikes Euro 15 billion partnership with BlackRock. Copper. China. My major indicators for TLT. I would just not think about it. That'll be your best way. I just think if you ignore TLT until a major policy shift, I think you'll be better. But right now, if you keep looking for TLT breadcrumbs, before you know it, you're gonna go all in on TLT, even if there's no catalyst. That's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of people have asked about TLT today. And again, I do think it's important to pay attention to bonds and understand both now till like early June, like we just talked about with bubbles and when it starts to affect the yields. I think it's extremely important, but the real TLT play, I wouldn't look for it. You'll know it when you see it. It will be dramatic, and I'll tell you, but you know, it's also something, it's not anything I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? I don't wake up this morning looking for how are we going to buy TLT. But like I'm saying, you know, if you're understanding where bonds are at, this broader sense of what's going on with the bubble, the rates, inflation, these are all going to, you know, it will eventually open up a door. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily be, you know, going too crazy for it. Baba now ranks 13th overall on their LLM. Qin? They fell behind? I like cybersecurity. They're just expensive. But, you know, that's one I would keep that's like where I'm saying maybe some point this year, if we get lucky and one of those gets down a lot, that would be something I'd want to deploy my cash to. But I'd also, though, I wouldn't want to deploy them here near all-time highs after everything we've gone through. The most important thing to know today is the Iran headlines are coming back. but they're chill. But that's the kind of what we were saying from yesterday. And then bonds haven't made a move, and then really just whatever happens after Wednesday based on NVIDIA earnings and then bond yields and war, that's going to kind of give us either continue the momentum or flip the momentum coming into the end of the month. That's the simple way I would put it. I have heard about Flock. They're everywhere. People are even saying the tinfoil is that all these data centers are just to power Flock devices so that they could spy on you. But yeah, I have heard of Flock. They're pretty insane. CRK, little pop. Cash stock, Comstock Resources. Amazon AWS CEO pushes back on AI job apocalypse warnings. A rubric, they're just new. Chad's brought those up the other day. But yeah, their history isn't as extensive. So that's the thing that, if they stick around, I'm sure they'll be good, but that is the part that's a little worrisome. But yeah, there's just a bad headline on Baba's queuing and where it stacks up. Weed stocks on the low. HWC. The war is already over if it goes to October, 100%. Yeah, we just ended again, just for fun. So we're going to find out. But again, I mean, the people were chiller today. I thought you were going to get way more negative headlines, but they opened up the narrative with rumors. Again, most of the headlines haven't been even confirmed or denied, really. You got a little bit on it. I mean, that's why we started reacting. But generally, most of them have been good. Dow actually just flipped red, and now NASDAQ's down by 0.8. SPY down 0.3. Russell down 0.7. We made a value run up. We made a lot of plays free this morning, some of them from Friday that were related to software. And then, yeah, we chatted up a little bit about 4% about when the bubble ends, paying attention to bond yields. But so far, nothing's happened in the market. There was even a hantavirus update. Apparently, somebody, who was it? Somebody in Colorado. There was a hantavirus death, and it was not related to the boat. But other than that, not anything else material, I would say. McDonald's, the staples did very good, and software, they chilled out, but still up while chips are down. My feelings on General Mills. I have a feeling that you woke up and just grabbed your cereal and you just asked me this. We just talked about it. But yeah, I'm watching them. I think that's the easy answer without going over everything. Yeah, you have a chat fax filled with General Mills. What's your favorite cereal? Intel Kramer with Liputon? No. Intel was up earlier. Price to square foot. Not the most important. Again, I think other factors: demand, utility, supply, transferability. Those have more, like location goes a long way. Or you could have a good price to square foot, but if the design, the utility of the property is lower, that's not good. Or a good price per square foot, then it's on a main road. That's not going to be good. So you factor it in eventually, but it's not really a deciding factor, at least for me. Clorox, it's up on those lists of staples, but all of these, there's just a lot of names in advance that I like. So again, I'm not against any of these names. Are you guys understanding? I have my list very, very, very easy. We have like 3 or 4 value names we've already added to. Some of them are down, And then it's either we get a high quality new name or I'm going to buy one of the ones we already have. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you could go for Clorox, you could go for General Mills, but I do have like 3 or 4 other names ahead of them that I'm probably going to be buying. But that's what I'm saying. It's like some of these do offer deals. We've talked about them for a while, but yeah, it's like my list. I would prefer to stack up on what we have and then or get like a Microsoft at a way lower price. I'm just using that as an example. But yeah, because like you guys are bringing up good names, but these aren't necessarily these aren't names that I'm like, you know, my list is still pretty orderly in the sense that like I'm probably going to take something we already own rather than adding one of these new names. The quality of a stock is just by following along with it. Again, in terms of, you know, I'm looking at their products, what they have, will they be around for 10 years minimum, and like stuff that I engage with more. So like I'm saying, even like Kimberly, Procter Gamble, I believe in that cyclically, and I use those products more than Clorox or even General Mills. So that's why they're up there. And not to mention, I do think PG and Kimberly is a little bit better in terms of both valuation, the price, and as well as like stability of the dividend. Anthropic, Claude Cowork for legal teams. Or and Relics. Oh, that's the one in TRI. Yeah, they didn't. Again, all of those were up. FactSet, TRI, Moody's, they all did very, very good. Yeah, Jim Cramer on Wall Street with Liputese interviewing him for Mad Money. The last ad was Oracle and Kimberly. So what's up, though? Are you guys getting antsy? I feel like you guys are getting antsy, which I'm glad that you're thinking about the long term, but remember, no desperation, my brothers. No desperation will get you something very, very nice. There's something in the air. Well, even then, we're not like hitting all-time highs. Usually something's in the air as it goes crazy. But yeah, the latest one to go to the trading fraternity. It's I explain even some of the criteria. It's actually in the description of this video. If you go down to where it says nightly watch list main channel, the Oracle video, I go over the whole. You can see the whole portfolio. Nothing's changed. I even give you my model, Benjamin Graham's model, the Josh rule. It's a long video. There's a lot in store there, but yeah, I haven't done anything since then, and now I have 2 deposits. I get a third one in about 2 weeks, but that's about it. You start a long term by saving 10%. Make a separate account, and then 10% of your money you separate it and you put it into a separate long-term account, and you buy stocks for 10 years minimum. High quality names that you know and use, that have been around for 10 years and will continue to be around. Going long on 3 times levered major dips, a good strategy to get exposure. Yeah, but it's risky. You know, I said it, one of these days you guys will be shocked, but for now our long term does not include any leverage. We don't use any leverage at all. No margin, no nothing. You're a full owner. But one of these days, you know, if we ever get a big major drop, then yeah, I will probably go margin at the low, but I would buy stock. I wouldn't necessarily buy a 3 times levered ETF But yeah, you haven't had a moment like that in a while. I mean, there hasn't really been too, I guess the last time Intel, we just even had cash saved up. But I would wait till, it would have to be like really, actually, I have a great example. You guys remember end of March when everybody started selling ETFs and then nobody wanted to buy options? Next time that happens, if not double that, where it gets really bad for like a month, then yeah, that'll be that might be an opportunity there for you. But in the meantime, I don't think I would be very mindful of that. You don't want to, again, just, if speed is nice and leverage, and I know people want to catch up, but I'm telling you, if you go slow and steady, you will you will outperform almost everything. That's the key with the long term. You're not behind. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today, but it's more about sticking with it. What are you going to do when the market does nothing for 6 months, and then we even go down on stuff? That's where usually most people get shooken out. That's crazy. You would think these back and forths would do it, but these back and forths, they get people to sell and then buy back in. But as far as like the real long term and building it, it's going to be sticking through it for 6 months, a year, and then building a portfolio that's actually you're constantly adding to and growing. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Explain the financial sector. Well, I don't have a play on that one yet. It's just lagging. So that's the, remember the week before that, it was copper and the cyclicals and materials, and now just on a price relative basis, the XLF is lagging behind. So that's what I'm saying here. After NVIDIA earnings, and then we see what kind of we do for both middle of May, end of May, we see kind of where things are moving. But after that, it's going to be about if we actually start watching the laggers go up, that would be what I would keep my eyes on. Or if everything keeps going crazy, then it'll do its thing. SAP we already made free, so that was a European lagger, and it's mixed in with software and all that. But we had a great bottom tick. It doesn't look like it went up a lot, but that was $20 since we made the play. So yeah, but I already made that free. They're up, I think, 200%. Yeah, you got the Fortinet headline. It didn't move, but you need like a banger. I mean, people, a lot of like, I think what is it, like any like 20 to 35 year olds, they're repulsed by crypto now. So like there hasn't been like, again, all of the crypto community, they've just been these pump and dumps. It's not like when the hype was around, like both right before Trump and then the years prior. So no, I haven't. I mean, again, wasn't there even like a little scam with Roaring Kitty? So you've been having shit like that, but I think if you could get a real solid token launch and get some hype back into crypto, you may attract some people. But right now, it is missing a lot of it's missing that trust and hype that some of the other crypto rallies have brought about. Because like again, like the interest level, I think it's down like 30% from like this year to last year. But like the amount of like both 20 to like 35 year olds. They don't want anything to do with crypto. Did it cut me out, bro? What's up, YouTube? All I said was crypto. Yeah, they cut me out there for a second. G-Wire. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. I mean, Euro close already almost an hour after. Intel on the low. Thanks, Jim Cramer. Fucking dickhead. Bonds are higher than when Powell cut rates. Yeah, well, we had a rate cut a couple months ago, but yeah, all the yields are substantially higher. Upwork. Workaday. Coal, BTU, Peabody. They just took a candle, 1.5. Damn, son. They came down to this hit $41. This thing barely moves. PlayStation prices increasing. Emergency order for coal. Chris Wright for critical coal generation ahead of peak summer. So is that why you got a headline? Christopher Wright on BTU. They already jacked the asks up on all the short terms. Unfortunately. Yeah, those already went. And then Intel on the low. Why wouldn't you sell Intel and add more value? That's just not what we do. So that's the unfortunate part about the long term. It's like it's really serious about 10 years minimum. So if I've held a stock for 10 years, I would consider what you just said. But other than that, if it's not 10 years, I don't do that. Unless I was going to buy a house. If I wanted to get rid of something, it would be to move it to a higher valued asset outside of the market. So again, I mean, I'm very old school with how I do it, but it also, this mentality helps us both get the outperformance when we get it. And then also too, you know, the market's very finicky. And that's why like the real emphasis is about putting your due diligence before you buy a play. But it's very easy to change your mind in the market. And that's why you do, you know, I have an account where I change my mind a lot. I have an account where I trade. But the one that's not for trading the long term, you don't want to change your mind. You know, think about it. Like Intel goes up a lot. Why would I sell out to buy the value? That doesn't change my view on what Intel really is and why we went ahead and did it. So it's 10 years minimum. That's why I was saying as it started to go up, I was reminding a lot of Chads, you could buy a house for a couple grand. You could, again, I've even had a Chad get paid $5,000 to go buy a $500,000 house the other day. So that's what I was saying. If you really want that, that's how you're gonna rotate out of it. Other than that, I would just chill. They have something. They have rental prices on like GPUs. You could track how much it costs to rent them. Pakistan Interior Minister leaves Tehran after talks with Iranian officials. And then again, you got that BTU Chris Wright thing. Kind of popped and locked it. Literally the Jim Cramer curse. He said it was a beast, and now he has Liputan on. You were down about $3 since. Thank you, Jim. MMSU on the high. Suncor. Just a lot of, ever since the expiration, and then even on Friday, and then a couple chip stocks coming down. A lot of software is done good. And then ever since like Fortinet earnings, a lot of the cyber names have just, that's been part of that little 9-day rally. I don't know if he was talking. I just pulled up the picture. I don't know if he actually interviewed homeboy. I don't know if he's going to put that on later tonight. 52-week
all-time highs being made. It's
They're
CrowdStrike,
talking
it's
about,
Fortinet, it's Palo
software.
Alto. Like the money's being recaptured there. The fundamental story that people have aligned themselves with over the last several years, they're coming back to that and believing that there's validity in that story. So that's the one segment of the software industry that I would trust more than others. There's names.
Talk about getting a house and how we could get there. Oh yeah, I mean, I would look just pretty much whatever your long term is, 20%, 10% down. But then if you're gonna live in a house or find a multi-unit or you're a veteran, there is so many programs where like you will most likely get your house for extremely little money down, or even have the opportunity to get paid for it. But other than that, what I encourage people to do is look at your long term and value in certain terms of like 10-20% down. U.S. plans new Russian oil waiver as war crunches supplies. U.S. official Iran media tells us U.S. has agreed to lift oil sanctions while talks are ongoing is false. So there you go. The U.S. official, that's the U.S. denying it. So the first witness, or the first headline in the morning, they're saying that's fake about the lifting the sanctions. So that's coming through CNBC. I don't know who U.S. official is. But yeah, that's your little drop official. But yeah, low ticker's going up. Chips are getting clapped. I mean, even the software is going down with it. But new low on SMH. Now still going, Habibi. Some of them are doing actually fine. And then again, more energy. Clipped above 103. Technically, SPY hasn't hit a new low. Albemarle, materials down. Avoid capital gains. I mean, talk to your tax professional, and then if you, if you stick to the long-term plan, you should have some losers in there that you could sell off at the same time, and you could sell off your losers to take those losses. That's what we did with the farm. Yeah, go watch the video in the description. It says it's under nightly watch list, but that was the latest long term, and it explains some of the strategy. Boo, they cut me off again. YouTube keeps cutting me off. All right, well, it's all energy on the high ticker. Low ticker's coming down. New high on oil, even higher than last night. And that boom, new low on the SPY. NASDAQ down 1.1. You have moved 2% top to bottom today. I don't know if you are aware of this. No, YouTube's just kicking you guys out so you don't get the info. Come on, man. Y'all got to get used to this. Or get the locked in until they kick off the locked in next. That's what... last week it was the locked in, bro. They kept clapping it. Yeah, SPY's dropping. Again, HCAI is a little China AI one from earlier. They were going crazy. That one's halted. And then MasterCard. SPY hit a low. Again, this is all on the oil one. If you don't know, CNBC, they just said the lifting sanctions thing was rejected by a U.S. official. And then Verizon, more staples, actually? No fucking way. Yeah, communications, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, those are on the high. Again, SPY went down. I think it's just mainly chips and big tech, though, sadly. I mean, even Google's starting to come down. Google and Amazon, but Amazon's about to go red now, too. Yeah, YouTube, it kicked everybody out, you guys. I hate to break it to you. But now I think you're good. But yeah, YouTube's been cutting me out for a couple of things. I don't know what I missed in the last 3 minutes. But yeah, it was the headline. Right now, there was a U.S. official that said that the lifting sanctions to negotiate was false. And that gave oil like $1 pop, and then we started going down. But then again, you're still kind of doing the rotation. Core weave now, more chips, spy into the low still. Saudi sources say Iran offered to conditionally transfer enriched uranium to Russia. CCTV. Again, getting another headline on all that. But yeah, let's see the futures. But oil's now higher than any point last night. Futures are just kind of back into the opening level from last night. So not bad, but you just really haven't done much. Like I'm telling you, NASDAQ is 2% top to bottom. Which is kind of crazy. Besant, U.S. issuing 30-day general license. That's old, but he's reiterating it. Again, NVIDIA new low. Excuse me. Yeah, just watch if Mag 7 comes down, and then staples are going to still stay up. But, yeah, you're probably going to get driven now. Just better or worse, depending on these Iran and oil headlines and how that does. But otherwise, the staples value, they're still holding up. I mean, software is hanging on. You have a couple that are not reactive. The news on that drop was denying the rumors this morning that we were going to lift sanctions. So, again, I don't know who it is, but they're saying a U.S. official has denied that report. So that was it. And then otherwise, it was just a couple of these other headlines building around that as oil climbed from 99 to 103. But nothing, I would say, breaking besides that. And then energy names, man, all day. Energy and staples. Those are your winners. And then a little baby mix on software. A couple of them are up. Some are starting to go down now. But not bad, Habibi. Not bad. And again, you just got Besant. But I do that right there. That 2 points, 3 points was all the CNBC one. The food plays BG. I think you had wheat up in the morning. Yeah, wheat above 25 is kind of crazy. Yeah, Microsoft. It was Apple, or excuse me, Google and Amazon. Those are the ones. If they go red, that'll add pressure. Otherwise, they're lifting you up. And NVIDIA, too. I mean, again, NVIDIA was doing good in the morning, but then that flipped. Oscar's like the only healthcare one. Again, a lot of healthcare got clapped after Buffett got out of UNH. L-Web? I meant to type K-Web. Uranium? Oh, there was something, but otherwise, I think it was the earnings last week. But no, there was something I read on uranium. I'm blanking, though. SPY up. So you guys remember last week that range we were talking about? You know, the 73 all the way down to like 72.50, 71, 71.15 if it gets real bad. But yeah, we still have a wide range that we could chill in where you'll still be awkwardly up. And then, yeah, nothing else it's still not necessarily advancing. But then again, if we have one good day, brush this off, you'll hit a new all-time high. But that's why we do want to wait what happens here after this earnings. And speaking of which, NVIDIA is going lower now. So again, depending on what Google, Amazon does, we'll see. Yeah, ServiceNow and SAP have been made free. So I hope... Again, if you guys were here the last couple days while we were getting those, that was a good one in terms of laggers. But, yeah, do what you need to do, man. Do what you need to do. We have made it free. But those have been nice. U.S. denies report it agreed to lift oil sanctions. Yeah, that was the CNBC article that clapped everything right here. INVX 52-week high. Sounds like a biotech. Innovex. And then BL, I feel like it's all energy. TSA updates to allow medical cannabis. You can now fly with medical cannabis on a plane. Look at that. Look at that. The world is healing or becoming potheads. G-Wire. As long as the pilots aren't using it. I guess that's a good way to... I mean, do pilots even fly? Isn't it just all autopilot? They chilling. Oh my gosh, bro. What did I say? I didn't even talk about Netanyahu. I didn't even bring up the one true Messiah. That's usually they clap me right away. What did I say, bro? Why do they keep clapping me, YouTube? You guys know that. YouTube, too. It's like the bandwidth. They don't. They want, like, after we reach a certain amount, they just start kicking y'all out because they hate us. Because they don't want you to have this info. That's why I have to start off the videos by telling you they don't want you to have this info. Do you not understand it? Alright, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom then, while YouTube keeps kicking me on and off. Follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I love you, Chad. It's a good day today. It's pretty chill. We got to make some plays free. We're waiting now. Again, it seems energy, oil dynamic that's there. So, yeah, bro, we're gonna find out, baby.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Like the
I did see the Trump and alien picture. You like that one? I think like you see it? Yeah, I did. There was the lie. Even that one Truth Social from earlier today was a little unhinged. I was surprised at what that meant. He was just saying all sorts of stuff. But again, today I'm surprised we didn't. We'll find out. There's no time frame listed, but you know, this whole like pickup in Iran tensions was kind of what we were expecting. And then yeah, he went on his, they're running out of time. They better make a move. They better hurry. They better hurry. So yeah, other than that though, I mean, again, don't forget too, you kind of even chill ahead of the earnings. So, you know, we've been dealing with the earnings the last couple of weeks, but remember, it was like 3 weeks ago for that big set. Just don't forget how the market moves leading into it. So now you have NVIDIA. That's it. That's just the final one mixed in with a couple of these software ones that we're waiting for. Let the head out. You got me another track, bro. I'm expecting another cassette now. No, I'm playing with it though, bro. I haven't been able to hook it up to the computer, but I got it working. Oh, check it out, bro. We got bangers. You got bangers. UK prepares multi-billion-pound boost for joint stealth jet program. Free contracts. Which one is it? Bobo. The defense names were running up earlier. Bitcoin still down. Trump to host a swearing-in ceremony for Kevin Warsh on Friday. Hot dog. And then bonds, or excuse me, Korea. I looked at bonds, but yeah, Korea's on the low. See if chips start coming down. Yeah, again, so Korea was down like 4 or 5%, and then the people like the strike news, and then it chilled out, and then found a way to go green. But now, during our session, Korea and chips have dropped. So again, that's where they were last night. Korea's been fun, bro. Do you guys remember when we were talking about Korea at the beginning of the year? You guys remember that? That was like with silver and gold. And then silver and gold calmed down, and then Korea said, I'm going again. It's actually fascinating. Again, even China. So a couple, you know, K-Web's still lagging, but like the Chinese Next 50, and then their other, there's like 2 other indexes with China that are still going crazy, even with their data being a little bit weaker. You're going to Korea next year? Oh, no way. Well, hopefully the rally continues. Dude, I could only imagine what it's like there. Like, they're all, like, balling now. Korea. NVIDIA. I like it. I mean, our play is pretty much over, though. I have one more set. I think I sold it pretty good. I think we top-ticked it, because you could still get a shit ton of money from those plays, but, you know, we sold them on Thursday. So I am... just the whole idea was playing the run-up. The idea we were talking about is that the contracts were cheap coming into earnings, and then ahead of earnings they would not be, and now they are not. So that's kind of the idea, but pretty much you want to get rid of everything right before. Yeah. So they're still up, but they're back to that first level. So like I'm saying though, this was some of you got 1,000% on it, but you know, they clipped as high as like 150. Now they're down to like $50. So, but so you should still have gains depending on where you got it. But yeah, it's been, this is our second trading day since we've sold out of all the far out the monies. Yes, the live is delayed. So if you're in the normal chat, this one, you are behind a little bit. The real time is for the locked in. And that should be to protect you more often than not. You could buy a bedroom. I don't know. You sold covered calls on Intel. And last time I tried to answer your question, you were fucking around. So if you want any question answered, Austin, I will need $100 from you. Otherwise, you're getting banned without getting banned. Isn't that fun? Mm-hmm. For Sweet Greens, you got 102 contracts. Damn, is that why you always pay in the plug? But yeah, be careful on that. So the sweet I don't have 100 contracts of sweet green. Where are they? Those plays are up though. I think under 100%. Yeah, like 5 cents below 100. But yeah, be careful with that. But yeah, that play wasn't that was just the small earnings one. If it hit, they somehow moved bigger afterwards. Free contracts. That's why you think there's time for NVIDIA. Well, there could be, but like I'm saying, you guys got to understand the play. I want you to learn from the play. I hope you made money off of it, but just understand anything after the earnings went from cheap to expensive. That's it. That was just the idea. Like, that's the part where I think we're getting lost in translation. I've just had so many people ask me this, but like, yeah, Dell now has 5,000 clients for AI server with NVIDIA chips. Free contracts. Yeah, Dell's popping a little on that. But that's the thing, because a lot of people keep asking about earnings, what's going to happen after, and they're, thinking so much. And you could do whatever you want with it, but like I'm telling you, the whole, I made a video, I got everybody's attention. It was just because of how low the volatility was. And, any reasonable person knew NVIDIA earnings was a week or two away. So, it was all about the pre-earnings run-up. So now that we're at the week of earnings, and earnings is pretty much in 48 hours, it already did exactly what we thought. So anything after this now, and that's why I'm saying we made sure we got paid off of it, did our thing. But it could do a lot. It could keep going up after. The plays might all die. Who knows? But I do want you guys to see how the timing in that play and the idea, it worked and it played out how it was. But anything after that now is you guys are venturing off into your own to find out what makes the most sense for you. But yeah, I do want to make sure people understood that. And Dell says they added 1,000 customers. They now have 5,000 clients. Is this it? No. Yeah, Dell adds 1,000 customers. They had a little pop and lock. UNG on the high now, too. I mean, oil hit the 103 as we hit the low, but it didn't break from there. But again, a sustained move above there should add some pressure. And then vice versa, if we just kind of chill from there, then that 103, you'll kind of go back to calming down. It's still wild, though, considering where the market is. But remember the range from last week. We talked about kind of being stuck here. So for now, at least, again, 48 hours ahead of the earnings. LPTH. Again, Korea was just on the low light path. What is this? We've seen this before. It's up 5, but that just started picking up right there. LPTH. It's Altucher. Yeah, trading higher circulation of James Altucher long. Has moved 7.5 off the rumors. NSC, that's the first defense name I've seen actually go up. Or no, that's Norfolk Southern, not Northrop Grumman. Cap needs Jesus. We need an all-time high. I know, you're going to have to wait till the bell. That's it. You got one at the opening. In the closing, we'll get one. But I don't know. We got to... It's kind of refreshing we're not hitting an all-time high. The rage bait rally was getting people. But like I'm saying, bro, post-expiration, we already got a little bit of freedom. A little bit of movement. But yeah, up until NVIDIA, that'll be the decider. PSN, isn't that Polestar? SAP. Again, whatever HCAI is, small China AI runner. It's kind of wild. Just random. Yeah, this one even from the morning was cuckoo, but it's literally no headline. Just one of those halt every 2 seconds. NVDA, Intel. What about value? Kimberly came down. Actually, some of the value names chilled out a little bit. K-Web, again, we made a bunch of the sets free last week, and then on Friday I grabbed average down for August. So those are all still down. None of them have gotten any love yet. But yeah, that one, so I did a double dip on it, but the majority of the plays have been made free. So, and then the whole idea is wait till that one goes up, and then we make that one free too. Unless China just turns to shit in the next 2 weeks. Then that would be unfortunate. And then again, the rest, Chinese laggers, European laggers, materials, even banks, we're waiting to see what the market does. So again, you know, the laggers are either going to come up while the market comes down. So that's one. But then the other factor is if, you know, following NVIDIA end of May, if everything is all well, nothing gets bad, and we continue this upside momentum, we're going to be looking, this is less likely, but that if they keep going up, then you want to see if the laggers start ballooning with everything else. So it's one or the other, but that's kind of how these plays are going to play out. So none of them are guaranteed, but I'm positioning myself in a way where, in a weird way, the laggers will go up if the market goes down. I mean, take a look. SAP is the best example of it so far. Last 48 hours, market went down. SAP went up 200% on those plays. But then again, the Chinese ones have not gotten any love, and then materials were up leading into it and then came down. So yeah, that's the other part of that idea. The push-ups, we already did the push-ups, dog. We did. I took a push out on the first one. And then, yeah, you guys could stand up, though. Yeah, SAP already went up. It went up pretty quick. But if that one comes down, that could be a decent one. But China's the only one that's in the red now. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Yeah, Microsoft started off good, and then again, software is doing quite nice. And then Dell had those headlines. Now Li Auto, another little China name. Li Auto. Again, LPTH still running off of that. And 3-month aluminum closes at high. Copper closes 32 high. 13,588. Delta CEO, Amazon offers better tech and pricing to SpaceX. And then J&J. AI. Is this the other? This is another Chinese AI one. HOAI. The ones with AI in the name are literally going. Boeing, just since the China stuff, it was so underwhelming because people were expecting like 500 orders and then the 200 came in. Well, that was it. Qualcomm's going to be at one of these events later this week. And then again, you have the Dow news on the customers that did a pop and lock. Weed stocks starting to go up. Again, you had that airline news about like medical marijuana, but and then again, more railroads. UNP 52-week high. Again, NSC was just running too. And more cyber polyalty. Again, and the whole SPY. I mean, we hit the level. You're 30 minutes or almost an hour now, hour and a half post Euro. But yeah, literally oil's chilling out a little, and then SPY back to the lower end. Everything's in the red except the Dow. So SPY's still down a quarter. Free contracts. Brazil. On Zeta? I have no idea. They software. I feel like I've heard something on them recently, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't have. There's not one that comes up top on my mind. AVEX, Brazil going up for some reason. Yeah, a couple of high tickers almost fully gassed right now. And then HPE. Nokia. I've had a lot of people ask me about Nokia. And I think BlackBerry was up today. And then financials. Again, weed stocks. I don't know if that was from the earlier news. Where is it? That was from the what's it called? The legalization thing. And then more cybersecurity. But yeah, you got weed on the high, cyber stocks, railroads, and then a couple of other small caps that have popped. Even iHeartRadio. Maybe market does know it's almost philo time. Dude, I can't believe it's already 10 on a Monday? Oh, bro, our Monday is flying by. So we've spent like what? Almost 3.5 hours just like little baby increments off of the Iran headlines. But yeah, no, today's kind of flown by, dude. It's almost 10. It's cloudy over here. So it still feels like it's the morning. But yeah, you're almost halfway done. The fuck? Alrighty, let me check one more set. Free contracts. Hold on, I'm checking one more. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Which one is that? Yeah, these are expensive, Habibi. We'll wait. A couple of just small cap runners, man. PG and Pepsi on the low. What's happening to Staples? PG, Pepsi, a couple of XLP names all kind of slipped right there. And then again, like iHeartRadio, LightPath, Weed Stocks, you got a bunch of like $4 or $5 names that are going up. NVIDIA and Dell announced broad set of advancements for Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA. Remember, Dell still has earnings, right? Or they're moving a bunch, but or like the premiums are just widening the spreads, but you're getting all these headlines without any crazy follow through. Trump, Iran knows what's going to happen soon. NYP. They know damn well. Obliteration. Praise Allah. And now J&J. So you got a couple staples down and then a couple going to the high side. And then Pfizer. Somebody brought that up the other day, but this is 1-2 on the long-term list. I like it below 24, but, you know, they're down like over 10% from the beginning of the year. So that's one that we already built a position on. Trump, I'm not open to concessions for Iran. New York Post. And then again, the small little AI China names, HCAI and the AII, whatever is going up. And then PM. Those Altrias came back. They're down 30 still, but they were down a lot more. And then 3M. Now, Net, SAP, they're all doing good. Where's IGV? IGV, not bad, Habibi. But yeah, Philip Morris starting to break out a little bit more. Again, J&J, and then UNG. Oil's still chilling around mid-102s. CENTCOM continues to strictly enforce blockade against Iranian ports. Forces have now redirected 85 commercial vessels to ensure full compliance. RTX, they're up. That's the only problem. They are lagging to a certain degree, but, you know, they're down on the year, but then they're up on the multi-year. A lot of defense stocks, I mean, think about it. That was part of the big, beautiful bill. It's just like they're like material stocks, you know, where some materials are down from their highs of last year, earlier this year, but then they're like right there in the middle. So that's kind of the problem. But they're good. I mean, they are lagging, but they're still. It falls into the category of you're getting a short-term discount, but not necessarily like a mid-term, longer-term discount. You're probably buying them on the high. Well, I'm not against them. New York Post Trump interview just dropped. So again, you're getting some of these heads. I don't know if it's causing as much in oil or anything. But yeah, RTX, GD is on the high. A couple of these defense names. Again, there was something with EU too, and defense. Lyft, if it got cheap enough, I've always said for parts. That's been, I think, like what, $8, $9, if they ever underperform. But I haven't really viewed them as something like that. Why is this stock looking into this? Said, why is this stock not getting covered? NMHI. Nature, is this Nature's Miracle like fucking Metamucil? But they put out a headline this morning saying they're getting into smart infrastructure and AI-driven robotics. They're going to make unmanned ground vehicles and UAVs. Nature's Miracle. So yeah, maybe it seems like a penny stock. I don't know if it's the same brand. Like, is that Metamucil? But yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, wait, what? It's an agriculture company? No, this isn't the Nature's Miracle. I thought it was like Metamucil. Yeah, this isn't even a penny. It's a tenth of a penny. And then they're dropping AI propaganda. So yeah, be careful. I thought it was Metamucil. Can I give us your opinionated analyst for this week? I think after NVIDIA earnings, we're going to shift. Either keep shifting higher or everything is going to chill out. And then we get back to shifting towards post-NVIDIA and then seeing what happens with everything else. And then again, whatever cherry on top we get from the Iran war. But I did expect more war headlines this week now that the China stuff's over. Trump-Iran deal is happening soon. Not frustrated with Iran. DraftKings pop. And then pool, but DraftKings, that just looks like it's melting up near the high. It printed a couple times on the high ticker. Lee Auto is still going up too now. That's getting more prints. That's, again, a couple of these smaller Chinese names. I mean, Lee's still down 8. Iran knows what's going to happen. These software, I mean, we came up a lot from the bottom. Microsoft is about to go green. And then software is still going. Palantir back to green. Chips are still down. So again, you got these Trump headlines saying both a deal is near and that he's going to attack them. all in the same headline. All in the same headline. He's on, it's a New York Post thing. I'm looking for the full article. I'm getting the quotes faster than the actual article. But it seems like everyone's just picking through the article and then posting the quotes. But yeah, I don't think he's live yet. I don't even know. We're going to get like a situation room tomorrow. Manu, Manchester United? We haven't got one of these headlines in a minute. Are they still selling that? I hate this one. Saudi Arabia is in talks with potential investors to fund Premier Newcastle's United Stadium plan. So there is a headline on Manchester. Yeah. Yeah, all the chips in memory are doing terrible today. I mean, NVIDIA is not that bad, but it started off a little better. But yeah, WDC, SanDisk, all of them are in the gutter. And you do have Manchester. It seems about minority stake in something about the stadium, but yeah, that thing doesn't move and just popped. I mean, 4%, a couple candles. You're confused? You thought the war was over? How can we attack? Oh no, it's super easy. The war is over, but then we like started up again to end it again. So you know what I'm saying? So like it ended already, like this is like the 10th time. but then we're going to restart it so we could end it the 11th time. So the war's over, even if it goes to October. So yeah, it's really not that complicated. You might be overcomplicating it. So like, yeah, like, are you familiar with love taps? Do you know what a love tap is? So I don't know if you're familiar with the concept, but that's kind of you know, yeah, kind of where we're at so far. But I wouldn't overthink it. Do I have the feeling of guilt that trading is dirty money and is not acceptable to God? Yeah, I'm fully aware of it. It's terrible. That's why I think you should stop right away and get out of it while you can. Otherwise, you'll be like me, and then you'll be guilty and confused, and you won't know. But that's why, too, though, it's not about, you know, I thank God my God is bigger than that. But yeah, if that's on your mind, I wouldn't do it. I think the whole stock market's evil. I hate the stock market. You know that? I love how it works. I really do. Like, you know what I was, dude, you know what I was saying to myself the other day? I was praying and I was like, God, I was just thinking about the economy, and I'm like, God is so fascinating, and systems and all of it. And I love the economy, and I just love understanding how, like, you know, I like how dominoes, like, I don't know, maybe it's just my ADD, but like, you know, like one domino go and then the next domino and then you know, it's kind of satisfying. That's how the economy feels. But yeah, Wall Street's evil, dog. Yeah, you better get used to it, or you better go change the world in another manner. That's why I'm saying I hope our long terms and, you know, whatever little impact that we have, I hope it can at least defeat Wall Street to a sense. But yeah, you are in a, you know, unfortunately your finances, you know, once you start entering the $1 billion range and investing in companies doing billions of dollars and the back and forth, I do believe there's an inherent evil. But then at the same time, I believe the same thing about your iPhone. You know, I'm sorry, Tim Cook, but your iPhone is built off of child labor. Are you aware of that? So do you realize how evil that is? And do you understand what they have to go through? It's kind of crazy, bro. Even getting a lot of the basic stuff we have in our daily life. So that's why, if you ever wonder why I still am in the stock market, it's because the world is just evil all around us. And that's why you kind of got to get in how you can. But yeah, I wouldn't fall for the trap of thinking it's honorable, let alone to the other side. If you are too concerned with what's good and what's bad, I mean, you may want to do stuff outside of finance. I don't know any other way to put it. But yeah, that's like, you might, you know, that's why I said one day I'll be in the mountains someday. I'll be monking it out. Oh, KBR? Upwork again. LBTYA, Liberty A, and Liberty K. UNF. Hi. Tesla. It's funny, the high ticker is more active right now. Let me get you a checkup, and then let's see where this takes us. Sweet greens. Yeah, well, be careful. None of the sweet greens plays were indicating like a big amount. So just, I hope you understand the reasoning. I like sweet greens. I really do. I even said That's one of the companies that's down that I like use a lot. You know, I go to Sweet Greens a lot, but then like I'm saying, that play for the long term, we kept it small, and then that earnings play was just, it was a low priced earnings one. So just keep that in mind. But I'm glad if it's working for you now, that's awesome. But also at the same time, it's not that was never meant to be a big play. So be mindful. Dow, you have 20 in the green, 10 in the red. NASDAQ 63 green, 37 in the red. And then SPY 342 in the green, 160 in the red. So you still have a majority of names, like 60-70% of the market's in the green right now. And more weeds. Again, more small caps, dude. I keep seeing like Angie, random ass small plays, and now Meta is actually taking off. That might go green. BMY, it's not bad. They're still up a decent amount. I think Danaher or Abbott would be better, but people have brought up BMY, but they're still up. I mean, they were just in the value container, and then they kind of ripped. Honeywell, Wells Fargo now, more banks are starting to pick up, and then Adobe. See if any software starts climbing. But again, high ticker is gassing. That's just the weirdest part. Oil came down a little bit. But yeah, Meta and Microsoft Meta's about to go green, so that'll get you a big 7 tick up. See what the chips do. Some Japanese Katayama comments. GoDaddy. I still don't understand. Why is it called GoDaddy? You know that people were asking this question the other day, and I thought it was a very good question. What the fuck does that mean? GoDaddy. Like, how does that have to do with websites? How does it have to do with anything? What the fuck does the name GoDaddy even mean? But, like, yeah, it's going up right now. And then Monday, another set of these software ones. It was shock value for commercials in the 2000s. Yeah, I remember that. But wait, does it have anything to do with websites? No, Philo is free. You could listen to Philo. We haven't started yet. We'll probably start here in maybe 5 minutes, actually. I don't know. Maybe sooner rather than later. But it's provocative. Good, bro. I hope you got a long term. Let's get the long term to grow with another small cap, dude. Whatever JBS is. So many of these. Again, financials, Wells Fargo. See if any of the other ones start to move. All right, man. Should we do it? And then dude, we're about to go break even on Sweet Greens in the long term. So where are those other ones? Okay. I think it is. I think it's time. I think it's time for Philo. How do you guys feel about it? I can't believe it's 10. It doesn't feel like 10 right now. It feels so early. But it's getting late. All right, baby. Let's get into some Philo. Give me a second. Let me send out an alert. Let's get this all ready for you. And let's have a good morning. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen.
Mexico, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, Chatadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time for Philo. So that's it, man. I don't know, bro. Did any of you try to put last Friday's Philo into practice? I hope you did. I gave you guys some sauce last Friday. I don't know if y'all feel, bro. I don't know if y'all feel. I want to tell you again, but I feel like you just had to be there and you had to put it into life. You need to put it into work, my friends. So I hope you were thinking about it. I hope you were thinking about how to attract some of the good things in life, brother. You know, there's one way. There's one way to get there. But I do have a couple of things I want to talk to you. I'm gonna play you your boy Jim Rohn. I think you might like what he has to say. But before I do, I'm gonna try my best not to just reiterate last week, because I love it. I'm telling you, last Friday was a very big one, man. I really do hope you made the most of it. And then too, even then, if you guys aren't ready for Philo, if you don't know, man, I do hope some of you have taken these moments out of the day. You know, this is what's reminding me, because I'm telling you, bro, the lack of desperation. There's a reason why you could take your time during the day. And, you know, I know there's opportunities. You want something now, but, you know, remember, you chase something, it's going to run. So I hope you put yourself in the right position. And I hope you really do think about, you know, it's one thing about the trade you make, but, oh, dude, everywhere else in your life. And how you handle yourself and how you expect things and handle expectations, both good and bad. Oh, man, it's not, these behaviors don't come from nowhere. So, okay, and speaking of behavior, I do have something to say on that point. But let me just tell you this, man, before I get into it, because I want to remind you of something, okay? I want to remind you of something. And I hope all of this gets rid of pressure for you. You know, I hope all of y'all, I hope you get to your destination. I hope you stay on the right course. I hope you get that seed in the ground. I hope that seed becomes a tree. And I also hope that your tree bears fruit. Because if it doesn't, the job isn't done. But here's the deal. I hope you don't have pressure. And there's a phrase that's said a lot in the Bible. It's actually kind of crazy how often it's said. Renew your mind Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard a Bible verse talking about renew your mind? It's actually crazy how many things talk about magnifying the Lord in your mind, renew your mind, take captive all of the thoughts. Does this sound familiar? I think we've had a philo on every single one of these quotes. That's the best part about it. So it should, to some of you, sound familiar, even if you don't really read the book. You've probably heard people talk about this. Renew your mind. The renewing of the mind. So are you ready, bro? That's what you need to do. That's what I was telling y'all on the weekends, man. I hope you get rest. I hope every day, if you ever ask, all the things going on, we cover a lot of information. You got to be able to just be fresh. Renew your mind constantly, brother. For better, always for better, not for the worse. But here's the deal. Renewing is it's not pressure. Do you understand? He didn't say pressure your minds to change your behavior. We must pressure ourselves into taking captive all of the thoughts. He didn't say that. Pressure yourself into changing your mind and being lifted up on wings of ego. It didn't say that. Are you following? Just don't forget. There's an architect and then there's a judge. I know a lot of the world wants you to view God as this judge in this legal system. I encourage you to do the opposite. Look at him as an architect. There's a way things are meant in systems and how things play out. You think God is just looking down at you to punish you? Do you think, again, that's why you ask me, is the market an evil place? Sure as hell it is. Look around, everything is. I'm not that game of playing, I did good, God's going to do good for me. I did bad, God's going to do bad. Again, that's viewing it like a judge. Are you following? So all that being said, I continuously urge you to look at this world from the perspective of the architect. But that being said, the architect didn't say pressure your minds. He said renew your mind. You have to understand this. You are going to be the same person and you are going to grow over and over and over again. That is a constant process of renewal. But again, the big thing, because I'll even tell you, man, what I'm going to tell you something else. But like I'm telling you, when I tell you these things, and I could give you, again, bro, think about Friday. Desperation. You kill that, you're going to attract a lot of opportunity. Luck hates desperation. Don't be pressured by that. And do you get what I'm saying here? You have to find this ability to renew your mind, take on the right focus, get excited about your own discipline without pressuring yourself. There is a fine line between pressuring and renewal. And sadly, a lot of people here renew their mind, and what do? They add pressure on themselves. There is a big difference. Are you guys following? So I hope you keep this in mind as you continue to kill desperation amongst other things. But yeah, this is something I was thinking of. As my mind was being renewed, I just kept thinking about that. Again, the architect, he didn't say pressure your minds. He said renew it. So that's the first part, but now I'm going to tell you something else where, I hope this renews your mind and doesn't give you pressure. But my friend, there are some things in this life you cannot pray your way out of. Huh? Blasphemy. What did he just say? Yeah. There's things in this life you are not going to pray yourself out of. Let me put it a better way. Every single day, there's people living this life, and they're trying to pray themselves out of something that needs obedience. You understand? Like, for real, some of you don't need a prayer. You need to stop that negative habit. That's all you have to do. I said it the other day. I think this one was mind-blowing. You want to have an immediate change in your life right now? You will have a bigger change in your life stopping one bad habit than picking up one good habit. Like I told you, man, you could pray all you want about the bucket. You just need to patch up the hole. You don't fill up a bucket till you fix the leak. That's what I'm saying. Use this to renew your mind, not pressure it. But there is some things, my brother, you don't pray your way out of. They need obedience. Remember, obedience beats sacrifice every day. That's in the word. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is where I hope you don't get pressured by this. But you have to understand, there is a high reward for following what needs to be done. I think this is one of those life things that people overlook so much. And you know why? We hate following rules. I hate following rules. That's the irony, bro. I see people, they both hate the rules, and then how many times do people just want arbitrary rules to follow? Sometimes people like following rules because it makes you feel like you're doing something. I understand that. That's the irony of all of it. Because then there are people who want rules, and then they'll follow the arbitrary ones, but then the actual rules that'll keep them in line, they'll ignore. But I'm telling you, I think a lot of people have overlooked this. There is a high reward for following what needs to be done. You know, and here's the thing, though. This is where I'm saying, renew your mind. Don't get pressured. Follow rules. Follow rules. You just need to be obedient. Listen, I'm not trying to give you more rules. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why the irony thing is so funny to me. Because it's not like I want more rules. You know that. Again, even that's why I'm saying, you guys have heard me answer. People are like, do you have a rule for this? Or no, there's not everything's going to have a rule. But then again, some things are like rules. Okay, now broaden it out with life. I'm not trying to give you more rules right now. I don't think you should add more rules. What should you get more of? So if I'm not going to give you more rules, but we're talking about these rules and the reward and obedience, what should you be getting? You should get more of something, but it's not rules. I don't think you should have more rules. Close. Very close. This will lead to discipline, but discipline is a close answer. Don't get more rules, get more do 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 do. Ah, close. Let's go back to the architect. Get more understanding. That's all it is. I remember I told y'all, well, the sooner you guys will realize this, the easier life is going to be for you. I bet you the closer you will come to God. Once you realize, you take a step back one day and be like, wow, God, you're just blessing people because you blessing people. It's not based off of good or bad. Wow, God, you're not just sitting there waiting to smite me down. There's a way you've developed things. There's an architect. You get more understanding. Why? Because I told you, none of you need to change any of your behavior. You know why? Change your understanding, your behavior will change with it. That's it. We all know right and wrong. We all make the same mistake over and over and over again. How does that happen? It's because we already know the answer. It's the understanding. Once you truly understand something, it changes your behavior. That's the whole idea here. I'm not trying to tell you to put on more rules for yourself. I'm trying to tell you to understand some of the simple rules that already exist out there. Start looking at what you need to obey than not. Again, some of the simple laws of wealth. That's one of the easiest ones. Stop having trouble with the things you don't understand. Focus on the things you already understand. Are you executing how they need to be? Like I'm telling you, even a simple understanding of how high the reward is to simply follow basic rules, that understanding will change your behavior. That's what I'm telling you, bro. You don't need more rules. You need to understand how there's rules in place there to help you rather than to hurt you. Just like he said in the garden, the first moment he said, you can't eat that apple, he's framing it like, oh, wow, you're limited. No. It's like, no, that's there to preserve and make sure I don't get destroyed. You need to understand the rule. If you could let me put it this way. If you could understand the reward for rules without me having to sell it to you, that's going to change your behavior. If you still need to be sold on the element that rules are in your best interest, you might be lacking this understanding I'm talking about. I don't think any of you need to pick up a new rule today. I think you need to understand the rule that you're fighting with today. Go. Why? Save 10%. Don't gamble your money away. Work hard. Think and care about the future. You have a destiny. Love thy neighbor as you love yourself. You don't need any more rules. Take whatever you're struggling with and ask yourself, do I understand that? The sooner and the more you understand it, then you're going to be able to see the reward from it. But it's simple. Understanding will change behavior. So do you understand the benefit of rules? So this is something I was thinking about, because I'm telling you guys, I think there is an asymmetric reward right now for following rules. It's the weirdest thing ever. As somebody, like I'm saying, who doesn't even like rules, I think it's humorous. Go read Proverbs. It's the wisdom around the neck. It will crown you with a crown and glory of gems or whatever. It's actually amazing. But I'm telling you, there is an asymmetric reward right now in society for those people that are actually saying, "Hey, I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna save up. I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm gonna stay out of trouble." That, although it has been deceptively, it seems like you fall behind. That's just not true. So I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but that's why the more and more I'm looking at it, the more and more I've seen Chads, the more and more I'm seeing how people perform right now. It's very simple. The people who understand the rules, not as if they're being limited, but that it's there to preserve them, there is such an outsized benefit. Then again, look around. It's kind of like what I told you the other day. Go ahead, compare the diets. Go compare all of this. You want me to follow a certain way? Well, look. I think you have enough data where you could even see where the lack of rules, you could see the diminished value in doing whatever without any constraint. So, all that being said, high reward for following what and doing what needs to be done. That right there, what do I need to do? Remember I gave you that philo? It's very simple. James, you want to know what you need to do right now? I say go, you need to do something. What's the first thing that comes to mind? It's a sin to not do what you know you need to be doing. Boom, easy one to start with. But like I'm saying, I need you to get understanding. I hope that none of this philo so far discourages you. You know why? You're not supposed to get pressure. That's how this is going to be beautiful for you. Saying, what do I know I'm doing that I need to be doing? How can I follow this? What is the rule that has been challenging me? You don't need to be afraid and be pressured by it. You need to renew your mind and understand it. Look at it from an understanding perspective. Gain understanding of how that fits into your current and future destiny. And applying that, that's what should get you to what I'm talking about. I hope you feel me. So I'll give you the last one now, and then I'll play this Jim Rohn clip for you. Please don't forget about your secret place. Yes, I'm going to remind you. You know why? You know what I've noticed lately? A lot of noise. Noise in the market. You know, think about it. A NVDA play go bad, a lot of noise. NVIDIA play goes good, a lot of noise. A NVIDIA play, what's the next one? A lot of noise. A lot of noise. But the market, the bubble, the Koreans, a lot of noise. Do you hear a lot of noise? Okay, what's the next thing? I don't know, you tell me. I feel like there's a lot of noise. So you know what I like to do in the noise? I like to shut it all off and go to the secret place. You should be doing that every day. But let me remind you, I'm going to give you one simple thing. I don't think it's going to get less noisy. You know that? I don't think next month, I don't think next year, I don't think by the end of this year, by midterms, I don't think it's going to get less noisy. So I hope you're preparing and expecting more noise. That means more wind, my brother. You don't need to pray the wind is going to stop. You need to make a better sail. But I'm going to just tell you this right now. I've told you this in the past. Very simple. Man who doesn't talk to God will listen to everybody else. Wow. Man who doesn't talk to God will listen to everybody else. You know that, right? My guy, I hope all of you, I hope you make a wrong decision one day rather than making a wrong decision because you were just listening to somebody. That even includes me. That's what I'm trying to even show you with these plays and these ideas, bro. Y'all ain't supposed to be followers. I need you to become leaders. I need you to understand it. What was the play with the NVIDIA? Why? How can you replicate this? Okay, so Josh doesn't like these, but what are the other plays that are down right now for your long term? You got to start thinking on these. Like I told you, you don't need a priest. You don't need a financial advisor. You don't need any of that. You need yourself and God above all else. You go inwards. Be careful of what you listen to. But even more so, like I'm telling you, the noise is just going to turn up. You're going to look around. There's going to be info, people, everything in the markets. What are you going to listen to? What are you going to be grounded and anchored into? This is why, once again, bro, I encourage you to think critically, think accurately. Have no fear. And like I'm telling you, bro, what is your anchor? You may not like my anchor, but I'm anchored. You know why? God. I say I could turn off the whole world and I'll just listen. What did he say? That's it. Why you think on the weekend? I'm not thinking about no China. I'm not thinking about none of it. I'm thinking God. I'm thinking, hey, what rules can I follow? Oh, yeah, how can we renew the mind? What's the difference? I'm telling you. Because at some point, the noise is going to get louder and louder and louder. And if you don't talk to God, there is a void that is going to get filled with the world. So just don't forget about that. You're either going to listen to your God, your leader, your destiny, and what's internally within you, or you going to listen to whatever the world tells you. There's only one or the other. I hope you feel me, Chad. I hope you feel me. But that being said, I got one more for you. Datadog and Claude. Datadog is now live on Claude. Woo! But yeah, I got one more for you now. Mr. Jim Rohn with the long one.
Now here's the last one, and it's called lifestyle. Because the essence of life is not a Ferrari or a bank account. It's not $1 million. Here's the essence of life. Learning to live a good life. To design and live an extraordinary life. Let me give you my short list. I think comprises a good life. Learning to live a good life. Number one, productivity. And it doesn't matter if you're a person of modest means or wealthy. Productivity is the name of the game. That's what biggest share of our life is, to produce. The old prophet said, the sleep of a laboring man is sweet. The sleep of a working person is sweet. A producer, not a drifter. Not the sleep of a goof-off man, no. Not the sleep of a joker, no. The sleep of a producer is sweet. Second, friendship. Friendships that endure. Andre, we go back, 27, 28 years? A long time. Good friends. Friends are those wonderful people who know all about you and still like you, right? Next, now, is your heritage. Keep that alive, because that's what makes America great. The gifts that came from all over the world. Still in service, still in display. The costumes and the customs and the language and the poetry and the literature. All that made America great that came from all over the world. Deposited here. Keep that alive and growing. Language, music, customs, fiestas, all the good things that come from your culture, your heritage, that keep America lively, unique. There's nothing like it in the history of the world. 6,000 years of history. Makes us strong, makes us powerful, makes us the envy of the world. Next is your spirituality. whatever you might believe about spirituality. I've got 3 words for you to consider. Jot these down. Remember them forever. Number 1, study. Whatever your spiritual persuasion, study it. Don't leave it unstudied. Don't leave your spiritual heritage unstudied. So study. Number 2, practice. Don't leave your spirituality unpracticed, whether it's one-on-one in the marketplace or synagogue or church, whatever. Studied, number 1. Practiced, number 2. 3, taught. Don't leave your spirituality untaught. Pass along what's become valuable and beneficial to you. Pass it along to someone else, especially to your children. That's how we build a strong foundation for the country. Families well taught, well instructed. Next, something my parents taught me that they practiced all their life. Now I practice. Don't miss anything. Don't miss the game. Don't miss the concert. Don't miss the performance. Don't miss the show. Don't miss the conversation. Don't miss the sermon. Don't miss the class. Don't miss anything. Go look, see, learn, try, taste. Let that flavor of life be part of your lifestyle. When my father was 73 years old, after my mother was gone, when my father was 73 years old, 93 years old, before he died, if you would have called him at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, he wouldn't be home. He's at the concert, he's at church, he's at the rodeo, he's watching the kids play softball every night, somewhere. My parents taught it, practiced it. Unbelievable. Don't miss anything. Don't miss the taste, the language. Elton John sings, she lived her life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain set in. What if you missed that? See, that wouldn't be good. George Harrison used to sing, before he died, if not for you, the winter would hold no spring. Couldn't hear a robin sing. I just wouldn't have a clue if not for you. Go taste, go listen, go enjoy. Now jot this down. There's a genius within all of us that recognizes extraordinary value. Besides Greg and Don and, Tony and a whole long list of others, Mark Hughes, some of my claims to fame, a name maybe you might recognize, Ann Geddes. That name ring a bell? Especially for the women. She takes photos of these little babies in different settings. Right? That's Ann Geddes. She started attending my seminars like this in Australia 26 years ago. And she says, Jim Rohn seminars changed my life. She's been to the 2-day weekend seminar and all the rest. I got to know Ann and her husband. Now she's really famous and rich. We were celebrating her extraordinary visit to New York with a friend of mine. We were in New Zealand. And Ann and her husband and Terry Butler, a friend of mine in Australia, and myself, the 4 of us, were celebrating Ann's New York success. And Terry found a bottle of Chateau Yquem, one of the finest wines in the world. I know he paid about $600 for it, which was New Zealand dollars, probably about $400 maybe, American money. But anyway, nice bottle of wine, $400. For the 4 of us to share. Now, we probably, and I'm sure we did, hope that no one we knew came by. It's just one of those things, right? There's only 4 and there's only 1 bottle. But anyway, if you would have come by, I'm sure we would have let you taste this wine. And if you would have tasted this wine, here's what I'm sure you would have said. I'll bet this wine costs $400 a bottle. That's what you would have said. Something called the genius within would have recognized something extraordinary, even though you're not a wine connoisseur. Something would have told you. That's what poetry's all about. Somebody that puts the words together and you say, wow, that is extraordinary. That is fine. Music, language, conversation. Learning to recognize the extraordinary and the fine. So I'm asking you to do that. Go see, go look, go taste, go enjoy. Now, one last thought. In my time of departure has finally arrived, and I have to slip away. I wish I could stay and visit the rest of the day, but I do have to go. Here's the last part. God says, now I'm an amateur on God, but here's my best shot. God says, if you will plant the seed, I will make the tree. Probably one of the best arrangements ever. What if you had to make the tree? See, that'd keep you up late night trying to figure out how do you make a tree. God says, no, don't worry about that. I got the tree stuff down. But I've always wanted, I didn't want to be alone. That's why I created all those angels. Even though the big drama occurred, I still like to work, right, with humans that are interested in working together. So let's work together. And I think that's the deal. God says, you plant the seed, I will make the tree. So here's my last bit of language. And it says, we have a chance to participate in the working of miracles. We have a chance to participate in the working of miracles. Part of it is the work of our hands. Part of it is the work of our language. Part of it is the work of a soul that cares. Part of it is the work of a compassionate heart. Doing extraordinary work that affects other people's lives in building enterprise, fortunes, future, communities, church. We do good work. So, God bless America in our journey into the future as we do our work to contribute to society, and hopefully it'll all help us to do incredible things as a country to compete among the nations of the world so that America can continue to bless the rest of the world. But thanks to Greg and Don one more time for inviting me for a chance. Next time I see you, my therapy will be complete, and I will be back to 100% physically. And until then, God bless. See you next time.
So you guys should have heard that last one before. But do you know what stood out to me? I loved it. I loved it. I got another one. An American missionary has tested positive for Ebola. Fox News. Again, Ebola headlines more and more today. More and more Ebola. I don't think any of the other ones reacted. But yeah, bro, he said something. Yeah, I'm not crying, you're crying. I love it. He was talking about lifestyle. I don't know if you guys recognized it. I mean, again, this is what I was even saying not too long ago with Philo, because I do think some of you have realized and recognized, you know, the whole how you respond to markets, man. If you don't think everything you do outside of it comes into play, I think you're mistaken. Telling you, bro. You gotta, and I hope you could realize there's more to your lifestyle, that the money is usually just a byproduct. You could go read any books. You could go listen to anybody who's talked about money. They'll all tell you this. I agree with this wholeheartedly. This is where my life even shifted in understanding it. You know, that's why the first thing he's talking about, being productive. You want to live a good life? You think it has anything to do with the car you drive? You think it has to do with all of these things? No, man, being productive. I guarantee you, you could have everything you wanted, and then if you don't feel productive, you start doing nothing. I mean, think of it, what you're not going to be fulfilled. I mean, again, even ask the people sometimes, bro. It's like if you got certain things without, you know, like sometimes if you got stuff too early, it would damage you more than hurt you or help you. Why? Because of productivity. That's what happens a lot with some people. That's why the fluke test, man. You could go. I've seen more people make money and let that be a bad thing for them. You know why? Because it changed their productivity. It affected how they viewed the world and what they wanted to do, all because of a very quick gain. But productivity. But that wasn't the first part. Again, I'm starting from where he did. But there was one thing he said that I really couldn't shake it. That's why I was like, I want you to listen to all of this. What did he say about your spirit? You don't think that, you know, he wasn't like a Jesus guy. He would bring up the Bible. He would say Jim Rohn. He's like, we're a business organization. We're not a religious organization. And he would bring up all of this stuff. But what did he say about your spirit? What should you not do with your spirit and your spirituality? Again, what is a business guy telling you about this? He said you should not do something. What is it? Any ideas? South Korea to join Japan's plant for oil reserves. And then Nike's going up. He said, study it. He said, don't leave your spirit unstudied. Don't leave your spirituality unpracticed. And don't leave it untaught. So I'm saying both you study it and teach yourself, and when you figure out something, hopefully you pass that on and share it. But that's I'm telling you, I've never heard it like that. I didn't think that's what I was doing, but I do. I study my spirit. Why do you think I'm so involved? Why do you think we talk about it every day? So I'm saying, even back in the day, even before philo, whatever it may be, there was something about it I wanted to learn more. So I read all these religious texts. That's why I've gone to deeper meanings, and we've done etymology and all. Think about it. Study it. That's why I say, man, listen, you don't have to agree with me. I hope you're studying whatever you agree with, though. You understand? Go, I say God is an architect. You say no. Okay, well, are you studying it? Your belief on your world and the spirit and this little invisible thing in your head that makes you draw pictures, and you're so different and unique than everything else on this planet. Whatever you believe about it, have you studied it? And then you have a practice in belief that follows around this. Is it unpracticed, or are you practicing what you believe or not? Better yet, and then is there even something of this study and practice that leaves you with something to share with people that you could give to the next person who is going to be going through the same exact thing? But yeah, whatever you do, don't leave it unpracticed. Don't leave it unstudied. Don't leave it untaught. Like, just think about it. It's just a big area in life to leave neglected. Solonis announces broad partnership with AWS. I don't think they're public. So then, do you know what else he says? There's a genius inside all of us. Why did he say that? Why did he talk about the story with the wine? It kind of sounded like Boomer rambling for a second. But do you understand that? What's the point of recognizing your genius? All of you. I think a lot of you are talented. I've told you this many times. Why should you understand and appreciate this genius inside of you? That's what he's saying. He's saying you got something inside of you. Extraordinary quality comes your way. You got something in you that's going to recognize it. Something special happens deep down. We all got something that's alerting us to it. What was the point of him telling you this? What good do you get from understanding that you have some complete genius inside of you? What do you get out of that? What should that do to your behavior if you truly understand? Isn't it interesting? You all got a genius inside of you. You have this thing that recognizes certain things in quality and rareness, understands what's special. What's the point? What should that lead you to do? He said, go out. Go seek. Go look. Go enjoy things. Oh, y'all don't feel, bro. Bro, what good is this genius if you go and bury it? Imagine you got some internal navigation system inside of you that could spot things, understand it, that could, you know what I'm saying? Imagine how exciting that is. That should motivate you to go look for something. If I told you there's treasure around the corner and you understand you have this genius inside of you to find it, do you see how that would motivate you? If you understand that, you're going to look over every rock twice. You get what I'm saying? You're going to actually go, oh, should we go out and look for something today? Should I be excited to get to work? Should I be excited to be disciplined? Think about it. If you know you got this navigation system, you know you got this genius inside of you, you're going to be a little bit more excited to go and do those, no? Think about it. You're going to go out. You're going to be more willing to enjoy things. You know why? because you're going to recognize a different value. You're not going to be caught up in the desperation of, I can't enjoy things, I'm missing out on something. No, you're going to understand me going through this stuff is part of discovery. And if you know you got that secret genius in you, my brother, that's a very exciting, motivating thing to have. That's why I gave you that story. So I was talking to him. He said, go look, go see, go enjoy. You know, I think a lot of you guys like that philo. I told you. What does a king do? Go back in the olden days, the whole idea of a king was that they sought out answers. They had that in them, the heart of a king. The inner genius. It would go out and it would go and find things. Seek and ye shall find. That's a kingship activity, brother. So that's the thing. That's the other exciting part. He said that one. I've given you that. Isn't that amazing? You know, you will reap what you sow. You don't need to worry about making a tree, though. I don't know how to make a tree, but I know how the seed works. As I said, God says you do the work, you do the planting, he'll do the tree stuff. You just got to do your part. But that line that he said, I don't know if you caught it. He said, we have a chance to be involved in the working of miracles. Oh, that's exciting. That's where I think is going to start tripping some of you out. Because at one point in your life, I mean, again, you guys are going to see. I like that Miles say. He said, you don't need no miracle. You know, I hope you're not looking for miracles all the time. That could be a glaring error. Because at one point in your life, you might be like, I need a miracle. You're going to always look for miracles. You know what's going to happen at another point? You're like, how can I be involved of the working of miracles? There's a difference. I don't want no miracles. I'd be really down to help work on some, though. I wanted to, hey, if I could get my assist in that'd be nice. And that's what he was saying about it. That tree is a miracle, bro. The fact that one seed turns into a giant tree that gives 1,000 other fruits, and that's a miracle. Don't you want to be involved in that? That's what he was talking about. So I don't know if you got the whole point. His whole thing was telling you your lifestyle. You say, well, what good is all the money? What good is doing all these things if you're still not living to a certain level? Otherwise, you're just going to be chasing things into an infinity. The numbers go forever, brother. Ask Bob Marley. I'm telling you, go and enjoy things. There's parts of your life, you know, just as you study money, don't leave the other stuff unstudied. You got a genius inside of you that should inspire you to go out and explore and seek and find things. And it's not all about what miracle you receive as much as you are going to get to receive things. But my brother, you're going to be a part of a lot of other things. And be a part of the makings of trees and forest and seed and all of that. So, it's deeper than rap, Chad. But I'm telling you, go out and look. And I hope all of these things give you understanding so that your behavior aligns with all of it. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're all mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the scream alerts. Judge rules against what's his name? Elon loses against Sam Altman. And then I made the sweet greens free at 100%. Wow. Wow. Let's go, baby.
If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist, I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. It's a cup, baby. Yeah, I drive fast, but I talk slow. That's some setbacks, but we still grow. How you did that? Only God knows. It's a big bag, but we got more on the way. Another day, it's a blessing. Make a play, either way, it's a lesson. It ain't safe, that's okay, we ain't stressing. Play in my position before I ever play a victim. So let me at it, bro. Spirit on the bend to go. I ain't bowing to your hoes. They sold to get the gold. They kept the truth, they held my own. They acted like they didn't know. They acted like they credible. They judge you from a pedestal. Fuck it. I ain't hating some ones that claiming that they real. Usually the fakest ones. Same applies to me. So just judge me by the shit I done. Tryna keep it meek, but they jealous. See a loaded gun. Statistically, most is killed by their own. So you better check your weapons instead of watching the thong. The best lesson being tested and finding peace on your own. But divided can't survive it. I'm talking about your home. I'm talking about your dome. The war that we wage is on. I got it, but first was wrong. The power was in the dawn. That's word of the homie call. My prophet make them a ball. I'm talking about my checks, they're talking about my God. This the new economy, bring the joy like Jollibee. Dictate like a Maladine, I don't need apologies. Only need my guy with me, my girl look like a model thing. I'm pricing in apostrophes, the price is always taught to me. Feeling like it's Pac with me, maybe more like Da Vinci. They stopped complimenting me, they said it's condescending speech. I just told them about the plot and how it's gonna end, my G. Answer never changes, it don't matter how you question me. I kept it real, they kept it fake. They want it cheap, I want it great. I need a meal, but I just say, how you feel is what it ain't. Confusing truth with the feeling, make a smaller problem great. Tryna get it way too early, easy way to get it late. So I ain't driving slow, this ain't college dropout, this is more like college honor roll. Always see them talking, but I never seen them buy the lows. They flexing when they got it, but they never show you where it goes. Homie told me Vamanos, know you bout that trabajo. We don't know impossible, only know that give and go. Something like a pick and roll, I call it out, they get the score. They talking but don't check the board, they acting real but fill the door. Dog, I'm feeling blessed, I did did a lot while using less. Pray to God with all this stress, I only need a little rest. And back again and hit my reps. Watch my heart and guide my steps. Don't focus on the shit you lost, focus on the shit that's left. So let it ride, I gotta keep it jumping like a mother and buy it.
Hey man, and oil. So SPY hasn't hit a new low yet, but oil started its climb. But we got one more, baby. One more. You need it. I know. I know. Almost 7 hours to nowhere. But you're actually down 0.5%. Boom, boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Alrighty, we're back. We're back. Again, oil is above and then SPY near the low. Been pretty chill, though, today. Without, again, I'm sure maybe even you'll get a gala booty towards the end of the day. The 918s, September. I only went to August, but yeah, they went down again, too, today. They didn't do much, but it's about 10 to 15%. But yeah, I didn't go to September. I think I'm going to probably stick to August and then just go near the money, but I'm going to let that one sit for a little bit now that we already made free and then took the average. And then I'm glad, though, the other tech name. So I already made now is up like almost 400% if you have those. That one kept going, and then the saps are around 200 something. So those were all good. And then I don't know why sweet greens out of nowhere. I think we're about to be green on sweet greens for the long term, which is kind of wild. But yeah, that just took 2 days to come back up. But yeah, if you had those old earnings plays, those went up too. Active listings hit the highest since March 20 for homes. It's weird though, the prices. So Redfin put out a report. So far, prices have they've moved up at the fastest rate since like 21 or 22. So which is weird considering the there's still a lot of sellers. A lot of sellers, and Smuckers keeps climbing up. CDC is deploying technical experts from Atlanta to Africa for the risk to the United States remains low. That was for Ebola. Kumbaya! But yeah, Chad, that's it. So see if the SPY reacts with oil going up. But other than that, we're just going to have to either wait for end of the day or overnight war headlines. And then tomorrow will be day before NVIDIA. I don't know if we actually have any. I think you're going to get one of the staples reporting. So let's see. Oh, this is the OpenAI attorney? Yeah, Elon just lost. I don't know how.
Of course, and his positions.
Which is kind of crazy.
But we find that the persistent application of legal principles and the remorseless search for evidence is what wins cases, even against Elon Musk.
There was a lot of drama, and I would say mudslung in this case. Regardless of the legal merits, you said multiple times that some of the attacks on Sam Altman were irrelevant. Do you think that's damaging to OpenAI beyond the merits of this lawsuit?
I don't. I think those attacks will be seen for what they are, which was a court-driven character assassination that's unmoored from reality.
Character assassination, you put it well. I mean, we heard multiple witnesses go up and say that Sam Altman lied. I mean, is that something you've heard before ever in a case? It seems like so much of the legal case and what we've heard over the past 3 weeks has just centered on Sam Altman as a person, as a leader. What has been your experience getting to know him, and does that align with the person you know and you've represented?
Not in the least. It's been a great pleasure to get to know Sam a little bit. I think he's a terrific leader. I think he has an extraordinary vision for OpenAI and the development of artificial intelligence, and his commitment to the mission that he talked about is is really fundamental to what he's trying to achieve. That's my observation.
And final question, Bill. We've had protesters out here almost every day. The jury talked about really
My
not
name
being a
is
fan
Sam.
of AI.
I need
What is
more
your take on
money.
just the moment we're
I can't
in
believe
with
he
artificial
won, though.
intelligence, and that really being
Even
the
against
elephant in the
Elon.
room in this case.
Because there were some
I think it's a
things in
great
that
challenge.
court case
I think
that
it's a
were
great
looked a little
challenge because
sus.
I think there is a consensus that artificial intelligence has the capacity to generate
And
tremendous
then
good.
oil's still
It
climbing,
also has
SPY
risks.
near the
So
low.
what's
You're already
important
20
is
cents
that
higher on oil.
We
But it's
accentuate
still
the positive
literally
and
melting up
eliminate
into the
negative.
high.
And it's what I think is so appealing about OpenAI, that it is a mission-driven, nonprofit-driven organization that is still at the forefront of that technology. I think we'll get there in a good way, but there's a lot of work to do.
And then
Well,
a couple
I
of
really appreciate your time.
industrials,
Thank
low
you so much.
tickers
Thank
almost
you.
fully maxed out.
All right, Kelly, back over to you.
Kate, thanks very much. Again, Kate Rooney speaking with OpenAI's attorney there, William Savitt. A fascinating.
Thank you, William. No, the Sweet Green play was made weeks ago. It was right before their earnings. Whenever Sweet Green's earnings was, the plays were cheap to the upside. So they went up and then down and then back up again. But now it's like ripping. Sweet Greens is like kind of squeezing. I mean, again, it's up, it was at like $6 2 days ago. Yeah, that was Sam's downfall ever since the sell shares. But then again, I mean, low-key, the last like 6 months, Sam and OpenAI, they have brushed off a lot of the negative headlines if you think about it. It's kind of crazy. But then again, Oracle, I think, is down on the, what's it called? That one kid selling out? The Leopold? Circle, CVX, Energy, Domino's. But again, oil just took another stick up. I mean, meanwhile, as we were noticing that, SPY came back down that 3 points. Still down 0.6. Dow's the best at 0.16. And then NASDAQ is down 1.1. Literally 2.5% from the morning. So NASDAQ has actually gone pretty crazy. I mean, it doesn't help that the chips are down. So you have literally IGV's up. Chips are down 3. So some of that rotation is playing out. Then NVDA into the low. Where's your Google? Google went red? Oh, about to. Again, Amazon already went red. And then you had Meta come up, but now they're back to red. So yeah, most of your Mag 7 is lagging. And then low tickers still fully there. Flexport. Energy and like commodity plays are coming down. Dow, anything chip related just got smashed. I keep seeing the Ebola headlines come across. They like Ebola. Are staples still going up? Yeah, staples are climbing on all this. Not all of them, but in general, the index is higher. So again, we're about to hit the low. You're like 0.3 away on the SPY. Again, oil another 50 cents higher than the last time you hit the low. Google it. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. So yeah, just get ready. Hopefully the stall. We'll see. I mean, it might stall into NVIDIA. One of these days prior to NVIDIA, it should get a move. But other than that, I mean, pretty much the checkpoint is going to be on Wednesday. I think we get the Fed minutes too, I believe. Again, I see more value on the high. Everything else going down. Even Ford is down. Again, everything from like industrials to like a couple of commodities, and then anything energy related is on the high. And then a couple of small cap leaders that are there. But yeah, low tickers fully maxed out now. Again, even Mag 7, Tesla's starting to hit that. Nibis, MU, a lot of the chips in memory. Those guys are all just getting clobbered right now. Again, Korea's down to 2.5, but chips are down to 3.2 right now. And then oil, the USO, another high. USO 152. So that's a new low of the day now. It took you needed an extra $1.50 off oil. But again, now that we're above 103, next level is going to be like 107-ish. That's where we topped out. Damn, that was beginning of the month? So yeah, it's kind of the highest you've been all throughout May, believe it or not. Remember when oil had that like day after day, then it chilled out, went right back to the 80s. And then, yeah, we've been slowly climbing back up. So yeah, again, 103 to 107, but you're already in the middle of that. Yeah, literally latest headline was the fucking Ebola. But this is just, I really think oil stock dynamic mixed in with the chips just dumping and all of Mag 7 coming down with it. So yeah, you got Europe up, but that's it. Where's the dollar? Dollar's down. Yeah, cybersecurity is part of the software. Again, software is still doing great. You actually kind of rotated today for real. You actually had software up, then the chip stocks down, and then some industries in software are doing way better with a couple of laggers like Oracle. But generally, you got rotation to software and then staples, and then everything else down, and then energy, obviously, because of oil. A NVDA 219 pool. Wasn't Leslie going crazy the other day? What was Leslie's ticker? Yeah, the PPE stocks, again, you had even a Hanta headline today, but then the Ebola stuff is driving those. SMG and then fucking Sweet Greens. You're kidding me. Yeah, we're like literally break even here now. No shit. The market has Ebola. Oil taking another one now. So again, this lasts like what? 30 minutes, 20 minutes? It's all just been oil breaking out, and then SPY has pretty much followed it to a T. But yeah, no other crazy headlines. Yeah, CDC confirms 1 case of Ebola in American working in Democratic Republic of Congo. Again, low ticker, a lot of chips now, even one of the SOX indexes on the low. And now banks, Citi, interesting, considering Wells Fargo and the rest of them are up. That just looks like it's Citi's problem. XLF is still, that wrote a lot of the lagging industries did good today, except China. Fucking McDonald's, even Walmart. Yeah, they're all, anything XLP staples wise is killing it. Oh yeah, TLT, those are coming back down too. So no coincidence. Even the oil climbing, oil's climb reflects TLT going low. So they're all kind of doom looping in tandem. Fix on the low again. Nibis, Zeta. You guys brought that one up earlier. Actually, where are we? Isn't it like 82? Yeah, 82.40. So you got like another $1 on TLT, and then you start breaking below where they invented AI. So get ready. We'll see what they come up with next. But that's been the weird part. Like this whole last week or two, as bonds have been coming up here. I mean, you literally, Besant and everybody, they've been very quiet on bonds. I think Galabooty has made more comments towards our bonds than not. But yeah, so now new low on TLT. So again, you got just a little bit of a doom loop here. It's just, again, oil goes up, that brings down equities, but then that's correlating perfectly here with bonds going down. But then bonds are technically moving the smallest on the day. But yeah, it's just like you have all of these all at the same time now hitting. But there's no headline on any of this, unfortunately. And then you just keep broadening. You're not like broadening out. I mean, I think most of the market is still in the green. Let's take a look. Dow Jones 20 in the green still. That hasn't changed. NASDAQ 62. So about 8 names went red on the NASDAQ. And then SPY, you got 335 in the green, 168 in the red. That's about the same. So it's still the same pressure. Maybe like 5 or 6 names went red to green or green to red. But everything else, bonds, oil, SPY, again, you're at the low right now. It's a Monday down 0.6. Remember, Mondays are usually good. Last Monday was bad, but that was your 3rd bad Monday since the war began. So we'll see. Yes, Galabuti, that's his name. Yeah, VIX, it's up today, but it's still at what, 1870? TLT calls a good play. If you think something is going to happen that will, like, if you know they're immediately going to step in, yes. Other than that, though, I'm not really thinking about it. But, yeah, if you want a short-term bond play, I mean, at that point, you'd be betting on either this thing chilling out because 85 is right there, or you're playing the idea of, you know, them actually coming up with something. Well, 8240 was the last time, again, when they invented ChatGPT. But we are breaking there now. I think we are even getting below. I think you're below the 2025 level, I want to say. Yeah, the lowest TLT went in 2025. Oh, it was like right around here, like 8330. So it could go down a little bit. And then anything below there, 8270 to like 8230. White House reviews ban on trading through best priced on stocks. I have no idea what that means. Okay, oil again, and then more value on the high. And then more bonds just literally just selling off. Bonds have done 0.25% in this last like 5 minutes of talking about this. So they just dropped again, took another stick. 83.30. So like I'm saying, 83.30 was the low during post-Liberation Day. So 2025, the lowest TLT went is literally where you are, give or take, right now. Oh, yeah, December new high. So remember, this is what happened last time. That last high at the beginning, and then we chilled out. But same exact thing happened with bonds. I believe that was the last low. What day was that? 5-5? Yeah, Cinco de Mayo, that was the last low on bonds. Then we chilled out. They came up with the peace deal, and then bonds bounced, and then oil came down, and now they're both there. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's even correlating with the December contract on oil. That's why it's like, unfortunately, they're all kind of linked now at this point. NVIDIA says demand for memory outpacing capacity. Jensen Huang. There you go, Jensen. Tell us about your great partners. MKC. Looks decent. Somebody brought it up the other day. We talked about it a couple times. I don't think I'm going to add it, but definitely looks compelling. I would make sure you look into it and make sure you use your spices. Yeah, 10 years at 4.62. Yeah. So again, you hit 478. And damn, that was at beginning of 2025. But yeah, you're past the Liberation Day spike now. The TOT is actually not there yet. But then the 10-year 478 and then 497, pretty much 498. Where do I think K-Web is going to be around Friday? I don't know, but if you're worried about that, I would sell. You know, I think I might have to readjust my K-Web. I might just tell you guys I'm not in it anymore. Because I am hearing, just again, we've made it very clear over the last couple days, but the next 2 weeks, either China is going to do bad and those all lose, or it's going to go up. So again, I made most of them free, and I've taken it. But if you're trying to time it by the fucking end of the week, I mean, that is just not the play idea. So, but yeah, I think at this point, we might as well, I would just forget about K-Web. I'm still in it, but like I'm saying, I try to guide you guys through the double dip, but I think all windows and checks are met, but I don't want to, again, as you see, 1/3 of the lagger plays already hit. So, if you balanced it that way, those should be doing very well for you. But yeah, I'm not looking for like a quick thing on China anymore. We've gone through one catalyst, and now we're that's it. The next 2 weeks, pretty much after 2 weeks to a month afterwards. There's a reason why the plays have so much time. So, but I would get with it, or at the same time though, if you're waiting for me, I would remove me from that situation. You did miss the peach. The peach was bright and early. Well, you are not banned, brother. You're not banned. You ask that every day, though. So what's up, bro? White House ban and best price. I don't know what that means. And then NVIDIA need to ensure supply chain is ready. Sees demand outpacing. Oh, isn't that drones? And then Visa, them and MasterCard. Those did actually good on the China news. They had their little individual deals. And SPY, again, oil chilled out, SPY bottomed. I think the real crazy part was TLT right there, you guys. TLT just hit 83.30, 83.32. So again, that was previously around the low of Liberation Day. It's kind of nuts. No, yeah, I would use an accountant rather than a program. It's always what I recommend. Always, always, always. Huang says he was in China to support Trump during summit. Oh, is he live again? Is this him and
Everybody should be seeking to improve that. It is also very true that Taiwan will continue to be one of the epicenters of the world's technology hub. Packaging, computer factories, AI factories, of course. So we're building factories of all kinds here. They're also ramping up capacity, and the reason for that is because the demand is just so great across the board. I think the answer is that we want to have. It is possible to have supply chain diversity and resilience, and everybody should be seeking to improve that. It is also very true that Taiwan will continue to be one of the epicenters of the world's technology hub.
Michael, I grew up using a Dell computer. You know that. We discussed it in the past. Desktop, laptop. You and I never talk about computers in that context. We're always talking about supercomputers, accelerated computing. Both of you.
And I think you should upgrade. I mean, now we have the new XPS 14 or 16. Now, that would be my choice for you.
So what is the story?
These are the best notebooks we've ever had.
We talk about AI PC, but we're going to get Jensen's take to finish. But what is the role of the PC in this agentic age? Like, I'm using a computer at my desk to do work.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it's still the device that is the center of productivity for knowledge work. And it is right there in front of everyone. And, you know, we have a great business there. And those devices are evolving too. You saw on stage how we're, you know, embedding the ability to run the small models and the local models inside your PC. And, you know, what's happening is customers are wanting more powerful PCs because they want to be able to do all this great hybrid AI. And so it's a great business. It's still very much alive. And it also gives us incredible scale and strength in our supply chain, which helps us secure all the, you know, needed ingredients that we need.
So you spent 31 years working on the servers design together, accelerated computing. That's the scale we're talking about. Let me just be really direct.
We started with the PC.
But why don't you just team up?
I was trying to sell them a gaming GPU.
So what's going to happen between the two of you? A PC with a powerful GPU inside it. Why doesn't that happen?
We have that, yeah.
And what's the plan going forward for that?
Well, we can't tell you the plan right now.
You can tell me.
Very, very soon we like to tell you. You're
interested in the PC market.
Think about the arc. Think about the. I'm interested in computing, no doubt. Think about the arc of computing. When Michael and I came into the industry, it was kind of at the tail end of mainframes. Not that it was a tail end of mainframes because mainframes go away, but it was tail end of its growth, and it was the beginning of personal computers. We're now seeing the beginning of course, AI in the cloud, and that's going to continue to grow. But we're also going to see personal AI.
Did you just hint at
personal AI? So
at an NVDA personal
and the
computer?
reason for that is just we were talking about earlier. AI needs to be
he said
where
he wanted
the
to talk about
context
it, but
is.
not now.
If all the information that I have is on my laptop, and I need help, I need AI to help me
They
do
already
work
have
on
the
my laptop,
DGX
then
Spark,
I need AI to run kind of locally.
I don't know. I don't know
And
if he's
I have,
thinking about getting into
if I have a factory, then I need agents to run in the factory. If I have a hospital, I need agents to run the hospital because that's where
in the operating room.
In
right?
the operating room,
it can't be running somewhere else, right?
Because that's where the context is. That's where the action is.
Yeah, if you've got an autonomous vehicle.
Then you had a Pajekian comment earlier about dialogue not needing surrender.
Yeah. And so this idea of distributed intelligence.
I was saying maybe like a cheaper DGX Spark or something.
Intelligence, right?
Like
where
a laptop
you can generate
Spark.
as many tokens as you want, Ed, on your new XPS 16. You just have to get Bloomberg to get you one. You know, I'm sure we can.
And on that note, Michael Dell, Chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, live in Las Vegas once again, Dell Technologies World 2026. Back to you guys.
All right, Ed Ludlow, of course, the
Live
co-host
in
of
Las
VTech
Vegas.
on Bloomberg Television.
All right, well, thank you. The Dell Pro Max. Yeah, that's like the DGX Spark. They're 6K. They were 4K at the end of even the DGX Spark is the price hasn't gone up on that. A lot of people didn't like them as much, and then at the time the what's it called were coming to life, like the Apple, the M2, because the Apple hardware is very good for like AI stuff. Like it's expensive as well, but you could actually get something pretty elite that doesn't have the same bottlenecks. You slept on sweet greens. You just had your first slop bowl. Oh wow! Like in real life, I'd like them. They're expensive. The food's expensive, but it's like healthy and it's just quick. But yeah, that's the only company that I like actually use a lot. That's like still terrible. I guess I use more toothpaste. I didn't wake up a loser. I can't wait till his earn. What do you think? You think he's gonna guide for $2 trillion? Or what? Remember last time they had the 1 trillion guide and the stock still went down up until a week ago. Linux, that's pretty much what they have. They have the DGX Spark. It's like Linux based, and it's just literally like a workstation. You could stream and you could play games on it, but it's mainly for like AI stuff. Micron on the low again, and then Anthropic acquires Stainless. I don't know who that is. And then state approves 192 million sale for India for Apache helicopters. It usually dumps after earnings. Like the last, I think May of 2024 was the last time it had like a good earnings beat and then like actually ran. But ever since it's became like a value stock in a weird way, and people, you know, they keep guiding up, people talk about the valuations, but it hasn't really like moved post earnings. Even last earnings was really good. I liked their last earnings. And even then it popped for a day and then just sold off and then didn't really do much. XOM, Costco 52-week high, Ryanair, their post earnings. Again, value plays keep coming up here too. Oil topped out at 105, but see if this SPY wants to catch up to that. Oil still elevated, kind of coming down. Low ticker is pretty active. Again, a lot of chips. WDC, Micron, again, even Nibis on the low. Is that NVIDIA too? There's NVIDIA. U.S. jury finds Takeda Pharmaceuticals caused $885 million in damages in antitrust trial over constipation drug. That's Ryanair, right? Or am I tripping? PGR, CXW, or Geo. People were talking about them having some upside, but like I've never been involved in I don't know how that prisons operate. So maybe for a swing trade, but I don't really have any ideas or positions on it. Simi Valley fire. Did they stop burning down warehouses? You guys remember that? We had like fucking 5 warehouses in a week, and then they all stopped. We have an old brokerage with a few winners, but many down, selling off the losing stocks and then putting it towards the long term. I would just have a plan. So I don't know what account that is. You know, I don't know if this is a way to subvert, you know, to circumvent the long-term rules, but even in that sense, you know, depending on how much the gainers are versus the losses, remember, you could strategically use your losses. So you could keep that whole portfolio, and when it's ready to turn into a house, you could utilize those losses when you sell out the other gains, and then, yeah, call it a day. But if you know my rules, man, you know my rules. So that's a tough question to answer when I'm not really privy to the whole scenario. But like I'm saying, I would strategically use losses. It may be nice to clear out an account of losses, but I mean, again, if you're going to book the loss and you don't have other gains you're taking, I mean, yeah, and then again, even if you try to move it around, I mean, think about the tax implications for the winners as well. Crowd. That one's hitting a new high. I mean, again, IGV actually held up though today. Every other day we'd have a rotation. None of them would actually hold up. Oh, you're right. The A at the Y at the end is Ryanair. Mm-hmm. That's Takeda. You can't trade. And Young Sweet Greens, they hit our break even, then came down. Yeah, Cisco, I think they're already there, but they had that event. Yeah, cyber is up. I don't think you're going to need a re-rating. Just going to be Like one of these days, a cyber company will do bad, and then hopefully that'll be the pickup. But until then, I'm a waiter. EYPT. They're supposed to be a buyout candidate. That eye drug that they have. We talked about that earlier, but then they kind of they lost some steam. Do you buy options and sell your whole position same day? No, I do sometimes, or I'll make them free a lot quicker. But then, like NVIDIA, I made them free, and then the next day it kept going, so I just sold all of them. But yeah, I'm buying and then making free and then writing it out. But if it runs up too fast and things change with the stock, I mean, I'm down to get rid of them all in the same day. Again, if it's on the trading account. Long term, again, we're just not budging at all. Hormel, another food play, kind of a value staple, and then CME. But yeah, all these value names are actually killing it today. And then Walmart's starting to climb again, at least the premiums are. AUUD. Why does that sound familiar? Up 30% in 2 candles. AUUD. Ayud. I have an ummu named Ayud, I feel like. What are they? AI infrastructure, new benchmarks. This is like an AI cloud company. Distribute AI data center through merger. I don't see a headline on it now, but seems like it has all the right keywords as of late. Development of audio ecosystems. Free AM software. So yeah, they're pivoting to data centers. AI radio platform. Merger pending. Yeah, I don't know what this one seems pumpy. Conagra too, another food play on the high. KDP, Conagra, what was the other one? But yeah, you're getting a lot of these staples still climbing up here. Even Sprouts again. XLP is actually about to hit a high. I mean, SPY stopped going lower, oil stopped climbing. Let's see, TLT a little bit off of the lows too. And then again, no other headlines since the denying the whole negotiation rumor. Zoide. I think I have an old, or no, that's Zscaler. Yeah, there's an old Zscaler play. I don't know what that one was. I think that was from a news hit. Would they even have a bid? Lavak. Oh, they have earnings. Yeah, there was something on Skyworks too the other day. Or was it bad earnings that they had? I remember hearing Skyworks not too long ago. Kind of looks like Qualcomm. Israel messages received from Americans saying dozens of refueling at Ben Gurion Airport expected to remain until end of the calendar year. Hot dog. Can you still hold a stock if it's delisted? I think your broker will force you to sell it, or it turns into like a non-public ticker. A group chat to learn more about options. We have the locked in and then the stream alerts, but none of them are really for beginners. If you want beginners option stuff, go to the Trading Fraternity, the YouTube channel. I probably have hundreds of tutorials, but there's thousands of videos on there. Well, that's a good place to start and hang out here with some, good questions. I'd start paper trading and get a long term in the meantime. So then that way you could make the most of your time and get some long-term progress while you're building up the options. But other than that, if you want, I have a bunch of tutorials on every single option strategy you could think of. But again, too, like I said, some of the chads were reaching out. They were doing paper trading on a lot of these plays, which I think is a great idea. Get used to it. Again, I think most people need the balance control, and that's where the long-term comes into play. And SPY, new low. So take note now. You're going into the low with the VIX high. Oil and bonds now are not, they're off of their lows. So this is kind of just equities pretty much reacting here. But you're almost down 1% on the NASDAQ. So see, give it a little bit, or probably next to or near the next low. See what the VIX does. But the VIX is climbing into the low right now. Again, the VIX is 1870. It's barely up. CRM. No, I think there's a lot. There's a lot of the software names that report this week. Those all could move big. Workday, CRM. Who else? There's one more. But yeah. But CRM is just one. It's one of the bigger ones. One of the bigger conglomerates. Dow's holding decent, only down a quarter. Again, that's why we have XLP holding up pretty well today. All of those rotations are nice. But SPY going down, like I'm saying, the interesting part right now is equities are reacting without anything else. Iran lawmaker Ali Khodorian removing enriched uranium would expose Iran to the risk of nuclear attack by enemy. Abbott on the high. Is that more healthcare? Yeah, you even got chips dumping there too. Oil was leading earlier. I mean, remember, we hit a low on the 105 high and then everything chilled out, even bonds, but now equities. I mean, again, oil is up by 3%, bonds down by 0.5% too. Yeah, Brent settles at 112. Again, December futures, the CLZ 26. That's the one that's climbing up there, which is kind of crazy. KHC, more value. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Varelia reduces allocation to liquidity agreement. Musk lawyer appeal. I didn't even think about it. Microsoft. Because wouldn't Microsoft have a lot to gain or lose off that? So I think that should have benefited them, but nothing really reacted except just a sheer surprise. And then J&J, Constellation. It's only, I literally only see value plays and things that were beaten down, which is, again, today's a good sign. You're not watching it throughout everything, but like we've talked about, if you get one of these days where things come down, is if these beaten down underperformers, the laggers, if they start coming up, because that's what I'm saying. Now you got like BSX and a few. Remember, we were talking about some of these names being down the other day. Them, Medtronic, those are all doing very good. And then more energy on the high. I mean, oil hasn't hit a high, but SPY's about to hit another low. And then again, the same thing with TLT. And even IGV, it sucks. IGV's only up a quarter now. See if that ends up going red. Reports EIX is at top risk to the fire. Like they caused it. It's been a while since we've gotten one of those. There's a Coca-Cola. Wow. Okay, SPY about to hit a new low. You're literally off by like 1/10 of a point. MO, more staples on the high too. That one, the rotation still continues. So again, you're not retreating, you're rotating, and then you're getting a little bit of pressure at the margins with oil and bonds. Oil's near the high. It's coming up. SPY started hitting a new low before that, but either SPY will bottom out when oil hits another high, or they'll start going in tandem. And then watch bonds too. If bonds chill out, I also think that will help ease the market or make it worse from here. Boeing, NASA. Boeing is popping off of that a little bit. NASA meets with Boeing, excited about what's ahead. EIX faced repeated wildfire liabilities. Scrutiny over mitigation with recent incidents, adding pressure. See if they are the ones who service that area. Just make sure it's one of those types of fires. Because last time that was it Edison, I think they changed their ticker, or then even the Hawaiian one, if you remember. It's been but yeah, I know they hold those companies liable. It's just been a while since I think Hawaiian was the last one. Was that 2023, the Hawaiian Electric, HE? Meta plans to conduct layoffs in 3 batches at 4 a.m. Vistra, is that another value? I swear, just literally value stocks on the high. That's why so many names are still in the green. See, NASDAQ, 59 now. So about 20 names went red on the NASDAQ in the last like hour and a half. Dow is the same, and then SPY, 329. So it's just staples and broadening out. But then you get to feel the pressure a little bit more once the tech names come down a little bit bigger. But you have a lot of names that are going up that are literally just different rotations. Yeah, solar energy, except for like commodities, those led the other day. But yeah, anything beaten down lagger has done very well, except the ones that pretty much popped last week. But SPY going lower now. Oil's trying to climb, but you are hitting a new low on this SPY before anything else is moving with it. Air defense activated at Keshem Island near Strait of Hormuz. Iran Mayor's Agency reports. See, you get a bigger pop on oil, but SPY's moving first. Air defenses near Strait of Hormuz. Little intraday Iranian attack. Remember, the last 2 times have been, they've said, what was it? They said it's, what's it called? They said it's been drills and air drills. So remember, this would be our 3rd or our 4th one at this point. We'll see. I mean, I think you'll get a bigger... All the candles on oil today have been small. So if you're going to get a real war-driven headline that hits, it should pop up oil. It should do it way bigger than what you've seen today. So see, though, but again, you are getting attack news now or air defense. Like I'm telling you, though, you've had this headline a couple times in the last couple weeks. Last time they were saying Iran drill, so literally the 2 other times they would have air defenses, and they said it was one was training, one was a test, and then the other one they said it was a small drone, but then they fired some other stuff. But yeah, that's why it's like it hasn't been as potent. The first couple ones we dropped 1%, but yeah, like if it really is like a real live active escalation, I think oil will react. But I do think people are a little bit more hesitant. Remember, most of the headlines started off good, but then that one denial there of the truce thing, that's where we started to fade down, and oil got a little bit more elevated. Oh shit, it's already power hour? So Habibi, your day is almost gone anyways, brother. You'll have to take it to the end of the day, and then we see what these people do.
You're already up a quarter. Everything's around a quarter.
Hello. But yeah, so you are at power hour. So again, see SPY bouncing off of there, off the bottom. See what oil does. Again, TLT, and then it's just Staples, man. Staples coming home. Our first rotation in a minute. Kimberly. Wow, Kimberly. Kimberly, don't move, brother. All right, SPY ripping off of the bottom now. Oil with a candle down. Keshim Defense, Mayor News, they have not yet provided explanation to why the island defense was activated. So again, you got value. TLT, yo, bonds just took a fat bid. Something happened. That's the kicker. Oil down, SPY up too. Oh, no. Oh, I'm a little slow. Maybe go for the tomorrows, the dailies. But yeah, something just popped off. That's the only one lagging. I don't even know what it is. SPY, he postponed planned military attack on Iran after requests from Qatar, Saudi, and UAE leaders. I'm only just going off TLT. But yeah, those are the last cheap ones. If those hit, make them free. But don't go too big. I mean, they were really cheap. That's it. I only took that because that bond candle. Yeah, it's Trump. He's saying he postponed the attack. So again, all those little hints towards an attack have been postponed for now. It looked like, you know? But see, it's getting up a little bit. Is it a Truth Social? Yeah, look at bonds though, dude. That's the thing that made me jump on those right now. They went up a little bit, but they haven't like ran. So let's see. At the request of Emir of Qatar, Crown Prince of Saudi, and the President of UAE. Scheduled attack for tomorrow. Serious negotiations are taking place. No nuclear weapons for Iran based on my respect for the above-mentioned leaders. I've instructed Pete Hegseth, chairman, they will not be doing a scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to go forward with large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice in the event an acceptable deal is not reached. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yes, the war's over again. Literally, Trump, he said he's not going to attack tomorrow, and that they were planning to do an attack. Essentially, all these comments of you're running out of time and hinting at it, and then we had the truce stuff, but then he just came out and said that they're not going to be doing anything, at least just because Saudis and everybody else requested it. Yes, aka the war has ended again. Just in case. It started again, but then we were gonna, you know, we started it today. But now he said he won't start it again tomorrow. The war's already over. Even if it goes to October. Yeah, that literally picked up everything. The staples are still going. Again, that bond bounce. That was it. Those other plays are the same price. I put an order at 100%, but it didn't fill. Yeah, if you were just even a little bit earlier, those hit really good. Mine are just still the same price. They didn't do bad. I wanted 100%. It was on the ask. I put in the order, but they didn't fill me, and then it went down. How did we go a whole day without white guys for Kamala? I guess it's time then. We got to start with the first one, though. But yeah, see how that continues, but that's going to calm everybody down.
It's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile a market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant.
That's not true.
Just depends who's listening. It's not about you. It's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over. Voter. Let's end another war.
Woo!
Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me. She understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala. My wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not
new high on staples too.
White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky
for the ladies.
I don't know what it'd be if she actually won. Anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take
all our guns. White
guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I. Better run.
Thank you. All right, there you go. The war's over. The war is over, or at least postponed to tax can. It's honestly that did pop oils down in the SPY, but like that didn't help out your tech stocks as much. That was literally that brought the Dow back up to green, and now we are chilling a little bit, but that probably took off the negativity off the edges. So we'll find out by tonight and the rest of the day. But yeah, I mean, you were looking pretty, oil's back now below the 103. Like we said, 103 to 107, that gets your little danger zone. But now, right back down, brother. Right back down. You're familiar with this game. Do. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. That TLT pop was insane. That was actually the weirdest move at all. That was 0.5%. That's what I'm saying. That's what made me start to pay a little bit more attention there. Because oil didn't react. SPY did it first. SPY was the first one to go down. And then it started popping up. And then you got the oil candle. But that monster candle on TLT. It goes to show, I mean, I think they're going to do anything to get that thing moving. So keep that in mind, though. That was pretty odd what you just saw there. Not every just the fact of how much TLT moved. I saw that one. It did a pop and lock, but it looked kind of shitty. Fact, SpaceX partner SPAC circulations. Yeah, if it's a SPAC, even worse. But do. Again, MO. I don't know if those plays came back. They were doing decent in the morning. Any staple plays actually doing quite phenomenally. Do. Yeah, they're still down 30. I'm the one for Kamala. She's like me. She understand the love. Woo! I feel though, she do understand the love. They were activated under Microdome. I don't know. I think that's like their air defense system. I don't know. We might have to start trading with a TLT up now. TLT and oil. But yeah, TLT chilled out after that, but that was still insane. Yeah, the Walmarts all day. Those Walmarts, literally the premiums went up and then stayed up. So yeah, shout out the pre-run. You could look for that. I would look for all the laggers, but even then, though, I just watch the Instagram, but I'm not going to give any more updates on some of these. Everyone's getting a little too crazy with them. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to answer the K-Webs every 10 minutes, and that's the vibe I'm getting. So the SAP already hit one of the laggers. I'd watch the lagging plays, but, you know, the NVIDIA took a month to play out, really like 3 weeks. So if you don't have that time frame and you're gonna kind of go day by day, you're gonna fall behind on all this shit. So yeah, but that's just do what you need to though. But don't wait for me again. I've already even moved out of some plays already. So I hope you guys have been following along. DDCC EPA to end limits on forever chemicals in drinking water. They announced Monday they will drop some limits on forever chemicals in water. Check AWK. Yeah, they all kind of had one of those pops. Well, I think after NVIDIA earnings, that'll either be the rug pull or keeping everything going up, and then after that, just see if we do get any sort of rug pull, kind of like today. We're looking for things that were beaten down to kind of catch a bid, which is somewhat what you've seen here with Staples and a couple of other names. Zillow's getting rocketed right now. Is there something related to the home bill? Literally, Zillow is down by 1.9 right now. Let's check. Zillow lawsuits against Compass for conspiring to hide Chicago listings. That's the only thing I see, but I don't know if that's new. Interesting. I see litigation against Compass. But yeah, other than that, they both went down. Remember, last time there was a litigation thing, Zillow popped, but yeah, I don't know. That dropped 1.9. I don't see that circulating a lot, though, yet. That's the news. Or a negative call from BTIG. Google is testing for sale home listing in direct competition. Ah, that would make more sense. Thank you for that. I don't see that one yet, but that would be Google getting into homes would not be good. At least for those companies. Yeah, I think that's circulating now. Cautious analyst comments. So that one, be careful on that. You might get another follow-up if Google actually puts out like a real like update on that feature. Police report active shooter at Islamic Center of San Diego. Not a joke. What's coming in now? We got San Diego shooting. And then SPY came down from the little pop. Again, oil's still down. I haven't looked at TLT. And then your staples keep going higher too. Yeah, that was like 15 minutes ago. It's starting to circulate. Cop swarm Islamic Center after active shooter. Ekstrom Avenue. In Claremont. Staples. I like it, bro. We're green on sweet greens. This is amazing. From sour brown to sweet green. You got 0.34 gain, dog. Woo! Oh, excuse me. And then it is power hour. Do not be deceived. You still have your power houring away. So I'd finalize and wrap up things. I mean, we only got 40 minutes left, but yeah, it's either Iran stuff gets worse overnight and we play this game, but now Trump's saying he's not going to attack what he was tomorrow, so that might push everything to Wednesday. But yeah, other than that, I would start thinking ahead. Today went by very quick. Today was a rotation, if you don't know. So again, you had some Iran headlines, none of the other broader stuff played in. You're not really getting too much earnings stuff, even though those are still on the table. But like staples ahead of all these big earnings and then mixed in with software coming down a little bit, you have rotated. You've rotated into staples, a couple of software names. And then, yeah, not a retreat, but a rotation. And then bonds still at the danger zone. So we're going to kind of play that game as we move forward for the next couple of hours. Yeah, there's a shooting right now in Claremont at an Islamic center. More defense names, and then Humana. She's like me. She understands the love. What do you mean 0.34 gain? We have sweet greens in the long term. So last year when like everything after we hit a bunch of highs on stuff, I wanted, you know, and we started bubbling again, there was a couple of laggers. So I put a small amount in the sweet greens and Fiserv. So I don't have a lot of it, but I have it in the long term. So we were down on that, but now we are back to positive on sweet greens. It's amazing. Yeah, my average was really high. That's why if you waited till I went down, you could have got sweet greens up to 50% off. I think we're down like 46% at one point. AMT. Sipping on some Fiserv. NOC, there's been a bunch of defense contracts that came out. BA, LMT, then something about Korea and helicopters and some other jets. And then NVDA stopped going lower. Yeah, Dexcom, they had a lot of news last week too. And again, they were some of the beaten up ones. They had a bunch of headlines coming in the last week. What day is it? The 18th. And then Merck. That's it, man. A calm day. We could use it, bro. We could use it. You could use a calm day after days and days of going up. And then think about it, post-expiration. Our range from post-expiration is still like 15 points. Kind of crazy. Sweet greens. I don't think it's a good stock. I wouldn't buy it now that we're up on it, unfortunately. I mean, you had 3 to 6 months after we bought it to get it substantially cheaper. So I would take sweet greens out of your vocabulary right now. Just because, again, I mean, it might end up going up, but now, you know, like I said, if you're going to buy the plays we're up on, usually they're going to backfire. But if you bought the play I was down on, now by the time I get break even, you make so much money. Isn't that funny? the earnings were bad. I think people were just talking about how it's just like kind of underperformed as everybody's been chasing all this other bubble shit. Their EBITDA guide was good. They guided towards actually making money, but the rest of their earnings was kind of weak. Or the healthcare mandate 5 more boosters in climate scares. I love her. And then Wally World, Kroger. So it's all value. SPY's even coming down. So the little Trump pop on delaying the attack, you got a little boost, but that's already came. It killed oil for the most part. Brought oil back to where we were at most of the morning, but then that's it. Iran spots U.S.-Israeli drones in Keshem Island. That was the one we heard the air defenses on right before that. Positive headlines. And then more energy names on the high still too, or the foreign ones. GD, even General Dynamics. Global Foundry, they're going to show up at an event later this week. There's Data Kelb. Sweet Greens, it is Cali and New York. It's like big cities. But yeah, it's not everywhere. That's why it's like not really. It's very popular where it got popular in some of the cities, but it's not really like they have a lot more restaurants to grow. Check. Yeah, Costco's killing it. JYD in that China. Yeah, another small cap. Just, again, not the bigger ones, but a lot of, there's like 3 random Chinese laggers that did good, but most of them did bad today. And then Costco. How much time we got? Got 2 more weeks till the end of the month. I think we could push it. I think we could push it. Social. I think Sweet Greed's like the stock is just getting pumped. I think by people kind of just talking. I saw somebody compare the values not too long ago, and then it started moving, but I don't think it was anything off of their earnings. If anything, it would be the positive EBITDA guide, but very delayed reaction from the market. I do think it's just supply and demand of people kind of piling in. And then, too, the last couple of days, a couple of the food plays did good. I know Bros had a good earnings. They were the best. And then, yeah, I think we have Kava today or tomorrow. So we'll see, but I do think it's just kind of people getting hyped on it. I don't think there's any real reason. What if we buy at my break even? Sure, but just why not before? So that's just the thing you gotta like start learning, that I'm trying to make sure people get, is like, why do you want to buy it now? Right? So Sweet Greens, the other, even when I made that option play, Sweet Greens was at $6 in the last like 2 weeks. So you could buy it at my break even, sure. At least you're not buying it higher, but you do want to ask yourself why. You know, why do you want to buy it now? What makes you want to buy something up 50% in 48 hours? So again, you could do it if you'd like, but ideally, I think if you had a window to buy it a lot cheaper, kind of like Oracle. We bought Oracle at 130 or 140, and it was a great price, but then a lot of people didn't talk about buying Oracle till it went up to 180, 190, which it's nice when the stock goes in your favor. Like, it would have sucked to hold Sweet Greens and be down on it 30, 40%, even though we didn't go that big. But like, you have to ask yourself, why do you want to buy it all of a sudden? And usually if it was cheap prior, then yeah, that's you know, most of the time it's not people, you're not making an investment on the company, you're probably getting dictated by the share price. But yeah, if you want to be my guest, do it, like I'm saying. But it's not usually after those moves I get a little bit more wary. No buys on the long term. I'm shopping, and it's good to see a little bit of a staple rotation today, but yeah, I did not add anything. We're going on 3 months. I'm going to have I think it's like 10% cash on the rebuild account, which is a little higher, but that's just because most of the deposits. And then on the diversified account, I have 1.82% cash, which it'll be nice once we get some. I would like some cash. It'd be nice to use. And then, bro, Wally World. Those are bangers. Bangers. The spreads are widening on Wally World. Yeah, Home Depot, TJ Maxx, Walmart, and then a couple more of like the big box guys. That's what everybody's waiting for. What is it? Deere, Lowe's, TJX, and then ADI, and then Target. Target woke up too. And then yeah, more Philip Morris and MO. Those have kept going. And just staples in general, man. It's been a while since we've actually got a rotation. And then Visa, MasterCard all day. Again, they got a China deal. And then what time? 12:30. I see the latest RAND headline again, the drones, but that was about it. Then you had your boy Trump say he's not going to attack tomorrow. Yeah, HD's tomorrow morning. So if you're going to play HD, again, we talked about that for the long term. Again, McDonald's reported, and then they didn't really move after their report, but yeah, if they could get one. And then Lowe's too, they're going to be after the bell tomorrow. HD will be pre-bell. Wally World. Lower than Josh? Good. Higher than Josh? Bad. So now might be a good time to talk about this. I don't know if you guys want to.
Good. Chip stock.
Wall Street does not want you to.
Come on, bro.
Chip stocks.
Wall Street.
Chip stocks. Good. Chip stock high price. Bad. Intel stock $20. Good. Intel stock $100. Bad. I say buy Intel $20. You say buy Intel $100. Not same thing. Stock same. Risk different. Chip stock.
Yeah, it's like the same thing. So Josh, same price, you know. You buy lower, good. You buy higher, bad. Same stock, risk different. So that's it. Yes, that's all you have to. That's serious. If you understand that, your whole life will change. I'm telling you. So same exact thing. That's the whole difference. Is that you want to ideally, if you could get the same thing with lower risk, like you get more. That's why I'm saying like a sweet greens, or I wouldn't go big on sweet greens, but you know, if we're getting it at $4, $5, $6, it's way better than even though I bought it at $8. And like I'm saying, you know, when we bought it at $8, there was other things that were valued a lot higher. That's why I went for that. So do whatever you like. I mean, it's up to you, but you don't want to fall for the trap for buying the same things a lot higher than just what they previously were. That's where a lot of people can make some of the same or the bigger errors. The 3 o'clock candle was Trump. He put out a Truth Social saying that because like Dubai, Saudi, and everybody, that he was going to delay the scheduled attack for tomorrow. For small long term, do you think it's good to keep cash? No. If you're small, invest your money. It's not going to matter too much. But yeah, just don't. If anything, on any account though, whether you have a little amount of money or a lot amount of money, 20% is the max. You do not want to hold more than 20% cash at any time. And that's like the limit. So like, that's what I'm saying. You know, my savings plan, why I'm not buying anything right now, because even if I saved up every deposit, it would be very hard for me to get to 20% cash. I wouldn't even come close to it. I would get maybe halfway there. But that's like the limit. So it doesn't matter if you have a lot or a little, but ideally you don't want to be holding more than 20% cash. I call it reverse greed. And I don't know if you guys, this might be you or you may have met somebody like this, but have you noticed the people who hold a lot of cash waiting for the stocks and real estate to crash? Have you noticed how greedy they are? It's weird because you would think the guys top ticking are greedy, and they are, but it's reverse greediness. There's some people who are sitting hoarding cash, waiting for a calamity, and they're like, yes, I'm going to buy everything cheaper. But the whole point is like, you know, how much cash do you need to buy everything cheaper? Anything above 20% at that point, you're like, you're betting on cash. You're betting that you're going to get a lot more bang for your buck, and it usually, you know, you're not letting that money go to work. And then now you're just sitting here trying to, you know, maximize this cash pile. But it's the same thing as top ticking. You're just trying to bottom tick, and then it comes at the cost of not putting your money to work. That's why I said, like, I've said it many times in the past, and you've seen it. If you have 20% cash and the stock market goes down 20%, you're able to buy 40% more pretty much. And that's the whole idea, that cash might be lower, but if your whole portfolio drops, your cash balance will raise. And now your cash is going to get you way more. But you don't want to have, you know, not putting your money to work, just waiting to get the most bang for your buck. Because most people never do. In the last 5-10 years, if you were waiting for the ultimate decline, I mean, by the time a decline came, most people wouldn't take it. And again, even if you wanted a real good discount, you know, that 20, you didn't need any more than 20%. So the goal of our long-termers is just get the money to work. So whether you have a big account or a small account, 20% is kind of the max available cash you want on hand. That's at least how we've operated it throughout here. The entry price. So if you go to the description of the main point in the last 2 months, it'll take you to the latest long-term video on Oracle, and it's me saying don't fall behind, and then we go over all the portfolios. So this hasn't changed since then. Only thing that's changed is the values. But your stream has created. Yeah, I think YouTube. I don't know. You guys all need to just reach out to them and be like, hey, especially if you pay for the locked in, just complain to them. And then if you're not on the locked in, you could be like, hey man, why is this the only YouTube channel that lags for me? Because you guys, I'm streaming on like 2 GB internet. I have more than a gigabyte upload speed. My computer is not even trying on this. You know, I've lowered my CPU usage. So everything on my end is pretty top tier. I think YouTube just hates us. Dry powder. It's not bad to have dry powder, but just don't have more than 20%. You know what I'm saying? That's where people make that mistake. Because before you, I mean, think about it. We've already gone 6 months throughout this year. That's why, like, even on the smaller account, again, we've collected already a deposit in terms of dividends. Like, you could get that money working for you. You don't need more than 20% cash. I would argue you're being greedy. You're in a different way. You don't see the entries. Maybe pause it and screenshot it and then zoom in. But yeah, I haven't had anybody report that issue to me. If you saved a bigger amount, I could deposit a bigger for some time and then 10%. Yeah, I mean, 10% is just the minimum. Just don't ever go below 10%. And if you want to work in money into the market, just do it in the same respect. You know, I had the guy at the gym. The guy at the gym was telling me he has he won like a lawsuit and he has money coming in, and he was asking me, and I just told him, I think his was like, I think he's getting like 200 grand, and I just told him space that out like fucking 10, 20 grand a month. Whatever deal, if you're coming into big money or you have some savings, just don't put it all in at once. Some people like this idea, some people hate it. Because you put it all in at once, you buy Intel, woo, you're going to fucking love it. But then if you buy in once and then things go down, you're not going to be able to maneuver. The best way to like get in the middle so that you get better prices, you get the money to work, and then, you know, even if you got a winner, you may not make as much. It's just little by little. You work in your money into the market. That's the best advice I could ever give. But it is, again, it's conservative, it's slow, but then that makes sure, like, even if things are high or low, you're going to get into a fair price with way, way more wiggle room. But always work it in. And then no matter what, 10% is your minimum. So if you want to go more than 10%, I love it. But remember, if it comes into the long term, it's not coming out unless you do that. But yeah, at the same time, you know, if it goes in and you're going to keep it, by all means, do as much as you would like. ARM is starting to wake up. Yes, I do have 2 GB upload speed. It's crazy. But I don't know why YouTube hoes us. You do 35% of your salary? That's awesome. Yeah, you're going to be on a good path, brother. A good path. It's not for MAGA. It's for the money. All right, well, SPY's getting up. That first good headline. Where are we at? 1245. Oil's coming down lower. T-Raw. And Sap, dog, that was a banger. All of them, Sap and Net. It sucks, though. They didn't. You had a really small window on that. Poly market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA. It's magnificent. Yeah, dry powder. It's not flammable, but it's combustible. Too much could lead you to blowing up. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. It's just use cash as a tool. That's it. Don't identify with it, and do not fall for the alluring idea. Like, you know what I'm telling you, one of the worst economic theories, one of the worst economic strategies you could build around is everybody failing. That's the part where a lot of cash is destructive. Do you know how many people in my life, you know, both being in markets, being live on stream, being in real estate, do you know how many people I have encountered that have been infected by that mentality? And what I mean by that is the people who are like, I'm gonna hold cash, this is all overpriced, I'm gonna wait till everything crashes and buy something. Because here's the irony. I know people that have told me real estate is going to crash from 2016, and they have still never bought a house. And you've had multiple gigantic house pullbacks in that time. Same thing with stocks. And there's people I know from 2016, 2018, 2020, and even after 2020, they said, no, I'm going to go cash. Everything's going to collapse. This is all a house of cards, a Ponzi scheme. And they may not be wrong, but ironically enough, though, that it just, even when it comes down, they never buy. I'm telling you, I can't explain. It's the weirdest. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, but then it's like a curse. I don't know how to describe it. That's why I said one of the words, I could only imagine hating me in 2018 and then still hating me and then still never buying any one of these dips that we've talked about. Because that's, I've seen it. I've seen it happen in people I know in real life, people I've met on the internet. It's like a curse, bro. I'm telling you, because even then you start getting so much cash oriented, waiting for a decline. I could almost guarantee it that when that decline comes your way, it's still not going to be low enough and you're still not going to buy it probably. Well, yeah, watch December futures on oil. That CLZ 26 broke out again. All right, well, SPY is a ripperooning. Finally, brother, finally. Dio's on the high. An XLP. SAP is going 12 minutes left. Those are too far out. Let's see. That's why. Yeah, software killed it. Trump, I'll ask attorney to investigate mail-in ballots. That was a little bit ago. I think I ignored it. All right. But that's to front run any rotation and dividend stuff. Every time I make those plays, I lose on them, so be careful. I think I've only hit one of them, and I went 1 for 3, I think, this year. The other ones got clapped. Is it already? Oh, wow. 10-minute rigged? Well, well, well. Now, well, again, if you got the nows from last week, I mean, hope they're up like 300%. Same thing with SAP. That one was a banger. And then literally China laggers are the only ones who didn't go up on the lag. And then staples. And then you had some earnings front runs. But yeah, even SPY, I mean, you're getting back almost 7 hours to nowhere, slightly lower. Remember, we were green in the pre-market. LMT and defense stocks. But yeah, that's 10-minute rig there about a minute ago. Poly market, cause I'm so lucky. Crowd still getting cybersecurity on fire. THC on the low. High tickers is gassing into it. I mean, oil's back to where we were at 7:30 now. So that whole little Trump headline, SPY didn't like it as much, but you definitely gave up or came back a lot of that pressure that you had in the AM. May 19th is tomorrow. The SPY and yeah, this is off Trump pretty much. He canceled the scheduled attack for tomorrow. So pretty much he said that they were going to attack, and then because of Saudi and the UAE, they said that they're not going to do it. And then that popped everything. It just chilled out oil. That stopped some of the pressure. It even stopped bonds. That was the thing that got me a little bit more reactionary, was how quickly that shifted the bonds. Actually, yeah, no, the war, like I said, just I'd ignore everything until the December futures hit 100, and then you'll know. But then at that point, we'll probably be panicking to the bonds. But I wouldn't, just remember, you're going, the thing about the war that most people forget, these are the top propaganda machines in the world. You know, you're going against Iran, Israel, and America. So this is like, this is gonna, you know, you are gonna get a lot of this, you know, the war's ended 100 times. we will never surrender. We surrender. We'll never surrender. No deal. There's a deal. And then remember how delayed things are. Just even last week, we heard about what the fucking UAE was doing in March. So, like I'm telling you, yeah, you're going against the best of the best in propaganda. So that's why I'm saying, though, just December CLZ 26, that hits 100, we could start talking demand destruction and what comes out of it. And then again, though, at that point, though, like, which is going to happen first? December oil futures hit 100, or June 10th or whatever, June 5th, CPI comes out above 4. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it's all boiling into the timeline of it all. But don't let it, toss and turn you too much. I wouldn't underweight the war, but I wouldn't overweight it and just, expect continuous bullshit. That's how I've been doing it. That's how I've been going through with it. That's why it's like some weeks pay more attention, this week following China. But when it's all said and done, the real like tension markers and when shit's gonna happen, that'll be reflected through the longer oil and or bonds, whichever one happens first, essentially. Sap. Yeah, K-Web just has big spreads. K-Web stock hasn't really moved today. That was the only lagger that didn't go today. Poly market, cause I'm so lucky. TGS. AMT's been going up too. Yeah, Trump retains all options. I know. Well, the time, you guys. Shit, there's only 2 minutes. Did you see this? Oh, man. Well, yeah, Chad, I'd Rapparooney. Rapparooney, chatted Dooney. The time is running. ISM below 50 will indicate, the economy slowing down. But, that's the other part of, like, all this that makes, this year even crazier and the run it hot. You've had the economy go again. GDP is near, like, 7. That's the part of the economy I think people are ignoring. It's just because you don't feel it as much. It's different than, like, wages. It's different than certain employment. But, like, you literally have, there is portions of the economy going insane. Now, granted, manufacturing relates to chips and AI, but yeah, that once that contracts, then that'll get rid of the whole economy is strong idea. CPay. We got a couple things towards the end running. Let's see. Yeah, Fig, Adobe, software, a lot of them, even from the Nets or the Now, and then I think SAP was the one really going into the close. But yeah, a couple of things took off again. You even got Walmart up again, Home Depot. That's going to be tomorrow morning. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, rotations. What are you? Motorola ripping into the high. Again, you got earnings tomorrow morning. A lot are going to be consumer related till we get into NVIDIA. Again, you started with war headlines, calmed it down there with that little Trump comment. But other than that, my friends, I'd wrap it up. You have less than 3 seconds. 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, Chad, Adonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. Now you get the song. 7 hours to nowhere. Barely down. Back on the week. NVIDIA earnings. The war is over and going on, and it restarted. It ended. I need a good game in the chat, baby. That's what I'm talking about. GG. Chatadonia. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, knows, vibes, personalities, info. You withstood the lag. YouTube couldn't stop you. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in. Everybody really about that life. He wants to fight you, man. Good game, good game. Good game, good game. GG, baby. That's it. I love it. Thank you for your time, my friends. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope you get more rest. I hope you're ready for Tuesday. I hope you follow me on Instagram. Yeah, I'm going to get you a video tonight. Yeah, but y'all need to chill the fuck out. Y'all need to get in the long term, baby. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I control chat because he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. Wow, good game, baby. Thank you, my friends. I hope you had a good Monday. I hope you're ready for the rest of the week. That's it. Shout out to Long Term. Shout out to Chad. Thank you. God bless you, Chad. Shout out to Finger to the Sky. Shout out to Lord. That's it. Oh, that was nice, right? That was nice, bro. 7 hours to nowhere. So yeah, here's your pre-market. That's 4 in the morning. You're at where I woke up. You know, I woke up like 4:30, 4:45. By the time I'm on my computer screen, futures at the exact same spot. I know. So Chatadonia, thank you for your time. I hope you had a great Monday. I hope you're ready to close out the rest of this week. Again, we're going to see where it leads us after NVIDIA earnings, what other stuff we get in terms of the balance. But yeah, Chad, that's it, man. I hope you enjoyed it, and God bless you all. Thank you for your Monday. I will see you tonight on the Instagram. If you're on the Locked In, I will see you on the watch list. And other than that, my friends, that's it. I don't even think, do we have earnings? Is it Kava? I don't even know if we have any crazy earnings. But yeah, I gotta go take another dump, bro. I gotta take a dump. I'm gonna do my leg day. You guys know I do Monday leg days now. So that's been very, very fun. But I appreciate you all. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, you need to renew your mind, not repressure it, not add pressure. Understanding changes behavior, my brother. Be a part of the miracle. Study on it. Study on everything, my friend. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. God bless America. God bless the chat. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I will see you tonight. So I should see all of you. You should somewhere. And enjoy the rest of your evening. And God bless America. And before I go, just remember all of this great content. It is brought to you by our sponsors, okay? I couldn't make this many videos without such a sponsor. They pay me a lot of money. So please use save 10% at checkout, and you will be able to take advantage of what our sponsor provides. So have a good day, Chad. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership.
Amen.
Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.